Chapter 1. A Voice from the Other Dimension. It all began like a dream, where strange and wonderful things took place, where fantasy and reality converged like mystical old friends, and where time and endlessness greeted as though they had never parted. The birds were singing as Nancy planted primroses around the edge of an ancient, mostly rotted cedar stump. 5 hens and an old rooster were scratching in the freshly tilled garden that I had just walked away from. "Isn't it a beautiful day, Matt?" Nancy said as she pressed dirt firmly around the roots of a yellow primrose. "It sure is," I answered as I looked admiringly into the heavily laden branches of a cherry tree that I had grafted with my own hands. I picked a Royal Anne, removed the stem, and placed it in my mouth. "You know, Nancy," I said, savoring the cherry, "I just can't understand why it took 10 years for these cherry trees to produce fruit." "I don't understand it either, Matt, but we sure got a crop this year. Pick me some of those black tartans, will you?" I reached for a different branch hanging heavily with black tartans, and it was then that my vision began to fail. It didn't happen suddenly, and it didn't happen in a blurry sort of way. It was as though a black shade were being slowly lowered over my line of sight. For several years, when I stretched, I had occasionally experienced dizziness and sometimes darkness, but never an inky blackness that came slowly downward. I quickly lowered my arms, expecting things to clear up, but the mysterious black shade continued downward. It didn't exactly scare me. I think I was more curious than anything else, and unbelieving. It seemed almost as if someone were teasing me, almost as though a child was sitting on my shoulders, sliding a dark sack down over my head. I actually remember squatting a little, as though I could physically lower myself below the descending darkness, but the darkness continued downward until there was only a slit of clear vision revealing my feet, and then even that was gone, and I felt myself going. I don't know why I fell the way I did. The world just seemed to be moving around me, and for some reason I thought I was falling backwards. I tried to fold up and go straight down on my haunches, but I hadn't been falling backwards at all. I had been falling forwards, and I remember the impact as my face pressed harshly into the grassy turf. I heard Nancy screaming my name and felt her tugging on my arm, but my arm felt heavy, too heavy to lift, and the earth seemed to be swallowing me as though I now weighed thousands of pounds. Downward, I went into its depths, falling and falling. When consciousness returned, I thought I was dreaming. Everything around me seemed abstract, unfamiliar, and unreal. Before I saw anything, I heard noises, electronic machines humming and beeping, a small pump slurping and whirring and catching mostly air. A man was giving quick orders, his heavy voice right beside me, calm yet terse. "Clamp, suction, try a smaller tube, no, not that one, Maury, suction." A woman's voice at my head spoke nervously, "I believe we've lost him, doctor." "Not yet, we haven't," the voice returned with determination. And then at that very moment I found myself hovering above the surgical team, watching as though I were a casual, unconcerned observer while my emotions remained completely silent. The body below me was grotesque, the chest spread wide open as if it had been to the butcher shop, and the body seemed altogether different than myself, though the face looked familiar. Don't get me wrong, I had no real doubt that the body was my own. I simply did not care. Instead, I had a momentary slight concern for those who were trying to save my life. I tried to tell them that it was useless, unnecessary, too late, not to worry, but they couldn't hear me. I even grabbed at the chief surgeon's arm, but I couldn't get hold of him, and all he could do was complain to the nurse that his gown was restricting his dexterity. "What a strange phenomenon," I said out loud, both to myself and the medical team. "I can hear all of you speaking, so why can't you hear me? I can even hear myself speaking, so I know I'm not imagining these words. I can smell all the smells too. I think you better close him up, Doc. His heart's not even beating." I watched them a few moments more, almost as if I were watching an animated TV production. They really do have a pretty gory job, you know, and they were taking my problem plenty seriously. But after watching for those few moments, I became completely disinterested. and it was then that I began to drift upward toward the ceiling, as if called away by some mysterious force. The X-ray equipment and other fixtures, such as lighting, had no hindering effect. I didn't bump into anything. Instead, I found myself in the midst of it, touching it and passing through it at the same time, the metal hard to my touch, and cold, but not in a shivering sense, just easily definable and completely penetrable. I looked back down toward my body thinking, I must have died. It wasn't so bad after all, a whole lot different than I thought, and painless too, and I have no fear. I don't even have a solemn feeling, but where am I going? Without any apparent reason, I passed through the ceiling of the operating room and found myself in the room of a patient. He was a young boy watching TV. It looks like he'll make it, I thought. But soon I was gone from that room also, only to find myself in another, and then another. The building was tall, and I had an involuntary tour straight up through every room in my path. I vaguely remember the rooms and some of the people that lay in them, but I had very little interest in any of them. Instead, I was more caught up with my newfound mobility and a vague curiosity as to my destination. Where in the world am I going? I wondered silently as I passed through the concrete and steel of the hospital roof that day. It's nowhere in this world that you're going, a strong, audible voice answered my thoughts. I whirled around to see where the voice was coming from, but saw nothing. The hospital was gone. Everything was gone. I saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Where are you? I demanded in a frantic, nervous search. And as I looked, my memory flashed clear back to a boyhood experience where I remembered carrying milk cans into the barn for an early morning milking. It had been a very large barn, full of loose hay, and a tunnel had been purposely provided beneath the hay through which a person could pass without going the long way around. It had always been dark in that tunnel, and on that particular morning, I had been about halfway through the tunnel when my soft, boyish stomach hit firmly upon something large and hard. It didn't move, but I instinctively knew it was alive. Not only did I know it was alive, but somehow I knew what it was. It was my dad's big Hereford bull, who was most generally friendly, but not the one I wanted to be alone with in the darkness of that tunnel. This new occasion was similar, and I suppose that's why my memory flashed back so many years. This new place where I found myself wasn't completely dark, but something unseen was alive out there, and it was definitely intimidating. A strange masculine voice had spoken, answering my thoughts, yet there was no visible personage. Instinctively, I knew that it had to be someone from heaven or hell, probably hell, because I hadn't earned a lot of brownie points with God. Where are you? I demanded again. I'm right here, the voice responded. Can't you see me? No, I answered, not so defensively this time. I can't see anything at all. Stop trying to see a human form, the voice returned. Look at yourself and tell me what you see. I looked down at my own form but found nothing there. It made me feel like any human might feel who went to the mirror to see what condition his hair was in, only to discover that no one was reflected back. I could sense that I had hands, feet, a face, and so on, but I could see nothing. I reached for myself and felt nothing. Once again I was unnerved, like someone who dreams he arrived at church without his clothes on. Perhaps that's my condition, I thought. I'll bet I'm naked. There is nothing, I returned nervously. I see nothing at all, but I feel as though I'm in the same form and condition that I have always known. You are the same person, but your person has left your body. Now you are spirit and soul, while you used to be spirit, soul, and body. Don't worry about it. It takes a while. At least you can hear me, which is better than most who come this way. His voice was comforting and friendly, which immediately put me at ease. We will travel on a ways together, he continued, and soon you will begin to distinguish the intangible. While you were a mortal, you were never forced to see this dimension, so you never learned. For the time being, however, you will see nothing else. You'll learn. Where are we going, and who am I speaking to? I asked the voice. We are going to heaven, and my name is unimportant, he answered with finality, his voice a little sharp. What is important is that you learn to see. Once you learn to see, we will be able to accelerate this journey greatly. He's a little moody, I thought as I still observed nothing. It wasn't dark and it wasn't light. It seemed like I was in a sort of tunnel, a tunnel so vast that no sides were visible in any direction. The reason that I suspected a tunnel was the dim light. It seemed to me that the real source of the light was up ahead somewhere, not visible, but faintly more distinguishable in front of us than behind. I was moving, that much I could tell, or perhaps it was the fact that he told me we were traveling. Regardless, I had a feeling of movement. I wasn't falling as in a gravitational plunge, nor was I flying like a bird. It seemed more like I was moving very slowly, perhaps like a log drifting on a vast, waterless, empty sea, and the tide of that sea seemed to be moving me toward a distant, indefinable, faint glow. The voice beside me was now silent, leaving me alone to my thoughts, and that bothered me too, because I knew that he could tell my thoughts, but how much he could tell I had no idea. "How come I can't even see the stars?" I soon asked. "Because your natural vision has been taken away until you learn to see what is more important," he answered rather abruptly, as though I should have understood his previous explanation. But for some reason, his answer produced in me the opposite of what he seemed to want. He wanted to withhold my natural vision, and I all the more wanted to see. "If I could see natural things," I asked, hopping for at least some definition, "what would I see now?" "You are in what you call space," he answered, with no further explanation. Now space, as I knew it, was a big place, and it seemed to me that he could have given a better account than to just say I was in space. But then, he did answer my question, so why not ask more, I thought. "I have been here before," I said, "in my imagination. Can't you let me see just a little bit of what it really looks like before we start learning the invisible? I'm really very curious." "It will only delay the process," he answered firmly, "and it is imperative that you learn, otherwise you cannot arrive at the destination." For some reason, I wanted to press the issue. This voice, this angel, or whatever he was, seemed to be in too big a hurry. "What can it hurt to delay things just a little?" I argued. "My body isn't even cold yet on the table down there. Please, whoever you are, let me see our surroundings." Without so much as an answer, I suddenly saw everything around me, everything but him, that is. And to my immediate shock, I discovered that we were not moving slowly like I thought. Indeed, the speed we were traveling was absolutely astonishing, and we seemed to be approaching a blaze of fire whose flames reached out for what must have been many thousands of miles, and within moments I could see that we were on a collision course. "Hell!" I instantly screamed. "I'm going to hell this very instant, and that miserable shyster tricked me into requesting it." I wasn't falling toward it either. I was being propelled in a way no rocket ever experienced, toward one huge, solid wall of far-reaching flame that apparently went on forever. Within seconds, I was entering the outer extremities of the flames, which seemed to reach out for me like great hungry arms. The flames came up with small, wispy tails like the tail of a ghost, but the top of the flames expanded into such proportions that they could easily have swallowed the earth itself. One of them flashed out toward me, encircling me. I thrashed around and tried to stop. I tried to turn my back to it, hoping that I might reverse my direction, but found no success whatever. One loud, very long scream of "no" echoed through the heavens as I fully expected to become like a fried pork rind. But as happens in so many bad dreams, everything around me was white hot, and yet I felt no heat. "If this is hell," I thought, trying to shake off my fears, "it's not so bad. It's plenty hot though, that much I can see, but I can't feel it. I wonder where he went." "Are you still here?" I called tentatively, quite confident that I was alone. "I won't leave you," came his gentle answer. His voice was comforting, yet I cowered back in fear, almost as if the devil himself were standing there. "I thought that I had angered you," I returned, my voice giving away my still shaken condition. "Not at all," he said. "This is rather enjoyable since I have not traveled in this dimension for quite some time." "Tell me where we are," I hurriedly asked. "Is this hell?" "Hell," he answered with a chuckle, as though surprised at such a thought. Why no, this is Earth's sun. It just so happened that our trajectory was in this direction. Spirits are intangible. From now on you won't be going around things like this object. Everything around us was dazzling, and our speed was so great that I could not distinguish anything in particular. It was just all one bright, white experience. And then, even more suddenly than we had plummeted into the sun, we left it behind. But somehow our speed was more detectable upon departure, yet only for a few moments as the sun rapidly reduced in size, and then everything seemed to slow down and look very far away. "Where are we now?" I asked. "We are in the solar system that Earth is a part of," he explained in a rather matter-of-fact sort of way, and I could tell by his voice that being tour guide was not in his plans. He did continue, however, with a burst of information. "We have just passed through Earth's sun. We are traveling at light speed, and we will be out of this solar system in less than 8 hours. Every 5 seconds, we are moving nearly 1,000,000 miles. In less than 2 hours, we will have gone 1,000,000,000 miles. But at this speed, we cannot reach our goal because light speed is still in the natural realm. Though we travel in it for billions of Earth years, we will be virtually no closer to our destination. We must leave this dimension." Again, I found myself in the tunnel where everything was shut off from my vision. Actually, I thought, it's not all that much different than space itself, except when we approached a natural object like the sun. Even at light speed, the stars stood still. At such a speed, I had expected to see stars streaking past, but they didn't. 186,000 miles per second. That's incredible. But the other stars were all so far away, hundreds and thousands of light years away. What a disappointment. Space is a lonely place, and so is this empty void with Mr. Friendly. "This void, as you call it, is far from empty," came the now familiar voice. "There is a whole realm of things to see that you are not aware of yet." "How do I get my sight then?" I asked, hoping he hadn't heard my entire thought. "You had a spirit all your days on Earth, and you never learned to function with it?" he asked sarcastically. "Think of the times it showed you things while you were living." I thought as best I could, and concluded, if I didn't even know I had a spirit, how in the world was I supposed to know when it showed me things? "I don't remember it showing me anything," I said. "How about all the times something inside you said no, when you wanted to do something that you should? If you obeyed the voice you felt good, if not, you felt bad and often got in trouble. That was your spirit speaking." "I thought that was my conscience," I responded. "Same thing," he said. "What about that time when your child was swimming at the lake and you became worried? You went down and found him drowning." "Was that you that warned me?" I asked, surprised. "Of course not," came the blast of his sharp reply. "I'm not God. God spoke to your spirit and your spirit warned you. Your spirit is bigger than your body. It has always known what was going on around you to one degree or another. It just has to scream at you to get your attention because you won't listen. God rarely speaks to you either because he has to speak the same way. God is a spirit, not a mortal. He only speaks to your spirit. But he doesn't like to talk loud, much less scream." His words had come like bullets, and the sting of his rebuke cut deep into me. Have I lived a whole life of ignorance? I wondered. Who is this person, and why is he leaning on me? Where are we going, and what's the big hurry? Chapter 2: An Escort to Heaven. I awoke from surgery and looked into the eyes of my wife, Nancy, who was lovingly asking me to wake up, and the opening of my eyes caused tears to stream down her cheeks. "You're a good woman," I tried to say, but something was in my throat and I could not speak. "Welcome back," she answered while kissing my cheek. But that's all I remember before I fell into a dreamless sleep, the medication evidently keeping me comfortable, and sleep seemed to be the answer to the mending process. The next time I awoke, however, things were quite different. At first, I saw nothing around me but a dim hospital environment. I turned my head to the right and saw a nurse preoccupied with a machine, and I couldn't get her attention. I turned to the left, trying to find a call button, but as I did, a deep aching pain engulfed my whole chest, making me afraid to move. I'm going to die, I thought. I'm lying here dying while that dumb nurse fidgets with that stupid machine. My patience was very thin, and I felt myself growing panicky and angry. Relax, man, I told myself. Relax. Anger has always messed up your blood pressure. You're going to spring a leak if you don't keep cool. Just lie here and be calm. So I lay there, my tongue feeling thick and dry, my lungs half-starved for air. But as I quieted myself, the pain subsided, and for the first time I remembered the dream and the voice from heaven. Surely that was more than a dream, I thought, but if it was real, what am I doing here, and how did I get back? Maybe it was a vision or an hallucination. That must be it. I was hallucinating, but do people remember their hallucinations? And then, as I lay there thinking about the dream, a wonderful calm came over me, followed by a peaceful sleep. The third time I awoke, Nancy was in the room again, her head tilted down, and I could tell that she had fallen asleep. I considered myself lucky to have a woman like her, and I cherished her presence more than all the nurses in the world. Looking at her at that moment made her seem like the most valuable possession a man could ever have. She was younger than I by a full 10 years, and at 60 she still looked very young. Her auburn hair had hardly begun to grey. She was slim, attractive, and resilient. I actually thought I felt healing forces at work as I watched her on that morning, and then she looked up from her sleep as though she sensed that I was watching. "You slept a long time," she said lovingly, as she rubbed her eyes and pulled her chair up next to my head. "Are you feeling better this morning?" "It must feel better to get that awful tube out of your nose." "I feel pretty good right now. I woke up once during the night feeling terrible though." "Do you feel good enough to talk?" "Sure, I feel pretty good. I'm perfectly content to just sit here and let you rest, if that would be easier on you." "No, really, I feel like talking. If I get tired, I will probably just fade out. The doctors told me not to put any stress on you, so I am just trying to do what's right. We all want you better. As soon as you get out of this intensive care unit, the children will be in to see you. Don't worry about me, babe. I think that I'm the one creating all the stress around here. How have you been coping?" "Not too bad, actually, but then I wasn't the one who had the heart attack. Are you in much pain?" "No pain at all. Actually, I had a most satisfying experience." "Sure," she laughed softly, as though afraid she might hurt me. "No, I'm serious," I said, trying to explain. "I had a dream, or a vision, or perhaps an hallucination, I'm not sure which. It left me in a totally peaceful state. I can still feel the effects of it. It was so real that I thought it was actually happening." "You thought what was happening?" she asked, as her eyebrows rose in a familiar manner, adding emphasis to her question. "Well, it's a little hard to explain." "You don't have to try, honey, just rest." "No, that's not it. I'm feeling pretty good. It's just that I thought that I had, well, that I had died." Her eyes showed fear as soon as I touched the subject, so I quickly tried to comfort her. "It wasn't bad. It was a wonderful and very real experience, so much so that I was completely surprised to find myself here when I woke up." "Don't let it worry you, dear," she answered, apparently relieved. "All these drugs do strange things to people. In a few days you'll be able to sort out all your thoughts. The doctor says the operation was a complete success." She was now running her fingers a little nervously through my unkempt hair. I wanted to explain more, but I could tell that it would make her suspect some sort of bad omen. So, for the moment, it seemed good enough to lie there and feel the touch of her hand. After all, I had known that hand for 40 years. I lay there remembering the day I had slipped a ring on her finger. I remembered holding that hand while she delivered each of our 4 children. And now that the children were grown and gone, the touch of her hand seemed more special than ever before. As I lay there, I realized that we often spoke to each other with the touch of a hand. Even when we argued, we made peace with the touch of our hands, each realizing that words could never express the true state of our heart. Perhaps that's what the voice in space was talking about, I thought. Perhaps he was talking about the inaudible words that pass between friends and lovers, the inexpressible knowledge that only love knows and feels. I continued wondering, how did she know that I was watching her a while ago when I first woke up? She seemed to know even in her sleep. And if that's the case, then it had to be her spirit that was aware of things her eyes couldn't see. And how did I know that I was going to make her nervous if I pressed the conversation any further? Was that my spirit at work, telling me things that were not apparent to the eye, or do I just know her? As I drifted off towards sleep again, my mind began to compile the different times that an inward voice had spoken without my full knowledge. I remembered them one after another, and yet there were things that my spirit didn't tell me, or perhaps I wasn't listening. Regardless, at some point during that night, my heart began to fail, and the surgeons resumed their gruesome task at a table that often becomes the very gate to unseen dimensions. "Here we are again," said the voice. "Only this time I can see you," I said, with more than a little pride. "Oh, can you now?" he answered condescendingly. "So tell me what I look like." "You don't believe me then," I said, while trying my best to bring him into focus. "Just tell me what I look like," he impatiently answered, and by the response I received, I sensed that he was momentarily anxious and possibly a little miffed at my manners. And then, as I began to get him into focus, I could see that he was worthy of more respect than I had shown. When I first saw him, he was not much more than something like heat waves rising off a hot burner. There was just enough of something there for me to know where he was. As I looked intently, I saw more accurately. I could see through him, but he was beginning to look something like translucent glass. I continued looking, and the more I saw, the more he became visible, until I couldn't see through him at all. He looked very old, and yet not feeble. He had a full beard that bushed out on both sides and hung down about 5 inches from his chin, not white, but solid grey his beard was, which rolled up in front of his ears to meet a completely bald head, a head so weathered that it looked like it had aged for hundreds of years, exposed to the elements. His feet were bare and rugged-looking. They were clean, but they looked like they might be as hard as a horse's hoof. He wore leather pants that were cream in color, no frills, and well broken in, but clean and neat. His upper body was covered with a sleeveless vest made of the same leather material. His uncovered arms were amazing and powerful as anything I had ever seen, and so hairy that I could see no flesh except on the inside of his upper arm. His hands were big, strong, and gnarled. The old man's appearance I had somewhat expected from my imaginations of heaven, but the dress was baffling. I looked down at myself to see what I had on. I found myself clothed in my favorite outfit, my hunting clothes and fishing hat, all fitting and feeling even better than they ever had before. This surprised me too, because I thought that possibly the dress code was leather. This is a whole lot better than being naked, I thought, but what happened to the white gowns? "If it's white gowns you want, I can arrange it," he said with a smirk. Again he had answered my thoughts, and I could see that it was going to be hard to think around him without getting into trouble. "Hardly," I answered. "I have always wondered how I would ever get used to angel gowns. Your selection couldn't be better, but how did I end up with this outfit?" "It's your own selection from your life on Earth, and better than most, I might add. Some of the things we wear to suit you earthbound humans is entirely embarrassing." I reviewed again his peculiar style of dress, and especially the age that seemed to be represented in his body. He was far from feeble. In fact, he looked like someone who could hold his own against a grizzly bear, yet at the same time he was very aged, especially his hands, feet, and face. His head was big, sitting on what must have been a long, thick neck, hidden by the beard. The hair on his eyebrows looked like wire, resting below a forehead that had 5 deep folds extending from ear to ear. His ear lobes were extra large and curled inward like old sun-dried apricot halves. His nose was big and wide with flared nostrils. His eyes were deep-set, yet large and gray and full of understanding. But the most outstanding thing was his teeth. They were pearl white. I couldn't resist asking, "How old are you?" That depends on how you count the years. I have been with God for several thousand Earth years, as you count them. If it's my appearance that interests you, it represents my Earth age, which was far beyond anything that you have known. He surely didn't look like any old man I had ever seen before. He looked old but powerful, and if you can believe it, he looked old but young. Also, he seemed proud of his age, so I asked, "How long did you live on Earth?" "I lived before Noah," he answered proudly. "Back then many of us lived very long lives. Some of my grandparents lived nearly 1,000 years. My son lived almost 1,000 years too. God chose to take me early, and for that reason I only lived 365 years. I stood there baffled. It's not that I hadn't read the biblical myths. I had always considered the Bible an excellent piece of literary work, especially when I considered how old the document was, but as far as I had been concerned it was folklore. And now, to hear this old man talking about the events recorded in Genesis as though they were real, that was giving me a hard time. I actually had to remind myself of where I was, or I would have thought him to be fabricating a lie. "So there was a flood then?" I asked, not expecting an affirmative answer. "There certainly was. I wasn't there, you understand, but it did happen." "Did you know Noah?" I asked, wanting to avoid the unbelievable, yet asking mythical questions. "I didn't then, but I do now. He was my great-grandson, but like I told you, God took me away before he was born." "Actually," he said with a twinkle in his eye, "that makes you my grandson." As you might have guessed, I'm a pretty talkative person. But this bit of news took the wind out of my lungs. The Old Testament, though a good piece of literature, was harsh and revealed a God who had no compassion. And the stories of the Old Testament, though amazingly free from dragons and sea monsters, always seemed hard to believe. Besides, it's one thing to read old stories, and a whole different matter to meet someone who actually knew some of the historical characters. This old man had just shaken me to the roots, and I didn't know whether to hug him or run from him. A great awe came over me, and I found myself momentarily speechless. Finally, I awkwardly asked, "Should I call you grandfather?" "No, that will not be necessary. Titles mean very little. I can tell when a man is properly respectful with or without the titles." I knew he was correcting me for all my prior communication. He had found my modern ways distasteful. My generation was taught little concerning respect, I admitted. "If I speak with disrespect, it's not because I don't recognize your—" Suddenly, I couldn't think of any words to describe my feelings, so I left the thought hanging. It was one of those times when you start talking before your brain has developed the whole thought, and then your brain leaves you hung out on a limb without offering the slightest solution. Your generation treats parents and grandparents like discarded old shoes, and fathers and mothers treat children like the ultimate inconvenience. But let's not talk either generation. Each has its own shortcomings. I was glad that he wanted to change the subject. So, changing the subject, I said, "I was surprised to find myself back with my wife." "I was surprised myself," he answered. "Man has learned a great deal about how the human life sustains itself. You are not as unusual as you might think. It happens fairly often that a man dies and then is revived again. What is unusual about you is your spiritual perceptivity. Can you see that man over there?" He pointed off to his left, and I saw what appeared to be a young man, perhaps 100 yards from us, drifting, yet standing upright. "Yes, I see him." "Let's go talk to him," he invited me, and then he abruptly wheeled around and walked in that direction. But walking on nothing was a little different, to put it mildly, than anything I had ever experienced. Up until that moment, I had simply moved without any apparent personal assertion. I looked down at my feet and took a couple of short steps and seemed to go nowhere. The departing old man was completely ignoring me. He was just walking away with his back to me, and I didn't want to ask for help. I took another step, very long and careful, and thought I moved. It was then that I realized that I had probably moved with the first steps. There simply wasn't any earth under me to measure progress against, and now I found myself hurrying to catch up, and only did so as he reached the younger man. I started to comment on the uniqueness of space walking, but the old man was looking intently at the young man, and the young man was ignoring him altogether. "You talk to him," the old man invited me. "What's his name?" I asked. "Fred." When I looked at Fred, I could easily see that he was feeling no pain, and I began to guess that he couldn't see us. He was floating in a perfect upright position, that is, if I could assume that the old man and myself were standing upright. Regardless, he looked perfectly content and satisfied. His dress was what I considered to be typical upper-middle-class Latin American. He wore loosely woven leather shoes, no socks, black cotton slacks, and a large white shirt with large embroidered pockets. He had a little black, neatly trimmed mustache. "Does he speak English?" I asked. "There is only one language here. If he hears you, he will hear in his own tongue. Just speak to him." The old man had spoken curtly again, which irritated me, but I was able to ignore it with little more than a cross-eyed look. I came up near the stranger's face and said, "Greetings, Fred." I didn't know what else to say, and it sounded to me like a heavenly sort of salutation, but Fred said nothing back. I felt a little stupid, like talking to a dead person, only this one wasn't dead. I found myself looking around kind of sheepishly, wondering who was watching, but the only one I saw was Grandad. "Boy, that sounds weird," I thought to myself. "I've got to learn his name." But for the moment my problem was Fred, who hadn't made any response to my greeting. He was just standing there, minding his own business, totally unaware of me. He had a pocket knife in his hand and kept cleaning his fingernails, which were already clean. I looked over at the old man, wondering about the knife, but he answered stiffly before I spoke. One of his habits, try harder. So I turned back and tried. I talked nice. "Fred, can you hear me?" But Fred didn't respond. I talked roughly with my face right up in his. "Hey Fred, you dead?" But again he didn't respond, so I mocked him. Fred, you wet your bed, went to heaven without your head." For some unknown reason I thought that I was funny and laughed at my cute little rhyme. But then, looking at the old man, I could tell that I was the only one who thought so, and he obviously wasn't satisfied with my efforts. Turning back to Fred, I encouraged him. "Come on, Fred, look at me, talk to me." But Fred didn't respond. I reached out to slap him, not angrily, but just as you might do to someone in a stupor. But to my shock, my hand went right through his head, as if he hadn't been there at all. I tried to cover my surprise as best I could, and turned to the old man, saying, "He's clear out of it, a first-class space case." "Look around," he answered. So I looked around and saw bodies as far as I could see. Why I hadn't seen them before I didn't know. They weren't all bunched up, they were scattered out, but they continued on apparently forever. I was immediately appalled and felt nauseous. What is this, a morgue? Fred is your average human who has no concept of God or this realm. He never talked to God while on Earth, for whatever reason, and now he can't see or hear. Most of them just assumed that there was no God. Some of them believed in God but were afraid to talk to him. They never got to know him. Now they are waiting here. They are spiritually deaf and blind. They see but they don't see what really counts. They can hear but they can't hear what really counts. If you were mortal, he would have seen and heard you, just as you saw the stars a while ago. "He looks peaceful enough," I commented, noticing that Fred and all the rest seemed to be totally unconcerned with anything. "How long has he been here?" "Fred has been here for almost 3 Earth days. He died at the same moment that you made your first departure, and as you observed, he is very content. He feels like he is on a journey to heaven, which is basically true. He is in the eternal realm, so time is not a factor to him. He has no awareness of time whatsoever, neither the past, present, or future. But unless someone can wake him, he will just follow this path until the final day." "What do you mean, the final day?" I asked, while I wondered if Fred was a little like Sleeping Beauty, waiting for the kiss of life. "The day when God wakes them all up. But that's too big a subject to get into. We must get on with our journey. It is indeed seldom that someone comes out of this place. Soon you shall meet the Lord of Heaven." Chapter 3. I am not human. We walked away from the one called Fred with 1,000 questions unanswered in my mind, especially the statement about the Lord of Heaven, but I was afraid to ask who the Lord of Heaven was or why he wanted to see me. Instead, I asked, "Do you meet all the people who die?" "No, only those that I am sent to meet. The Lord knows who can hear and who can't." "I wonder how he knew I could hear," I said out loud, but it was more a thought running through my mind than a question directed at the old man. "You have been talking to him for years," was his answer. His answer intrigued me primarily, I guess, because he answered me like a person who really knew, not like a person who had been told something by another. "Yes, I talked to God. It was more or less a habit with me. I wasn't really sure he even existed, but I talked to him nearly every day in my idle time, which had become more frequent since my retirement. Most of the time, I didn't talk out loud. I talked to him sort of like a kid talks to his imaginary friend. Sometimes I talked out loud, but only when Nancy wasn't around, but he never talked back." "He talked back," the old man said, answering my thoughts, "but you didn't listen. You were always on the next subject before he finished answering your questions. You were spiritually dead." "I may have been spiritually dense, but not dead," I answered. "Think of it how you want," he answered, leaving me with the impression that I didn't know what I was talking about, yet offering no explanation. "He has liked you for a long time, though, and that's what counts, in your case anyhow." "I thought God loved everyone. Why would you say he likes me?" "He loves man in general, like a rich man loves his herd of horses." This time his answer was degrading to humanity, and being more or less a humanist, I reacted. "Ah, come on," I scolded him with a laugh, as though his remark was ridiculous. "Humans can't be compared to horses." "All right then," he answered more intensely. "He loves man like a worm farmer loves his worms. He protects them, feeds them, keeps them boxed up and fattens them." "I liked the horse story better," I said, cutting him off. "All right, the horse rancher loves his whole herd. He will kill man or beast to protect them from theft or destruction. He makes sure they are properly fed and watered. He concerns himself with their health and fences them in so they can't stray. But there's always a particular few that he chooses to ride, and there is occasionally one that gets his very special attention. That's usually the one that knows there's something special hidden in his pocket, and that's usually the one that shows the most affection too. He or she may not be the most beautiful or the most powerful, but he knows how to get the attention of the owner. It doesn't always seem fair, but that's the way it is." I sort of had the feeling that he was talking about me, and I had a strong sense that he felt my being there was unfair. But then, I didn't want to take issue with him, at least not yet, not until I found out more about who he was, so I diverted the subject back to Fred. "Didn't he like Fred?" I asked. "Sure, he liked Fred. He likes the whole herd, but Fred never figured out who the owner was. He just acted like the horse who could run the range at will. It never dawned on Fred that he should function for the good of the owner, much less develop a relationship with him. Now I have him, I thought. His whole analogy is going to pot. Well, what about me?" I asked. I didn't know there were any sugar lumps in his pocket. I wasn't real sure there was a God. I just talked in case there was. It was more or less a habit with me. "That's why I said usually," he answered rather snootily. "The owner doesn't have to do the expected thing or the fair thing. He chooses from the herd as he wants. It's his herd. If you owned 1,000 horses, would you ask the horses for a vote of approval before you chose whichever one you wanted? But let's leave discussions about you and Fred. We have already lingered here longer than I wanted. Soon you can share your ideas with the owner himself." His words struck me with fear, and yet those words were hardly out of his mouth before we entered the visible realm and my eyes were filled with wonders. It's not that Fred's realm wasn't visible, it's just that suddenly I saw a whole galaxy as if it were angel dust beneath our feet. And as suddenly as we arrived in that visible realm, I think I was looking at the Milky Way. Things changed again, and then again. It all happened fairly slow at first. It was like looking at a slide projection of our galaxy, but before I could appreciate the picture, the next slide appeared. Another galaxy. The slides flicked by faster and faster until there was nothing but a blur, and then not even a blur as hundreds, thousands, perhaps millions of galaxies sped past, a speed completely unfathomable to the mind of man, and then it started to slow down. The blur became less of a blur, and finally the frames began to clarify, some having a splendor about them that made me want to stop and look, but they were gone, and we had made our appearance in the last frame. When we arrived, we seemed to be near the very center of a galaxy. Ahead of us, all the stars were close together, converging on a pure white center. "In there is a great city," the old man said. I thought he was going to take me toward the city, but instead we turned away from the brightness. "That is the one we are going to," he said, pointing toward a small distant star. But we didn't go to a star. Instead, we went to a planet that was part of the star's solar system. No sooner had he pointed out the star than we were there. It was as though I blinked my eyes and things changed. We were just standing there. I can't describe it as a landing either, because we didn't land, we simply appeared. We were standing in a forest that had trees of incredible proportions, the smallest tree at least 30 feet in diameter, with trunks extending upward for hundreds of feet. Most of the tree trunks were separated by a considerable distance, giving a wide-open feeling, yet their lofty branches far above made everything feel sheltered and private. As I looked up toward the light, gazing through leafy peepholes, I found myself wondering how we had ever arrived without being hurt. Recovering from that feeling, I looked around and saw a forest where everything seemed alive. There were no dead trees on the ground, not even a single branch. I saw clumps of ferns scattered here and there, and a huge landscape of soft green moss extending outward upon the whole surface of the forest like a garden. Aside from the moss and fern, I saw only those mammoth trunks surrounding us, leading upward to the tallest heights I had ever seen. Suddenly, however, about 100 feet away, there appeared two shining creatures with the physical appearance of men. They were somehow suspended above the ground and very fearsome to look upon. I say they were shining because they gleamed, but not like anything I had ever seen before. They were not hard to look at. They just glistened like dim sunlight on stainless steel. Each had what appeared to be a sword, yet the swords, which were not really in their hands, looked like they might be alive. Somehow I had the distinct impression that the swords were living instruments under the command of those beings. Almost immediately, one of the swords made a slow circle in front of the creatures, and then it suddenly looked like a runaway blade broken off from the drive shaft of a helicopter. Fear gripped me as soon as I saw those creatures and their wild swords, and all I could think of was going the other direction. Instinctively, I ran for cover, but there was no cover, not a single bit of undergrowth to dive into, except a few small ferns. Then I thought of the old man. I turned to see which direction he had gone, only to discover that he was walking toward the creatures. "This is the second time he's walked away like that," I thought angrily, and I had half a notion not to follow, but it was only half a thought, and I left deep divots in the moss as I ran for the old man's side. I caught him just before he reached the creatures, and I was highly relieved to see that the sword was now motionless. I felt speechless as we approached, and since all this was happening with a fair degree of quickness, I wouldn't have been able to ask any questions anyhow, except to make a fool of myself, which I was doing a pretty good job of without talking. As we came close, I saw that the creatures were hovering without wings, or if they had wings, they were moving so fast that they were indistinguishable. They made no sound at all, but aside from that, they reminded me of hummingbirds by the way they positioned themselves, first here and then there, neither moving far nor moving as if they needed to point their heads, yet moving quickly as if nervous or high-spirited. Unlike hummingbirds, these creatures looked warlike and, no doubt, well able to perform their duty. They wore helmets and some sort of breastplate. They even had shin guards, and their feet were covered with boots of material unknown to me. They wore short skirts like Roman soldiers used to wear, so that the only exposed parts of their bodies were the faces, upper arms, and parts of the legs. "Welcome," one said, as they both respectfully bowed to the old man. He nodded slightly, yet never looked their way. It was obvious that they knew him. I could tell by the look in their eyes. I could also tell that they were curious about me, and when they bowed, one of their swords left them and followed me up close to the back of my head. I turned to face the sword, trying to keep it in front of my eyes rather than at the back of my head. It wasn't metal, yet it shimmered like metal. I wasn't sure that it was of any solid substance. All I was sure of was that it looked alive, and I knew that I wanted to keep it in front of my eyes rather than at the back of my neck. I walked half backwards, still trying to keep pace with the old man. I was too proud to ask for help and mad because he was ignoring me, and he was moving like an 18-year-old too, rather than someone who should have been in a wheelchair, and I, not being so young, was working at the pace. The shining creatures glanced at each other as though wondering if they should challenge my presence. My guide, having offered them no explanation, presented them with an awkward decision. That much I could tell. I could also tell, as they glanced at one another, that they didn't want to question him. Realizing that they respected the old man and not knowing what else to do, I waved goodbye to the sword and ran with my back to the whole scene. He must be well known, I thought, after we had put the creatures at some distance. They certainly looked more powerful than 100 of us, but they were very cautious. They wanted to stop me, but they were afraid of him. Who is he anyway? And what are we doing in these woods? And why is it getting dark so fast? Soon we walked into a warm, grassy clearing next to a small, slow-moving stream. Even though we had come out from under the trees, there was a deep dimness that was rapidly engulfing us, and already there were stars appearing in the sky. The angels, or whatever they were now out of sight, and I felt free to ask, who were those creatures? They are the guardians, he answered without looking at me, and he acted as though he was looking for someone or something. Yes, I kind of figured they were guards of some sort. I thought they were going to stop us for a moment. They know me, he said matter-of-factly. Well, they obviously didn't know me, I said, revealing a little of my frustration and fear. I was afraid that they were going to turn one of those sword-like things loose on my head. I should have stopped and introduced you, he said more sensitively, finally turning his whole attention toward me. My mind was preoccupied with the meeting we are about to have. With the Lord of Heaven, you mean we are going to meet him here? This is the place, and our time with Fred made us a little late. I was expecting a throne and golden streets in the midst of a great city. I can't take you there, but this is a nice place. He and I have met here often. We both like it. Well, it's beautiful and natural, I said, as I nervously observed darkness coming on unnaturally fast. I looked around at the rapidly fading meadow in front, the dark forest behind, and beside us a quiet running stream. It's just more human than I expected. Why shouldn't it be? I was human, you are human, and so was he. Before I could ask why it was getting dark, the sky became black as if by sudden eclipse, and yet around us was more light than that given by a full moon. I looked up through the clearing that existed above the meadow and saw the most incredible array of stars, and coming through it was a shooting star. It seemed little different than any other shooting star at first, except that it was closer and seemed bigger than any I had ever seen. It had a long tail behind it, bluish-white in appearance, as compared to the satin-black sky. I barely had time to express my excitement about the beauty of it when I realized that the shooting star was coming in our direction with the force and size of a great meteor. It was obviously going to destroy the whole area, if not the whole planet, and we were the target point. With that bit of understanding suddenly tucked between my ears, as you might suspect, my initial or turn to consternation. I closed my eyes, tucked my head down inside my collar as far as it would go and braced myself for annihilation, as if there were a way to brace myself for such a thing, but nothing happened. Instead, looking through my closed eyelids, I saw an intense light, as if the molten meteor had landed without impact. But when I opened my eyes, I saw a being in the form of a human standing upon the stream of water, awesome in appearance, standing perhaps 50 feet tall. And with all that height, What I saw at first glance were only his feet and legs. His feet were bare and gleaming, not penetrating the water at all. Looking upward, I could see that he was wearing white short pants and, of all things, a white short-sleeved shirt. His legs and arms gleamed like bright sunlight on polished gold, so bright indeed that he lit the whole area in a brilliant glow. I looked farther upward toward his face and saw his eyes. They were like lightning. No, they were not like lightning, they were lightning, and not the kind that flitters through the sky on a hot night either. It was the kind that comes with smoke and a blue bolt, accompanied by all the sound and power of a near clap of thunder. A better description than that I cannot give, for I was now face down on the ground from the impact of his eyes, which shook every part of my being violently, so much so that I truly thought his eyes had destroyed me. But then I heard his voice call my name, and it seemed that his voice brought me back to life. It sounded like nothing I had ever heard before, a tremendous roar, near to the sound of a very low-flying jet bomber under full power, and yet I heard the voice, clear and audible, Mathew Johnson. Needless to say, I did not respond to my name, for I was still in full response to his eyes, and looking into those eyes again was not in my plans. One of my arms was up over the back of my head, and the other was wrapped around in front where my face met the ground. He called my name a second time, Mathew, like my father used to do when he was serious about finding me, and followed it with, I am not human. Yes, Lord, I managed to respond, not daring to raise my face from the grass. Matthew, a different voice, spoke a third time, only this time the voice was close and like that of a human. Don't be afraid, Matthew, stand up. Without taking my arm off the top of my head, I raised my eyes just enough to peep out toward the water. But instead of seeing the huge shining being with eyes full of lightning, I was staring at the legs and bare feet of a man. He was standing right next to me with hairy, darkly tanned legs. Stand up, he said again encouragingly. I managed to get into a sitting position. That is honestly the very best that I could do, my legs not nearly being able to support my weight. That much I knew without trying, for I was trembling. From that seated position I was looking into the face of a young man. His face was clean-shaven, or perhaps a better description would be that he was beardless, for I saw no sign of a beard line. His hair was black, short, and wavy. His complexion was darkly tanned. His eyes were a dark brown. Looking into those eyes gave me a sense of tenderness, and tenderness was most important at that moment because my whole system was in a detached state, as though all my nerves had come unglued. I am the Lord of Heaven, he said as he reached down his hand invitingly. I reached out a hand that was weakly attached to a very wobbly arm. He took hold of my hand, and I felt a surge of energy at his touch. His hand, I immediately noticed, was very human to my touch. It was also a strong hand that easily lifted me to my feet. Welcome to heaven, Matt, he said warmly, with a strong masculine voice. Yes, sir, I stammered. I mean, thank you. He turned to the old man and they embraced. It's good to see you, friend, the Lord said. I was glad that the Lord had focused his attention on the old man because I had lost my mental equilibrium along with most of my physical. I had been strengthened physically as soon as he pulled me to my feet, but I think my whole system was still in shock. I looked at them, and it was obvious that they were the warmest of friends. It calmed me down to watch them talk like any two humans who were very close. Night had settled in, and the air was cool. A moon as big as Earth itself had already risen halfway above the trees, blotting out a vast expanse of sky, and for the first time since departing my body, I realized that I was feeling natural sensations such as cool air and soft earth. I was even breathing as a human breathes. Before, I had been in what I considered a spirit body, and everything was intangible. Intangible in the sense that nothing had a hindering effect on me. As I said before, everything had been definable to the touch, but my hand would pass right through it. The realization now dawned on me that I felt his hand, like the hand of a human. It was strong and warm, actually strengthening me when I touched it. He felt like a human, but he obviously wanted me to know that he wasn't. I was confused. They walked over to a pile of sticks that looked like they were stacked for a fire. The Lord invited me to sit with them. I came over to where they were sitting and made myself comfortable in front of the sticks. He looked down at the sticks and said softly, "Burn." Immediately, there was a fire burning, and more incredible than that, hot coals were already there, as though it had been burning for some time. I looked at it and then at him. Again he spoke to me and said, "Welcome to heaven." I had to pull my mind from the fire. "Thank you, Lord, sir." Again, I couldn't make myself comfortable speaking to him. He had introduced himself as the Lord of Heaven, and he had done so as naturally as if he had said, "I am John Brown." I couldn't figure out just what to say, so I said, "Sir, for years when I spoke to you it was in my thoughts, and I always called you Lord, but now it seems like I'm talking to you on a first-name basis, which makes me feel awkward. I don't know how to address you properly, but thank you. It is nice to be here. I want you to spend some time with my friend Enoch," he said, ignoring my discomfort. He pointed his whole hand toward the old man who was sitting quietly off to my left. "He has been around for a while and can give you some understanding of heaven." He then looked at Enoch and said, "Give him the grand tour, whatever you think that might be. Show him what you have been doing on Gath. Explain to him as much as he can comprehend while he is here, because he cannot stay for long. You must go back to Earth soon," he said, looking back in my direction. "You will spend a few more years there, but first I want you to have something to report. Their age is drawing to a close, but most of them are not aware. If they can make the transition, they are destined to rule heaven with me. I could use many more children to help administrate the kingdom." He paused and looked away like he was observing a distant planet. After what seemed like a long while, he looked into my eyes and said, "I want you to pay close attention to what you see. They are without hope unless they come to believe in me." No one spoke for a while after that, and I began to hear the night sounds around me. It sounded like Earth. In the far corners of my mind, I wondered if it was Earth. The frogs and crickets were singing their love songs. A night bird was making a beautiful melody that I had not heard before. The fire was popping and making the front of my legs especially warm. The air was sweet-smelling, like the smell of spring. "It's interesting," I thought, "what kind of jerk you are. While in the presence of God you sit here listening to frogs. He is talking about ruling the universe and wanting men to help him do it. Pull your head together, man." I looked at him again, thinking, if I were to see him on the beach in California, I might not recognize him. He looks like just an average, everyday young man, dressed as though he were vacationing. I guess that's why I sit here listening to frogs. It's next to impossible to believe that he was the one standing on the stream over there. "I am not human," he told me. "Matthew, old boy, I think you had better remember that, and he can hear you think too, dummy. Lord, if you're listening to my thoughts, please forgive me. I'm trying to be good." "It's amazing," the Lord said finally, breaking the silence. "It's amazing that they can see it every night when they look up, but their minds refuse to believe. The religious ones tend to think in terms of a city, a vacation spot, or a rest home. Others think strictly in terms of science. Many believe that life begins and ends on planet Earth. That's the end of it, they say. They were closer to the truth when they worshipped the sun." I found myself looking for some kind of emotion to match his depth of words, but I detected none. He was so much different than the pictures I had seen. I guess I expected a soft sort of touch in his whole demeanor, but I never saw it. It's not that there wasn't a tenderness about him, it's just that he was all man. There was nothing unmanly about him. I hope that he will forgive me for comparing him to man, but I am at a loss for description. He was a man's man. Don't get me wrong, a woman would not have been out of place there, but she would have described a man. His countenance gave the impression that he was sharp, clear, and focused, not in an intense sort of way, but in a knowing sort of way. Somehow his words, though few, carried with them whole thoughts. When he said they, I visualized the whole human race. When he talked about ruling heaven, I began to grasp the governing responsibility of the universe, planets, moons, and galaxies. When he talked about believing, I understood faith for the first time. I looked into his face for those last few moments, and then he was gone, and I was left alone with the one called Enoch. Chapter 4, Just Like God. We sat there by the fire not saying a word while an atmosphere remained around us, sort of like the Lord was still there, and I was almost afraid to breathe lest it go away. Even my mind sat quiet, not wanting to think, but only to drink in his presence and the words he had said. Finally, the aura of his presence began to fade, and questions started to form in my mind. I looked at the old man to see if he was ready to make conversation, but surprisingly, he had slipped off into a peaceful sleep with his head resting back against a small log. For the first time, I was able to look at him closely without seeming rude, and it felt more than just a little strange, sitting there looking at a human who was thousands of years old. The Lord called him Enoch, and there was only one Enoch that I had ever heard of. He had lived back somewhere between Adam and Noah. I couldn't remember much about him, except that I vaguely remembered reading his name. But then I began to remember more. It just came to me like a light coming on in my mind. He was the one of whom it was said, "He walked with God, and he was no more, for God took him." I didn't remember reading those words before, but suddenly I knew that they were written. What in the world could that mean? I wondered silently as I looked into that weather-beaten face. How do you walk with God? And what does it mean, he was no more? I wonder if it means he didn't die. I wonder if this is the same person. It must be him, and he never did die. Incredible, come to think of it, he and I are a lot alike. From the sound of things, I haven't died yet either. This is absolutely unbelievable. Is this really happening? Is this a dream or a vision? If so, it's the most real kind of thing that I ever experienced. I took a handful of sand and began to feel it. It was tangible like anything I had felt on earth. I put a little in my mouth. Sure enough, it was just as I had experienced in the past, disgusting stuff in the mouth. I could hardly get rid of it. I reached my hand out to the fire. It was hot and would have burned me if I had kept it there. I listened to the night sounds around me. They were unfamiliar, but that could have been true by going to the Amazon or some other unfamiliar place on Earth. Am I really here? I wondered. Is he really here? Was the Lord himself really here a few moments ago talking with me? I looked over at Enoch and actually tried to make him disappear, but he wouldn't go away. How will I ever tell what has taken place? There isn't a living soul that will believe me. I remembered reading several studies about people who died and then returned to life. What they described was similar to where we found Fred. They all described going into a great void or tunnel that was dimly lit. They all felt like they were going somewhere. They all felt a total peace while they were there. None of them, though, got this far, and I'm supposed to tell people about it. How will they ever believe? They won't believe, that's the problem. They will feed me to the shrinks and stuff me in an institution. That's what they will do if I try to tell the least part of all this. Just the thought of telling people makes me cringe. And he talked about ruling galaxies and planets. At least I think he did. I surely can't tell that part to anyone. I looked again at the old man. I had the strongest impulse to grab him or slap him or something that would make this crazy dream go away. He said that he lived for 365 years or something like that. How did they do that? He still has all his teeth, too, nice and white. By the time I get to be 80, if I live that long, my teeth will be long gone. When I get back up here, I hope I get them all back. I can't imagine living 200 or more years without teeth. You just grow new ones, Enoch answered sleepily. His words startled me and embarrassed me all at the same time. I felt like someone who had sneaked into the room of a sleeping old man just to see if he still had his real teeth. I thought you were asleep, I remarked sheepishly. I was, but you were thinking too loud, he said with a chuckle, coupled with a yawn. He stretched his big, stout arms up over his head and yawned with such a wide-open mouth. I wondered if he wasn't showing off the perfect set of teeth. Are you the Enoch that I read about? I asked. The one that walked with God. That's me, he said, smiling. Right away, I liked the new side of him. He wasn't in a hurry anymore, and he knew how to smile. What's it mean when it says you walked with God? I asked. It means we took walks together. You mean real walks, like in the woods? Sure, why not? I don't know, I just didn't think God did that, except when he came as a man called Jesus. We are talking about the same person, aren't we? The same, he answered. He used to do it quite often when he found someone who liked to go walking or talking. He spent time with Adam and his wife, Eve. He spent a lot of time with Moses. He liked Abraham a lot and visited him and his children on occasion. Those are just some of the times that were recorded. He won't go down much anymore, though, not since he became a human, and besides, the Spirit has taken his place there nowadays. He told me that he wasn't human. Well, he's not, but he was for a while. It was a very humiliating experience for him to become a man. He went the whole route. He even died like one. All of this was his. Enoch gestured toward the heavens that shone with a brilliance that I had never seen before. Above us was a moon that now looked bigger than 10 Earths. Its coloring was like huge smears of white, blue, brown, and green. Behind it, the stars glistened like a chest filled with jewels. Everything up here is and was under his command, Enoch continued. I never will forget those years that he spent on earth. In all the years that I have been here, those are the only ones that dragged by dreadfully slow. For 33 Earth years I never saw him. We had been close friends for thousands of years as though time didn't exist, but those years were empty. There was some speculation that he would never come back, but he had told me that his father would never let him die like men. During that time on Earth, he lost it all, and that's why he doesn't like being thought of as a human. He doesn't even like for humans to think of themselves as humans. He wants them to realize that they can become like him. How do you mean like him? I asked, instantly not believing. What I had seen standing on the water was obviously not human and definitely not possible to be attained by anything human. I didn't say all that to Enoch, but it was in my question. I mean just like him, he answered with a tone that sounded like any other thought would be foolishness. But he's God, he is, isn't he? I mean, he can do anything, can't he? I don't know what all that means, but how can you say we can be like him? Are you like him? He looked at me like I was dense, and for the longest time said nothing. He was playing with a stick, and the end was burning from poking it into the fire. In fact, I thought that he had changed the subject when he finally asked, "You had children on Earth, correct?" "Yes, 4 actually," I answered proudly, hoping he might ask about my grandbarbies. 3 boys and a girl. "Tell me, what do they look like?" "The boys look a lot like me," I answered, thinking through their pictures in my mind. "My oldest has my face, but his frame is a little smaller than mine. The next one is more my size, a little bigger actually. He's always trying to show me how much stronger he is in a playful sort of way. A big teddy bear, that's what he is. My daughter is like her mother. I wish I had my pictures. The youngest son is." "They look like mankind, don't they?" he asked, cutting me off bluntly with a hint of sarcasm. "I mean they weren't cats or dogs, right?" "Of course not," I answered hotly, thinking, this guy is a first-class jerk. "That's just the point I'm trying to make, Matt," he said, his face now close to mine. "God doesn't plan on having any human kids. His children are going to be like him just as yours are like you." "Well, he looked human enough once he came and sat with us," I remarked, more out of defense than out of understanding. "That's because he created humans in his own likeness, not because he looks like a human, but that's as far as it goes. Humans look like God about as much as an acorn looks like an oak tree. You have not even begun to see what he looks like, nor can I show you his full person, because you would be consumed in his presence. But one thing I can tell you, his children are going to be like him. God is not a man, and therefore can't sire humans any more than you can sire cats or dogs. All of God's kids are going to be like him." The thought was too much for me. What I had seen was mixed with normality, but it was a little like seeing streaks of vanilla in a chocolate cake. I mean, things looked familiar, but then humans didn't speak to sticks of wood and make them burn, nor did they look off into the stars with understanding like they knew something was happening out there. And then humans didn't stand 50 feet tall with eyes that flashed with lightning moments before they resembled mortal man. Just let it cook a little while, Enoch said, detecting my degree of comprehension. We will look around some. Seeing helps to make the mind work, and once you see, perhaps then you can believe. Chapter 5. They just call it heaven. I suppose you could say it was the next day that Enoch took me on a tour of heaven, yet I find it is hard to describe a day there. Our day on Earth is based upon the rotation of the Earth around its own axis, giving us a measurement in time, but out there time is not a factor like it is on Earth. Out there is an indefinable something called the eternal realm, not measured in a long time or a lot of time, nor an infinite amount of time. It is more accurately described as a timeless place where time is no more. Thus, time is not measured among persons like Enoch and God, who spend their endless life in a universe where the variations are limitless. But here also, I find myself using human terminology when I say universe. The word universe is a term that we humans have given heaven in our effort to describe the whole indefinable thing, but up there they simply call it heaven. It is something like the word cosmos. When man discovered that the heavens contained order and harmony, that everything had its place and path, they called it cosmos, an embodiment of order and harmony. And those are beautiful words when you think about it, and they help to sharpen our focus. But again, the word that they use up there is heaven, and it includes everything of substance. They don't have to use their imagination, nor do they have any need to hypothesize. They can stand at any point they want and review it, and they can do it in an instant. So it happened with me on the day that Enoch took me to look around heaven. The first place he took me was to a great void in space where no stars were visible as men on Earth see stars. Instead of individual stars, we were looking at whole galaxies, and we were there in the blink of an eye. Out there in that black void, Enoch positioned us on an asteroid, a small rock actually, that he said was moving several thousand miles per hour, but it didn't appear to be moving at all. It was a most peculiar sort of rock, to me at least, even if he did say there was a limitless supply of them. And if it comes to Earth during my lifetime, which is completely impossible, I would like to be the one that finds it. It was a pure gold rock, believe it or not, about the size of this desk that I now write upon, just big enough for us to sit upon comfortably without bumping into each other. One moment we were sitting by the fire, and the next, we were sitting on that chunk of gold. Once I got over the surprise of pure gold floating around out there, doing no human any good whatever, I began to look around, and as I looked I marveled at the galaxies. I can't tell you whether or not I was actually seeing those galaxies with the naked eye, because there were times that my vision changed, so I could see things beyond normal limitations. But what I saw was really there, regardless of my visual powers, and Enoch knew each galaxy by name. He readily confessed that he didn't know the names of all the galaxies, but he did know those that were visible from that position. Most of them, like great circular discs, floating through the otherwise black, empty expanse, all presenting themselves at various angles and wondrous configurations. Enoch spent more than just a little time trying to define the magnitude of stars involved, but the numbers were far beyond my comprehension. Distance was also beyond my ability to understand. He pointed to a galaxy off to one side of us. That one, he said, is about the size of your Milky Way. Its name is Egava. If our ability to travel with the speed of light would take us many millions of years to reach Egava and another 100,000 or so to get to the other side of it. And believe me, Egava is so far from Earth that it has never been seen by the best telescopes, nor will it ever be. Its distance from Earth is beyond human description. That is why I told you that we could never reach our destination unless you were able to make the transition into this dimension. He pointed toward a small galaxy just a little above Egava. That one, he said, is named Somsok. When I first came to heaven, the Lord brought me here and told me that he wanted me to be involved with the galaxy Somsok. It was this same gold rock that we sat on. Look under the place where you are sitting and you will see my name. I carved it on that very day. I thought you said it was moving several thousand miles per hour. I responded, while looking at his name carved deep in the gold. It is, and that should help you understand how big it is out here. This rock will still be here when Earth has ceased to exist. The Lord and I sat right here on this rock that has traveled many billions of miles since then, but effectively it is in the same spot. If it were moving the speed of light, the effect would not be drastically different. Miles per hour mean next to nothing out here, nor does the speed of light. But let me continue with what the Lord showed me. He showed me Somsok over there above Egava. That's the galaxy I want you to work with, he told me. When you have gained an understanding of it, then I will tell you what you should do next. At that time, Enoch continued, it didn't seem like too big a task to gain an understanding of a small galaxy. I looked at Somsok from this position and compared it to Egava. I could see that Somsok was much smaller, and I thought to myself that the Lord was probably needing more understanding about the nature and origin of it. I thought that perchance I could help him by mapping out the whole thing. I honestly thought of it as a task that would not take a great quantity of time. In my mind, I instantly thought that I would visit a star each day, determine its satellites, and soon dispatch the whole job. But then the Lord took me over there, as I will do for you directly. Now Somsok, as you can see, is small compared to most of these others. Enoch drew his arm clear around us, causing me to look at the many galaxies, and then he continued. When the Lord and I got over there, I realized that Somsok was much larger than I had thought. It was small, but only in comparison to the larger galaxies. Instead of having hundreds of billions or thousands of billions of stars, it only had hundreds of millions. After 300 Earth years, I had not even begun to see the minutest portion of it, much less map out its contents. When Enoch mentioned 300 years, I looked at him like he was nuts, and he nodded his head like he agreed with me. Have you ever tried to review the Earth in a single day? He asked. Even if you could travel like myself, and in an instant be wherever you wanted, how would you do it? Would you spend 10 minutes in Hawaii and the next 10 in Japan? Would you spend 5 minutes swimming in the warm waters off Puerto Vallarta and the next 5 looking at the crevasses of the ocean? Wouldn't you want to ride down the Colorado River as it goes through the Grand Canyon? How long would you spend in the great forest of Russia or the jungles of India? Wouldn't you want to fish for the swordfish off the coast of Florida and the salmon off the coast of Canada? Wouldn't you want to taste the lobster of Maine, followed by dessert in France, smothered with the cream of Devonshire? And when you had done all that, you would not have begun to see the slightest portion of a single small planet that revolves around a rather average-sized star with a very small quantity of satellites such as Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Do you see my problem? There we were sitting in space, looking at a host of galaxies that a few moments ago I hadn't known existed. The quantities of stars were completely outside the scope of my understanding, and his rapid little sermon, which took only moments, summed up a few thousand years of his thoughts, and he was asking me if I understood. No, I didn't understand. I hadn't even had the privilege of being in the places he described on Earth, but I was glad that he was trying to help me understand. I am glad you realize that you don't understand, Matt. You are in a lot better position than I was when I first stood here, because I thought I understood. It wasn't long, however, before I began to wonder if the Lord hadn't tricked me. It was lonely out there. I went from star to star and planet to planet. I walked on asteroids beyond number, many of them as big as a whole continent on Earth, and many of them I wasn't keeping track. It's just that after a while the quantity of information got so big that I got confused, and to compound matters, everything is in motion out there. Do you realize that some of those stars are many thousands of times larger than the Earth's sun? Can you comprehend the magnitude of satellites that orbit such a body? And do you know what he asked me to do? He asked me to name them all. He only named the galaxy. I had to name all the particles floating around in it. Do you understand the frustration that began to come over me? Again, I had no answer, and by now I realized that he wasn't looking for answers. He was trying to show me the frustrations that a stranger might experience in spite of his newfound powers. When I first started, he continued, I was excited. I charged around Somsok like a young bird who has just escaped his cage. Seeing all those marvelous worlds out there can be like one huge treasure hunt, but eventually I became frustrated with the scope and magnitude of the project. I reorganized and found the whole thing working better, but before long I was again frustrated and at length complained to the Lord. Do you know what he said? Enoch looked me in the eye, sort of like I should have known, and then answered himself. He said, I wondered how long it would take you to ask for help, and then he was gone. You know how he does. He was just gone with no further explanation. But it wasn't long before he showed up again with help. He had with him a huge quantity of angels that filled the whole sky all around. Well, I assumed that the Lord had brought the angels to help, and that made me very glad. I wasn't too sure just how I would employ them, but their presence made me very happy. But then he surprised me even more. These are your angels, he told me. I made them especially for you. They are helping spirits, prepared especially for your need, since you, my son, are an heir. I was now looking at Enoch like he was obsessed with fantasy, but he ignored my doubts by simply saying, he shocked me too. It was a greater shock than the day he took me to heaven. I didn't know whether he had just made them or if they had been around forever. I was afraid to ask. All I knew was that he had shown up with this huge number of fantastic beings, and they were mine, and he called me an heir. Enoch looked at me in the warmest sort of way and continued. When I more or less inadvertently decided back on earth that I wanted to befriend God, I had no idea what it would mean to me. He was always shocking me with something new, and there was never anything that I could do to pay him back. How do you pay God? All you can do is show appreciation. So I thanked him for the angels and went back to work. Only this time I had the tools to do the job, and I wasn't alone. Well, anyway, those angels were wonderful. They were made with a heart to please. They were similar to meticulous to the most infinite detail, but his works were not in furniture or boats or any such thing. His craftsmanship was in the forming of worlds, solar systems, and galaxies. Besides that, his greatest interest was in life itself. There are life forms beyond your wildest imagination up here, Matt. Perhaps I will be able to show you some before you return to Earth. Enoch paused for a few moments, which made me think that he might have left the story about the galaxy. So I asked, did you ever finish charting Somsok? In a way I did, he answered, and in a way I didn't. I got all involved in a different project that made Somsok secondary in my mind. Let's go over there and look at a planet named Gath, and then you will be able to understand the rest of what I want to say. Enoch took me that very moment to the planet of Gath, and it didn't take long to figure out that he had a thorough understanding of that particular planet. We first appeared on the very peak of a high, glacier-capped mountain. He had changed me somehow to where I had human feelings, and it was bitter cold up there. Looking around, shivering, in a howling wind, I saw that we were in the midst of a vast mountain range, made up mostly of smaller mountains covered with forest. There were, however, 3 other mountain peaks like the one we stood on, their tops completely covered with snow, all of them many miles away, standing like proud giants above the sprawling green landscape. Behind us, a 4th mountain, probably as big as the one we stood on, was spewing lava like orange rivers down its face. I had never seen an active volcano before, so it particularly caught my interest. But I no sooner got a good look at the volcano than we arrived somewhere else. We were now standing on one of the several moons above Gath. Temperatures were not a factor in that instance because Enoch had my body in a senseless state again. He pointed to Gath, and I saw many large oceans and land masses, which gave me the impression that Gath is much larger than Earth. From that moon he pointed to a particular continent and helped me focus on a given spot. A moment later we were there, standing on a cliff overlooking a sparkling body of water. The cliff was probably 300 feet high with a sheer drop to the water, and the view was breathtaking. I bent over to look into the crystal blue water, and he pushed me. Can you believe it? He pushed me over the edge. Down I went, breaking the silence with a cry for help, but he refused to help me, and the fall was long and seemed destructive. My fear turned to anger before I hit the water, and even though I expected him to catch me, I called him a bastard while yet in midair. That and many other such words were a normal part of my earthly vocabulary, but I didn't really mean anything bad. It was just a meaningless expression of anger. Perhaps if I had trusted him or kept my mouth shut, he would have caught me, but as it was, I hit the water with a painful bone-crunching impact and came to the surface cursing profusely. Now as modern humans go, I was a fairly old man, and all my life I had demanded respect, but this old man was treating me like a kid, and to him I probably was, but that didn't make me like it. I glared at him up on that cliff where he stood laughing his head off. But then we were gone again, this time on the surface of a flaming sun. "I just wanted to dry you out," he said, laughing even harder, and then he abruptly changed his tone and looked at me with penetrating eyes. "But if you ever call me a bastard again, I'll let you feel the sun's heat." Why he picked out that one word from the many, I didn't understand at the time, but I calmed down and apologized for my vulgarity, which he ignored completely. He pointed toward the planet, but then, as though he had even seen where it was. But then, as though he had my eyes into a zoom lens, the planet came rapidly into view, as if someone were dialing me in at the end of a huge telescope, and the next instant we were standing there in a jungle. In front of us was a huge cat that, aside from coloring, I would have called a tiger. She was dark brown in color, lying there contentedly with her cubs, but when she saw us, she roared warningly and sprang to her feet, revealing a much larger body than I had imagined. "Hush," scolded Enoch as he walked right up to her. He put his arms around her neck, hugging her affectionately, and her head dwarfed him in comparison. She began to purr, of all things, a sound more like a growl, and not very welcoming from my point of view. But just that soon we were gone again. Now if you are wondering what kind of storyteller I am, then you are beginning to feel as I did. He left no time for explanations at all, instantly changing from one scene to another, and always from a place on Gath to some distant point in Somsok. From outer space, he would show me the star that was Gath's sun, and then telescope me into a focus of Gath. I began to realize that the spot we focused on was the spot where we appeared. I know that he was trying to help me understand where Gath was in the galaxy called Somsok, but to tell the truth, finding Gath was like trying to find my wife's diamond somewhere on the beaches of California. The galaxy was too big. It was absolutely mind-boggling. I won't therefore try to describe all the other gyrations that he put me through that day, which involved many trips back and forth, including observations from several moons, planets, and asteroids. "This is the first planet that the Lord brought me to," Enoch finally said after we stopped. "We stood up there on the golden asteroid where you and I came from, and then we came down here together. This planet was what you might call the point of orientation. The Lord gave me this planet just like he gave me the angels. And as this planet became the focal point of my interest, he would take me back into space, and we would look at the galaxy." Enoch paused, looking at me sort of like my face was dirty, and then he asked, "Would you like to meet my people?" For some reason, I didn't expect the question. All my life, I had read space stories, and as a kid, I dreamed of Martians, but I knew good and well there weren't any people out there. So, when he asked that question, I didn't believe him, but I said, "Sure." I think my disbelief had something to do with all the information that had been fired at me in such rapid succession, exploring galaxies for the Lord, traveling hundreds of billions of miles in a flash, angels as a gift, a planet as a gift, and now people. I not only didn't believe that there were people on that planet. Suddenly, I was disbelieving the whole adventure. As I sit here writing, I don't know why I suddenly disbelieved him. I mean, I was in heaven, and God obviously had lots of room up there, and Gath was just one planet of which there seemed to be plenty enough to go around. In that galaxy alone, it appeared that there were enough planets and moons to give every human that ever existed a world of his own. So why shouldn't God give his friend a planet, and why shouldn't there be people out there? But then my brains were scrambled, and that's the very best excuse I can come up with. I was feeling numb as we went down to Gath from our position of observation, where we had been flying or floating or whatever it is that spirit beings do. We appeared on a pathway that was well used. "It's that way to the village," he said, as he began walking just the opposite direction. "But let's go sit by the well. We can watch them as they come out to get water." We began to walk down the path, and as we walked, I felt very much a human. The dirt that we walked on was packed, but it was, at the same time, slightly soft, as though moist underneath. The surroundings reminded me of the Appalachian Mountain region of North America. Not that we were in the mountains, you understand, but the type of vegetation reminded me of the Appalachians. The trees looking like hardwoods, with very little undergrowth, and there were small meadows meandering through the trees like parks. My grasp of our surroundings was limited, however, because soon we came to the well, which was more like a huge, stone-lined pit. The stairs going down into the bottom of the pit were somehow hewn in the stone itself, and as we descended those stairs, I saw two women washing clothes. It was like going to the movies and seeing something out of the past. Well, I can't really say that either, because this was real, and movies, though appearing real and reflecting real images, always gave me a feeling of unreality. This was really there, real women, washing real clothes in a real stream of water. Another thing that made it seem like the movies was the fact that there were no modern conveniences. The women were washing clothes in the water as it came out from a crack in the rock. From there, the water flowed for a ways through the bottom of the pit until it became a large pool. After that, the water flowed again for a short way before it went underground through the gravel floor of the pit's bottom. The women were cleaner and more cared for than what the movies might reflect in prehistoric women. They were laughing sporadically with hilarious bursts as though they were telling dirty jokes. I thought at any moment they would see us, but then, as we got very close and they didn't make any adjustments in their conversation, it became apparent that they couldn't see us at all. I looked at Enoch and then at them. They were clean and well-groomed, but other than clothing, there was no physical difference between them and a woman I might see on Earth. In fact, the amazing thing was not them at all. It was us. We were invisible. Now, if you have never been invisible, you really can't grasp the full feeling of what I experienced. It felt worse than eavesdropping on a telephone conversation or behaving like a peeping Tom in a lady's dressing room. I felt wicked. They were talking about things that no one else should have heard. They might as well have been naked. They were talking about their husband. At first I didn't realize it, but they had the same husband. They were talking about intimacies concerning his lovemaking, and the things they laughed about were crude and distasteful. I didn't know women talked like that. Maybe Earth women don't. I couldn't say. I never knew any two women who had the same husband. Regardless, we were listening to them, and I wondered how many times invisible beings had listened to me and, worse yet, watched me. The longer I stood there, the more uncomfortable I felt, but when I looked at Enoch, he didn't seem the least bit bothered. I relaxed a little as their conversation changed from coarse humor to an angry discussion about their husband taking a new wife. They obviously were not too pleased with the whole idea. They talked about some rumors that this new wife had a lover, or at least a man that she was in love with. Apparently, the law forbade fornication, because they were talking of how they might have the girl done away with if they could make their husband aware of the rumors. Knowing the answer, I asked Enoch in a whisper, "Can they hear us?" "No," he said out loud, with a voice that echoed slightly through the bottom of the pit. "What are they talking about? Do men take several wives here?" "It's a problem that I have corrected," he answered, "but it will take a while for things to change. When I made them, I granted them too long a life. The old ones become very powerful and hoard all the women and wealth to themselves. It creates a violent atmosphere and unnecessary tension." I didn't even want to ask what he meant by saying, "when I made them." I must have heard him wrong. It would be like I was asking a stupid question. But then, how do you pass up a statement like that? So I asked sheepishly, "Did you say you made them?" "Yes, I made them, not all by myself, but basically it was my doing. The Lord brought me to this planet and assured me that it was mine, and later helped me make these people. He's lying, I said to myself, but to Enoch I said, tell me about it. Making people, he said casually, is one of the simpler things that God does. Everything else he does by his word power, which requires faith. He simply speaks things into existence. That's why his name is Word. In all of heaven he has always been called by that name. If we have time before you go back to earth, I will show you how he speaks things into existence. But when he makes people, he doesn't speak them into existence. They are the result of his hands. He actually builds them like you might build a spaceship, and then he breathes them to life. Now that part's not so easy, but he helped me do it with these people, and as you can see, I did a fair job. It was at this point that I totally lost faith in Enoch. His boasting had changed from unbelievable to ridiculous, and I was sure that he was lying. In fact, I proposed right then to tell the Lord if I ever saw him again. The fact that people were there was unquestionable. A few minutes before, I would not have even believed that, but I was watching them, and they had to get there somehow. But to believe that they were made with someone's hands was simply too much. We didn't discuss the point anymore, partly because I didn't believe him, and partly because he directed my attention up the stone steps. I had been so involved in the conversation that I forgot all about the women. There she comes now, he said. Who? I asked. The girl the women have been so concerned about. Her name is Leza. Coming down the steps was a beautiful young woman, wearing what must have been a new leather dress, which made her look much like any earth woman. The leather was very thin and finely tanned, so much so that at first I thought she wore cloth. Her hair was dark brown and braided down both sides, hanging in a pretty sort of way over the front of each shoulder. She had a clay pot in each hand and presumably was coming to collect water. She bowed gracefully and respectfully to the women who both sneered at her openly. She, obviously shy and nervous in their presence, went directly to the pool. As soon as the pots were full, she hurriedly started back up the steps. Suddenly she stopped. She turned toward the women and said emotionally, I want no part in this marriage and you know that, so why do you treat me the way you do? Maury wives only bring us grief, snapped one of them who seemed a little shocked by the confrontation. I have prayed with all my heart that this would not happen, returned Leza. Prayers, sneered the other, now standing with her legs wide apart and her head thrust forward. You press around showing off your womanhood. You have set. Leza broke into tears and ran up the steps splashing water as she went. I suppose that you are going to tell me that she prays to you, I said, looking at Enoch with intentional sarcasm in my voice. I'm not God, if that's what you mean, he huffed back at me. But yes, effectively, I'm the one who will answer her prayers if God chooses to make a response. This is my world, my people, and my responsibility. What are you going to do about Leza? I have already dealt with the problem in a general way. Like I told you, initially I granted them too long a life, and they become too powerful and corrupt. They no longer live as long as they used to, but the old ones have not all died out yet. They still have the ability to be physically renewed and can live as much as 1,000 years or so. It takes time for things to change. Then you won't answer her prayers? I more or less chided. I knew I was putting the old man on the spot, but I was full of disbelief. Why I didn't believe I don't actually know, but I didn't. And why he didn't zap me back to Earth is beyond me when I think about it. I would have zapped him if I had been in his place. Instead, he just snapped back an answer. You can't go around answering every petition that people make. If I answer the prayer of one person, I start several more praying just by the effect I made. If I then answer all their prayers, which are mostly contrary to one another, I create chaos. They don't know how to pray because they don't see anything but the effect of life on themselves. And besides, their God is made of wood and is covered with gold. He didn't say anything else for quite a while, and I knew I had made him a little mad, perhaps more than a little mad, but he contained himself and finally continued. The old man that she doesn't want to marry, he is old and powerful because I made him capable of becoming a very generous person, and those who are part of his structure of power see him the same way. Because of his wisdom, the land around these parts is safe to dwell on. The women can come here without fear of beast or man. His soldiers have plenty and their families are secure. He taxes the common folk by taking a portion of their produce and their choice of women, but he sees it as part of the price of having a peaceful kingdom. He doesn't have a lot of wives. Enoch stopped momentarily. He wrinkled up his nose and lifted one eyebrow like he was having trouble agreeing with himself. Then he continued. He does have too many to keep them all happy, but most of the women taken by him are not for himself. They are for his various leaders. His laws on marriage have kept peace in these parts for hundreds of years. In other areas of the country where less law is present, it is common to find rape, wars, and hunger, most often provoked by man's lust for women and power. When he stopped talking, I could tell that he had just begun to verbalize his thoughts, but with a wave of his hand, he dismissed the subject as though it was senseless to make an explanation to the likes of me. "Can you help Lezer at all?" I asked. "Well, El could kill the old man," he said sarcastically. He then looked at me like my input would be valuable, but somehow I knew better. He was baiting me. When I didn't respond, he went on. To kill him would throw the whole community into confusion, and she would probably be stolen by a pillaging tribe before the year was out. If I give the old man time to die naturally, he will have time to establish the younger men. He has already begun to do this because he is wise and senses that his time is running out. The way I normally help people like Lezer is to grant her contentment once the inevitable happens. She will look back on this time of sorrow and thank her little wooden gods that things worked out so well. I can give her a love for her new husband and him a love for her. He can give her a life she never dreamed of before. She will be able to bring her parents into a whole new level of life. She could get her brothers in the best positions of authority. She can find her sisters the best husbands anywhere around. He could tell that his answer had not satisfied my passion for heroics. I could understand the logic in all that he said, and could tell that there were many other factors going through his mind that he didn't want to take the time to explain. Still, the pain of Lezer was a concern to me. I show you one example of mortal anxiety, and you want to make a divine intervention. There are thousands of cases more traumatic than this silly girl. Did you not see her rosy cheeks, her healthy body in the full flower of life? She only thinks she has a serious problem. I can show you those who are starving, those whose husbands beat them. I can go on and on with real problems that make this look like no problem at all. Divine intervention is occasionally the answer, but not in the way you think. I brought you to this place to show you that there were people living here. That's it. You must forget Lezer. Come, I will show you their hope. Chapter 6. A Deadly Riddle. I was following a little behind Enoch as he briskly climbed the stairs, going upward from the well, but we were only part way up those stone steps when the whole scene changed without the slightest warning. Enoch had somehow swept us away in his transporting powers, and we arrived on a hillside sloping the opposite direction from the steps. When my foot didn't find the expected footing, I fell face downward in tall, dry grass. "Whoa," I hollered as I hopelessly tried to gain my balance. "You need to give some warning when you do that." Enoch threw his head back and laughed hilariously while dancing a little jig all the way around me. His mirth soon made me laugh, and we ended up sitting on the grass feeling very light of spirit and acting little different than a couple of schoolboys. Something seemed to happen in the midst of our laughter. I felt him relax toward me, or perhaps it was something in me toward him. Regardless, I felt a certain unexplainable closeness come over us. I thought that he was actually starting to like me, and perhaps to accept the fact that I also had a right to be in heaven. Our laughter turned to a comfortable silence as we lay there in the warmth of that mountain hillside. The evening air was dry and the sun hot. The grass we were resting on was lying flat and drying in the summer sun like wind-blown hay. There were wild flowers in bloom in random patches all over the landscape, standing just above the dried grass. Just a few trees were there, short, twisted trees that reminded me somehow of faceless, withered-up old men their trunks fat and bulging, their branches few and scrubby. Their tops just quit like they had run into a barrier, with branches reaching straight out and then down. We lay there in the grass for a long time, and I began to wonder why I was there, and why this famous historical man was showing me a planet. I pondered those thoughts in complete silence, hearing nothing but the faint rustle of dried grass and an occasional snap and flutter as grasshoppers launched themselves in aimless wanderings. I began to think about the last few hours, and the more I thought, the more I wondered if they might let me stay. I also wondered if I was still human. The Lord said he wasn't human, I reasoned. I wonder if I'm human. Enoch told me that God's kids would be like him. Am I like him? We've been doing things that humans can't do. I haven't eaten in a long time and I'm not hungry or weak. I haven't slept either and I'm not tired. We travel instantly wherever we want and we're invisible to mortals. Maybe I'm a god, wouldn't that be something? But that's what Enoch said, isn't it? He said you couldn't describe God's children as humans because humans beget humans and God begets his own kind. That must mean he sires gods, and that must mean that I'm a god. Suddenly the thought seemed a certainty, and I proudly blurted, "Hey, Enoch, I'm a god, are I?" "All men are sons of the Most High," he returned rather dryly. "Their father Adam rightfully boasts that he is a son of God. Nevertheless, he and all his posterity are under the curse of death, and dead gods aren't worth much, no matter how you look at it." "Come on, Enoch, be serious. I'm talking about what you said earlier, that we could be like him. He's not going to die. What I want to know is, am I like him? I know I'm not 50 feet tall and all that, but I am like him, aren't I? I'm not going to die. That matter is decided on earth, not here, and I'm not the judge of such things." "Yes, but you know, now tell me, Enoch, he won't care. Am I a god or not? Obviously I'm not dead, so I must be a god." "You don't even know what death is," he answered in a condescending sort of way. "You have always equated death with non-existence, but you were wrong. There's no such state for mankind. They will always exist because they were made like God. Death is a term that describes separation, not a lack of existence. And there are two deaths, not one. The first death is to be separate from the mortal body. The second is a separation from God, to a realm called outer darkness, where there is no light at all, nor anything of substance." "But I am a god," I said stubbornly, not really wanting to listen to something that seemed so abstract. "Like I said, all men are gods who will die like men, yet some are destined to live." "Well, obviously, I'm one of the living," I answered with self-provoked confidence. He didn't answer me. Instead, he got huffily to his feet with an expression on his face that said, "Believe whatever you want, stupid." "Hey, I believe you," I said, looking up at him. "No, you don't," he snapped, and his face seemed to look older than I had ever seen it. "You don't seem able to believe anything that counts. You don't even believe what you can see, and you always argue over what you can't. You sit here on this planet and don't believe God gave it to me because it's too big a thought for you. You don't believe I made these people because you've never seen it done. You don't believe God gave me a host of angels because you haven't seen them. But you will see them, and not because you deserve it either. If you don't believe those things, how will you believe the truth concerning life and death?" He wheeled around and seemed to be walking through a cloud of fleeing grasshoppers and dancing butterflies. I followed slowly at a short distance, wondering why things had to be so complicated. I was deep in thought and found myself deliberately smashing grasshoppers as I vented my frustration. Stomp! I ground another grasshopper under my foot. "Dead gods," I said to myself. "How can a person be dead and still alive? It all sounds like a stupid riddle." Stomp. "Now tell me you aren't dead, you little sucker." I slowly caught the old man, and we walked silently while several humming birds kept buzzing around my red shirt, trying to find nectar. Enoch glanced my way, seemingly intrigued by the bird's behavior. He came over to me and seemed to be contemplating where he might put some red on his own clothing, and I was glad for the change of atmosphere that the birds seemed to bring, their wings sounding like small engines as they came close to our ears. They stood perfectly still, sometimes for several seconds, so that we could easily look into their eyes. It was grand to observe their different behaviors, especially their reverse movements as they darted this way and that, their varicolored feathers accentuating their beauty. We continued walking in that atmosphere for half an hour or so until we came to a cliff that looked down on a large portion of nearly flat land. Enoch pointed off in the distance to a river that was 20 or 30 miles away. Right over there where the river narrows, he said, is a settlement of warlike people. One of the old ones still rules there. His name is Nitron. He has captured a young man named Cassie, Harbor's son. We have come to help. This Harbor, is he the hope you spoke of? Enoch only nodded as we walked up to the very edge of the cliff. Directly below, I could see a small stream that must have emerged out of the cliff that we stood upon. On either side of the stream were groups of tents, and below the tents were corralled both cattle and sheep. The air smelled of smoke mixed with the scent of animals. I counted the tents and guessed that there were 20 households living there. A woman was nursing a child at the entrance to one tent. Another woman called to some children who were playing in the red glow of a distant summer sun that refused to drop below the horizon. Several men were working in one location, pounding on hot steel, while others worked with something like a forge. Enoch turned to the right, following the edge of the cliff until we came to a path that wound its way to the bottom. Then, instead of turning back toward the tents, he took us farther down toward the pasture land. We wound around between rolling mounds of earth until we met the stream again, and there sitting by the water was a man whom I guessed to be Harbor. We crossed the stream just in front of him, watching from a slightly elevated position. He was sitting on a rock right at the water's edge. In his hand was a stick that he kept poking into the water with meaningless little jabs. "Lord," he said, "I need to have an answer from you." I looked at Enoch, but he just watched. As I stood there, I couldn't help but wonder how many times they had done the same thing to me. The more I thought about it, the more it felt wrong to stand there and eavesdrop on the poor, unsuspecting man, so I kicked a rock into the water. "Quit," Enoch blasted, and I thought for a moment that he might hit me. "I was just fooling around," I said, defending myself. "You don't have to act so sober. Don't you feel like an intruder when you eavesdrop on people like this?" "Of course not," he snapped, still agitated. "He's assured of God's continual presence, so why should he care if one of the heirs stands before him? He's not just talking to himself, you know." I looked back toward Harbor, who had waded the stream while Enoch stood there scolding me. Harbor was now standing right under me, looking at the spot where the rock used to be. "Lord," he said, looking straight up at me, "if you don't help, the things you promised can't take place. Please, God, rescue my son." He then turned around and went back to his original seat on the rock. Even though I knew Harbor couldn't see me, and I knew he wasn't talking to me, I was deeply affected by his request. He had talked to God like he was talking to a real person. He didn't holler or cry or use any particular chant. He just talked, person to invisible. We hadn't been there but a few moments when a woman came down to where Harbor was seated. She had a gourd in her hand with something hot inside. After she gave him the liquid, she stood silently beside him with her small hand on his shoulder while he remained seated on the rock sipping the liquid. She stood there almost as if posing for us. She was handsome, tall, and slim, with black hair hanging loose to her shoulders. She looked younger than her husband by several years, and her face contained a stately beauty, yet her eyes revealed signs of stress. She stood there beside him for several minutes while neither spoke. Finally, she asked, "What are we going to do?" He put his arm around behind her. Reaching up, he took hold of her hip and affectionately squeezed her. "I'm not sure yet," he answered. "You can't just sit here doing nothing while they kill your son," she said more pleadingly than anything else, but I could tell that she was chiding him just a little. "It's important that I do the right thing, Eras," he answered, and now there was a slight agitation in his voice. "I can't carelessly risk everyone's life, you know that. A wrong decision won't help him or us." "Do you think he's all right?" she asked. And then without waiting for an answer, she swung around into his lap and began to weep on his neck. She must have been holding her tears for some time, because once she started crying, there was a very deep sobbing with many tears. Her crying brought tears to Harbour's eyes too, and with their heads pressed tight together, they comforted each other. After a few minutes of quietly holding one another, Harbour said, "They will want to bargain for his life. They are interested in our goods, and they want women and slaves. Until we hear their terms, he will be safe enough. You go back to camp and let me work on a plan." Eras got up without a word, hugged his mostly bald head and walked off up the hill. Harbour watched until she was out of sight and then began to talk again. "God, I've got to know how to deal with this situation. I am your servant, and my son is part of your plan. Please, Lord, answer me. Don't let your enemies prevail. Show me what I should do." About that time, Enoch somehow made himself visible to Harbour. I don't think Harbour ever saw me, and I can't say what Enoch looked like to Harbour, but whatever Harbour saw, it was enough to make him bow clear to the earth. "My Lord," were the only words he spoke. "You have nothing to be afraid of," Enoch said. "Stand upon your feet." Harbour stood up but was apparently speechless. "Your son is not harmed," Enoch informed him. "We are going to use this opportunity to make you a great and respected leader in all these parts." "Thank you, Lord. I am your servant. I will do as you say." "Tomorrow before the sun sets," Enoch said, "there will be a great storm. You will rescue your son at that time, set free the other captives. Your son is only one of several princes who are held captive there. King Nitron is holding hostages from all the cities in this whole valley region. By the morning after tomorrow, there will not be a king in this valley who will not search you out to show you honor. You are to destroy King Nitron and all the heirs to his throne. He has misused his power altogether too long. His army will not resist you once he is dead. Don't be afraid of the storm. In it is the one who fights for you. Take for yourself all the spoils that you and your men can carry upon all the mules that you can find. Take courage, the Lord helps you." I wanted to watch the expressions on Harbour's face, but we were gone. Indeed, the scene changed so quickly that my brain staggered a bit. Suddenly we were standing beside a young man, possibly 20 years old, and I soon concluded that it had to be Cassie, the son of Harbour. He was filthy dirty, sitting on the ground with his hands tied behind him, fixed securely to a post. His feet were also tied to another post in front of him, and I could tell by the look on his face that the pain of being held in that position was unbearable. The prisoners were apparently fed while still tied, because the fronts of them were a terrible mess, as though someone just dumped food in their faces. The ground, and their bodies too, were being cleaned by ants that were busily crawling all over the place, stealing their evening meal. The smell was terrible also, as though the prisoners were not even given latrine privileges. Off to one side of us was a little open shack with 2 guards inside. They were noisily eating a melon that had been evidently just split open, because juice was still running down the doorpost. My anger was so great at this brief encounter that I was honestly shocked when we left without helping. But we did leave, having been there less than a minute. I would have gladly killed those guards myself, needing no more evidence than what I saw, but we were gone, and I knew that Cassie's hope lay in his father's success. Next we were actually standing on the rim of the clouds that had shone so red in the distant sunset. From our new position, the sun had not set at all. It looked like a huge red fuzzy ball about to strike the planet. The splendor of it all, however, did not remove the question that troubled my mind. "You are not the Lord," I said to Enoch. "Why is it that you let Harbour think you were?" "To him I am Lord," Enoch returned. "I am totally confused," I confessed. "Who was it that we met by the fire the other day?" "That was the Lord," he said, with a smirkish grin on his face. "Now be serious," I pleaded. "Both of you can't be the Lord." "I am the Lord of this planet, because the Lord made me so. He is the Lord of heaven and earth, but this is my place of responsibility. The Lord specifically prepared this place for me before I arrived in heaven. Everything was ready when I got here, except for these people, and the Lord showed me how to make them. To these people I am indeed Lord. Lord simply means sovereign or monarch, and I am their sovereign monarch. If the Lord, as you call him, wants something done here, he doesn't tell them, he tells me. He's not merely the Lord, you see, he's the Lord of lords and the King of kings. Am I going to end up like you? I asked. Not like me, like him. He pointed his finger up, and there to my shock, sitting on a cloud, was the same one who had come last time like a shooting star. He had been there all along, quietly listening to our conversation. Chapter 7. An Angel Named Decadence. Are you enjoying your visit? The Lord asked as our cloud somehow rose upward, merging with the one he sat on. Very much so, I answered. Then you don't want me to answer your wife's prayers. I was suddenly embarrassed because I had not thought of Nancy since whenever it was that I came to heaven. The past had been as less than a dream, but now Nancy came into sharp focus. She must be going through the greatest stress of her life, I immediately thought. I had no way of answering him except to say very seriously, I am your servant, Lord. He said no more about Nancy, but he did squeeze my shoulder with a strong, affectionate hand. We all sat down on the cloud together, and I watched them pull the cloud into a sort of chair configuration. Why not, I thought, wiggling my hips until the cloud formed around me just right. Then, scooping up an armful, I shoved it behind my head and leaned back into it. They were watching with amusement as I played with my newfound toy, and since there seemed to be no hurry, I took my time until everything was just right, including a footrest. I thought I would come over and watch the angels work, the Lord said, after I had reclined comfortably in my chair. I saw a slight grin on his face when he said those words. It made me look behind me. Evidently, while I was playing with my part of the cloud, a large number of angels had assembled. I looked around from my handiwork and realized that our cloud was arranged like a stage in front of an amphitheater, and the amphitheater was full of angels. There were lots of angels that looked like the ones I had first seen, but these didn't have swords, nor were they wearing armor. There must have been at least 200 of them standing there in spectacular formation. I felt kind of stupid, having fooled around with my chair so long while all those splendid beings looked at me. And I had arranged my chair so that I was in a good position to watch Enoch and the Lord, but now I realized that it was positioned wrong for what obviously was about to take place. I took a handful of cloud and quickly shaped it like a steering wheel. Pretending like I had the wheel of a car in my hand, I turned it, and to my joy and surprise, my seat turned just where I wanted it. I managed a rather smug grin, and everyone laughed, taking a huge load of pressure off the moment. "Shall I, my lord?" Enoch asked after everything had settled down. "This is your territory," the Lord answered, "your planet and your angels." When the Lord spoke, it was as though he were talking to me. I might have been imagining it, but he did look at me, and I wondered if he knew my doubts. I looked away from him nervously as Enoch called an angel forward by the name of Isla, and now that Isla was standing up close, I could tell more about him than before. The bright appearance, which I had earlier considered to look like stainless steel, didn't quite appear such up close. His exterior was more pores than metal, more like skin, and the brightness seemed not to be an external thing at all. Rather, it was as though Isla was bright inside, and the brightness shone through the skin. His face was like that of a human, but with slightly less inner brightness than his body. Looking around, I saw that they were all different except for this peculiar brightness. Their faces were as varied in appearance as that of humans, each having his own unique characteristics. Enoch got right down to business as he addressed Isla. "Tomorrow at sunset, I want a storm that will make King Nitrone and his army think their world is coming to an end. Be careful not to hurt the captives that are there. Be careful also not to hurt Harbor or his men. They are preparing to rescue the captives. Starting tonight, send a spirit of unrest among Nitrone and his army so that they will suspect the worst when the storm comes. Scatter them in every direction. One more thing, make Harbour look good before all who meet him, cause him to surprise himself and all who have known him. I want the fear of him and a respect for him to be established in all these parts. Isla bowed smartly as he glided backward into the ranks of the others. Then, with no apparent signal, the whole group went upward slowly, together like a squadron, and to my surprise, they merged with many times their number, who obviously had been standing by above us. I was spellbound by their orderly configuration and the vast quantity of them. And then, as they merged, their direction changed magically, and at that moment their speed greatly accelerated in a most impressive way, such that in hardly a moment they were gone. I was astonished at their numbers, the multiplied thousands of them. Surely there must have been more angels than there were people on Gath. With that kind of backup, how could anyone lose the war? Reflecting my amazement, I asked, "Are there any angels like that back home?" They both broke into laughter. "Well, are there?" I pressed them, not willing to accept laughter as an answer. "Around planet Earth, there are more angels than you could count," the Lord answered, still half laughing. "They are the servants of those who shall be heirs of the eternal realm. At the present time, however, unemployment is very high. The more knowledgeable man gets, the more he trusts his own wisdom. He looks no more to the spiritual realm for help." "What do you mean, they are the servants of the heirs?" "Actually, they are my servants. They do what I want. But what I want is for them to function on behalf of the children. For that very purpose they were created. Here now is an angel of a different type." And he pointed back toward the amphitheater. When I lowered my eyes, I saw a different sort of angel, more splendid than the others, his face very beautiful, more beautiful than the face of any man I had ever seen. In fact, I couldn't think of ever before considering a man's face as being beautiful. He was dressed in black, tight-fitting black, perhaps silk, that revealed an extraordinary muscular build. Mr. Universe himself, I thought, but without the inner glow. In his earlobe was a diamond, 3 carats at least, and on his fingers were beautiful rings. He wore black slippers with braided gold shoelaces. Up his tight-fitting pant legs and shirt sleeves, gold was woven like stitching. Down the front of his lapel was more gold stitching, and his handsome wide belt was made of thick braided platinum. The buckle was large and black, perhaps black ivory, and written on it in shiny letters of pure platinum was the word decadence. There was one other thing that struck me as peculiar when I observed the angel. He had a smirkish confidence on his face that caused me to look at the Lord with surprise. The Lord leaned over toward me, his shoulder against my own. He said, "This one is the cherub over this region. He serves the prince of the air powers." "Who is the prince?" I whispered. "There's no need to whisper," he said. "Decadence doesn't know we are here. The prince is named Cuffler. It is by his power that Decadence has ruled this valley. You notice the smirk on his face. It is there because his freedom to reign on Gath has never been challenged, and that freedom has given him the delusion that he can't be defeated. This is his first encounter with Enoch in many, many years, ever since the Great War when they were cast down and restricted to this planet." I looked at Enoch, who had been quietly listening to our conversation. Both the Lord and Enoch seemed very satisfied to leave the angel standing there while we talked. "Do you remember me telling you about the Lord bringing me all those angels?" Enoch asked, while shifting his cloud slightly so that it faced more specifically in my direction. "Yes, I remember," I said quickly, fearing that Enoch was about to tell the Lord about my disbelief. "The Lord gave them into your charge to help map out the galaxy Somsoc." "No," he answered, "I didn't say that he gave them into my charge. I said that he gave them to me. There is a difference. The angels were not given to fulfill a task. They were given as a gift, and I assigned them to the task of determining the length and breadth of galaxy Somsoc. They spent many years doing the work that I had asked them to do while I reviewed their reports and visited the points of interest. There were long seasons of time when I was gone altogether, because the Lord and I enjoyed being together. He was always busy preparing places for the children on earth, and I became fascinated by how he did it. He could make a sun to shine as easily as you can turn on a light switch on your planet Earth. I glanced over at the Lord. It's not that I didn't believe that he could do anything he wanted to do. It's just that it's a little hard to believe that he could do it that easily. It really is very easy once you know how, the Lord answered me. Everything of value comes with difficulty, but once you figure it out, then it becomes quite simple. Electricity was very hard for some to discover and harder yet to harness, but once done, light bulbs become rather routine. Look around at all the lights. My father taught me how before time began. Night had settled in around us without my being aware. I looked around at all the stars. To him, they were merely light bulbs that lit the heavens, and while I was looking, Enoch continued his account of the angels. The Lord was enlarging heaven, preparing places for the children, and I would go with him just for the pleasure of it, occasionally returning to Somsok to see how the angels were coming on. They would show me reports and take me to points of interest, which often took a lot of time, and then I would go again to watch the Lord work, and better yet, to help him work. If you will remember, I told you that there were 4 main angels that stood superior to the others. One of them, as it turned out, took a disliking to me. He resented the fact that God gave me such an inheritance. His name is Kufla. For some reason I was not aware that he hated me, but he did, and his hatred had been growing for hundreds of years. Slowly, through words of dissension, Kufla turned a large portion of the angels against me. I trusted them and loved them very much, but as happens occasionally among free beings, there were some who began to resent my leadership. Ironically, the Lord knew all along what was taking place, while I rested peacefully in my naivete. To make a very long story short, there came a point when Kufla, the choicest of the 4 great ones, attempted a coup. He might have succeeded, since his plan was so cleverly devised and his intentions wisely concealed, but the Lord helped me and literally saved me from extinction. The war was fierce and destructive to many angels, both good and bad, but in the end Kufla was defeated and his major powers removed. He was banished with his associates to this planet, where he will remain until his time is fulfilled. This one before you is one of Kufla's associates, an underling actually, when you compare their powers. I looked again at the angel before us. Obviously, my initial concern for Enoch's safety was unfounded. If Enoch had beaten them once and taken away their major powers, then he should be safe enough from the awesome personage called decadence. What had me baffled was some of the reasoning behind the banishment. Why would you banish Kufla and his conspirators to this planet? Gath is where the people are. Why not send him somewhere where there is no one to influence? There were no people here at that time, Enoch quickly assured me. Then, even worse, why did you put people on a planet where Kufla lives? For 2 reasons, the Lord answered. First, all higher forms of life, such as humans and angels, must have the right to choose their king. They are free agents with the power to choose their kind of government. So when Enoch made these people, they had a clear choice. The first human on Gath had the choice to choose Enoch or Kufla. Since Kufla was a liar, and a cunning one at that, the choice was made to make Kufla king, a choice that even Enoch must respect. He made them free. The second reason is yet a mystery, especially to Kufla. Humans were put here to bring judgment upon Kufla. Humans were made different than angels. They are for only a little while less than the angels because they have the power to become the children of God. When they again pledge their allegiance to God, they become more powerful than Kufla. Not in their present life, but in their life to come. Even in their present life, when they make God their king, Kufla loses his powers over them. They can become a tremendous frustration to Kufla, and eventually the very ones to whom he said, "I am your God," will judge him. Observe the situation with decadence, and you will understand better. We all turned toward the beautiful angel. Suddenly, the angel spoke. Having seen Enoch, I don't think he ever saw me or the Lord, his voice not entirely matching his appearance, but perfectly matching the prideful look on his face. I was expecting a booming male voice, but instead he spoke with the sound of a pre-adolescent boy. "By what authority did you summon me here and make me wait?" he screamed hatefully, and his beauty fell away as though it were a flimsy facade. This planet belongs to Kufla, and these people have made their choice. I am their god. Things change, answered Enoch confidently. You lie, stormed Decadence. Nothing has changed. Nitrone is mine, and you know it. You have no authority here. Nitrone is a dead man, answered Enoch. Even if you take his life, Decadence answered, his son is mine and his army is mine. They are all mine. You have no authority here. Enoch apparently grew tired of the conversation because he stood up and answered very hotly. Harbor is not yours. He has chosen me. As of this day, he will show himself stronger than Nitrone because I have come to help him. Decadence now sounded like an irate schoolboy who has just gotten a cigarette slapped out of his mouth. He seemed to lose control of his emotions altogether. A tantrum, that's what it was. He was having a schoolboy tantrum, and the only thing missing was tears. I could hardly believe my eyes. He stamped his feet, pushed out his bottom lip, and looked like he was going to cry. But his actions were by no means fearful. I'll teach you to mess in my domain, he screamed, while raising his right arm up over his head. Then, with all 5 fingers pointed toward Enoch, he thrust his arm forward. From his fingers came a visible force like lightning and a tremendous explosion. Enoch, though, raised his right arm, almost casually, and with the back of his hand easily deflected the thrust of energy as though it were nothing at all. With one smooth step forward, he repositioned himself and swung his left arm, hitting Decadence with his open hand. The sound was nothing like the sound of hitting human flesh. It sounded like that of a huge tree crashing to hard earth, and Decadence was instantly on his face begging for mercy, his whimpering voice a disgusting sound. Suddenly the cloud that we sat on rose up to meet Enoch as if it were a gigantic throne. Silence, Enoch commanded, now seated high above Decadence, and his word was utterly shattering, even more frightful than the blow of his hand. Indeed, so powerful was that single word that I am quite certain that all of planet Gath was momentarily silenced. Enoch looked down at Decadence from that spectacular throne as if he were contemplating splattering him with another word. Finally he said, "You have perverted justice in every conceivable form. You have used your spiritual powers to turn these people against God and his appointed Lord by convincing them that you are God. They burn incense to you in every home. Your power among them is hereby removed, and you are banished from this valley. I look forward to the day in judgment when these very people whom you deceived shall torment you in the eternal punishment." "That is part of the mystery," the Lord said, turning toward me. "The mystery that Kufla doesn't understand yet. The one who exalts himself as God shall be judged by those he humiliated. His everlasting end shall be unbearable, humiliating, and irrevocable." Enoch gestured, and 2 angels, who must have been standing nearby, came immediately, each with a sword in his hand. They took Decadence between them and escorted him from our presence and obviously away from the valley region. Enoch's chair was now beside us again, and he sat there apparently deeply affected by the whole event. Turning to the Lord, he asked, "Why do we allow the wicked principalities to be here at all?" "Enoch, Enoch," the Lord said encouragingly, "you know the answer to that. The people must choose their God just as you did, and with that choice they will spend eternity. Unfortunately, they tend only to believe what they want to see, and they want pleasure above everything else. They will forfeit the chance to be like you for almost any kind of immediate pleasure." Looking at me, the Lord said, "Now that this prince is gone, Harbor will be able to represent the truth, and some will believe, but most will not listen. Nevertheless, a people will emerge on Gath who choose God above everything else, just as Enoch did so many years ago." "Am I going to be given a planet?" I asked, but having spoken, I wished for the world that I could have retracted the question. The Lord looked at me like I had missed all that he wanted me to see, and I didn't think he was going to answer at all. Finally, he said, "There are plenty of planets around, plenty enough for me to give you a lot more than one. There is also a lot more to rule in heaven than mere real estate. It's not the time for me to tell you of your future. Be satisfied with the fact that I have prepared a place for you, and know that it will keep you occupied for many ages to come. Chapter 8. A Wound for a Prince of Darkness. There is an interesting thing about heaven. You don't have to stop and eat, you don't need sleep, and there is no need for a bathroom break either. It's amazing what you can do with so much time. While the people on Gath were getting ready to sleep, we had commissioned Harbour to accomplish an event that would make him well known for the rest of his life and an historical figure. During the sunset, we instructed the angels about diversion tactics for the next evening. Just after dark, we defrocked the spiritual prince who ruled all those parts. In virtually a few minutes, we had changed the course of history, and it was going to take hundreds, even thousands of years to see the exact outcome. "What do you want to do while they sleep?" the Lord asked. "We could go watch Harbour get his people together," Enoch answered thoughtfully. Enoch is so interested in Harbour's success that he can hardly think of anything else, the Lord said, smiling. "That's true, Lord," Enoch confessed, "but I'll do whatever you want. You are always aware of what Harbour is doing, no matter where we go," the Lord returned. "I was thinking of something more interesting to Matt. We could go and watch Nitron's army have bad dreams," Enoch responded again, trying to fit in. "That would be a bit more fun." "I'll bet the angels dream up some pretty good things," the Lord answered, "but it would be more fun to watch decadence report to Cuffler. You're becoming a real troublemaker, Enoch, you know that, don't you? And from here on out, it will only get better." I could tell that Enoch liked the idea, and without a word we took off flying. Every time they made a move like that I went with them, and they never touched me, but for the life of me I couldn't tell how it happened. I am convinced, however, that a jet fighter pilot gets a little of the same delight when he travels a couple thousand miles per hour down close to the ground. The main difference was that there was nothing surrounding us like the cockpit of a plane. We were out in the open, but strangely enough, there was no friction whatsoever, as if the air wasn't there. We caught up with Decadence just past the range of mountains surrounding the valley on the west, and the Lord was in a playful mood. I think that what he did next was purely for my benefit. When we approached Decadence, our speed was considerably more than his. I thought for a moment that we would literally blow him to smithereens by sheer impact, but like skilled fighter pilots, at the last possible moment, all three of us separated and went around him on different sides. Now that sounds like fun, but if you're not in control and it looks like you are going to splatter up against someone, the experience lends more than a simple thrill. I put on all the brakes I had, but since I didn't have any, all I could do was scream while Enoch and the Lord watched my wild-looking expressions. As soon as we passed Decadence, which was a most radical maneuver, we all came back together again. Enoch and the Lord were laughing so hard that I thought we were going to crash into each other. As soon as I could work up a smile, realizing that everything was under control, we started a barrel roll. It happened like this. All three of us shot straight forward, but now each of our angles was a little different. In other words, I was headed slightly up, and they were headed slightly down, while all of us had an outward angle. As soon as I realized what we were doing, I thought of the fighter pilots at air shows. All we need is a tracer to make this really spectacular, I thought. I had no more than thought it when each of us started putting off a white trail like the jets sometimes do, and when I held out my arms, jet streams came off each hand as well. Only a few seconds had gone by since we had passed Decadence, but with the tremendous speed that we had, he was already out of sight, and except for the white trail, the Lord and Enoch were out of sight also. All of a sudden the barrel roll began, and we were making a rather tight circle back toward a central position, headed for Decadence. This time I tried to relax, but when I saw Decadence, I found myself braced again. At the very last instant, we separated around Decadence and started another roll back again. Somehow I got a glimpse of Decadence as we flashed past. He was in some sort of a trance. His eyes were open wide and bugged out, yet glazed over like someone in shock. He was fearful, that's what it was, but not of us, because he didn't know we were around. The Lord had hidden us from his vision, and we were able to follow closely as he sped across the mountaintops toward the setting sun. Soon it was broad daylight, for we were moving considerably faster than the planet was rotating. After possibly an hour of travel, Decadence stopped at the edge of a large crater, and we stopped to watch him. The crater was at the top of a range of mountains far removed from harbor. Inside the crater was a lake, and from the position we were in, I could look down at the water. I noticed immediately that the waters were a strange color of green, as if foul and stagnant, not a lot different than split pea soup. Decadence walked along the edge of the crater for a short distance and then came back. He looked nervous, and from the way that he behaved, I was sure that he was near the dwelling of Kuffler. Possibly this was their meeting place, I thought. Decadence sat down on the edge of the rocks looking despondent, muttering to himself, and using numerous profanities. In fact, it seemed that his whole vocabulary was one big list of profanity. He would start a thought that seemed to have meaning, and then slip into an apparent state of incoherence, as though he were having a breakdown of his nervous system. He stood up again, packing back and forth, cursing as he went. He walked to the edge of the crater and looked in, and then walked away again. After doing that several times, he stopped at the crater's edge and then dove toward the green waters below. At first I thought he might be committing suicide, but to my shock, the Lord and Enoch dove in right behind him, and of all times for them to do something different, I didn't automatically go with them, yet I knew that I was supposed to follow. I looked at the water, which was probably 500 feet away. I hesitated, but I am proud to admit that it was only for a moment. As I fell toward the water, I never felt more susceptible to injury, but when I hit I never felt anything. Immediately I caught up to the Lord, and we descended, I am sure, to a depth of more than 1,000 feet. It was amazing that we could see in those slimy waters, and even more amazing that not a drop clung to our forms. I am sure that a human eye would not have penetrated so much as even 1 inch of its depth, but we saw through it with ease. The lake became a shaft after 1,000 feet or so, and we followed the shaft deep into the earth. The shaft was a vent to an old volcano, I realized, and soon we arrived at the volcano's dome, which supported the lake itself. Together, side by side with Decadence, we passed through that volcanic barrier. Once past the dome, we were no longer in water. Instead, we were in a large cavern. I had expected to find lots of steam and pools of molten lava, or even a solid mass of molten lava. Instead, it was cool and damp, a dark, cool, damp, slimy place, as though the green waters from above oozed down through the porous dome. The place was dimly lit with gaseous-looking balls of soft, glowing light, a very weak sort of light, like a puff of steam vaporized and somehow energized with low voltage. It didn't take long to realize that the lights didn't stand still. When we first arrived, the lights were all around the room in a symmetrical sort of way, but they soon began to cluster, making some areas more visible than others, while Decadence paced the floor of the large cavern. The Lord noticed that I was caught up with the little gaseous, dimly glowing balls. "Demons," he said, his voice sounding so out of character in that quiet place. The only other sound I heard was the irregular dripping of water and the buzzing of something that sounded like flies, but in the darkness, I was unable to see what was buzzing. "So that's what demons look like," I said. "They are bodiless spirits," the Lord answered, "always in search of a body to live in. When they find one, you can see what they really look like by the way they manifest their nature. They are all evil and anti-God by nature." The demons had not reacted to the Lord's voice, nor did Decadence, who was still packing. I saw 3 of the demons suddenly dart away from the cluster, speeding past us toward the end of the large room. Just before reaching the end of the room, they turned, dipped downward, and disappeared through an unseen opening. Decadence was still packing, his lips moving, but no audible words coming from his mouth. He looked like someone who was high on drugs, but knowing he wasn't made me wonder what could possibly make him so fearful. A voice roared through the room, "Decadence, what kind of bad news brings you here?" Decadence literally trembled, his knees knocking together, and his hands looked like he had palsy. I'm not kidding. I could actually hear his knees knocking together as he walked toward the entrance with great difficulty. Like a whipped dog, he made his way toward the end of the room, with us on either side of him, the Lord on one side, Enoch and I on the other, as though escorting him. We passed through a low opening, and I must say that I expected to see a more spectacular figure than Decadence when we turned that corner, but I was disappointed. The figure I saw was somewhat human in appearance, but it was neither male nor female, that much I could easily detect. At times, I was more inclined to think that it was male because of the booming voice. But I quickly discerned that he, I shall call it a he for the sake of description, was neither male nor female because he was naked, and all of his bodily parts were displayed openly. He had long hair which I think would have been considered beautiful had it been on a woman. His body was more womanlike but completely undeveloped, especially in the breast area. His face was more like that of a man but painted with makeup. I got the impression that we had caught him unprepared, because the eyebrows, normally plucked, had stubble showing through the faded-out black makeup. His lips were thin but painted to be wide, but again the makeup was smeared and mostly worn off. His eyes were bloodshot like one who suffers greatly with insomnia. The smell was worse than everything else put together. It was not a manure smell, it was more a body smell. But then, to be honest, it was beyond description since I can think of nothing with which to compare it. I will say this, if I had been dependent on normal bodily functions, such as eating and breathing, I am certain that I would have lost my dinner. He was sitting in a large overstuffed chair covered with some kind of fur. He seemed to delight in his nakedness, and though the room was cool, he was sweating. All around him were demons, moving and touching his body as though they were beings of sensuality. He, likewise, moved as though they pleased him greatly, and when they got in his way, he gently moved them as though they might break. The whole scene was grotesque, perverted to the ultimate, and to this day I cannot describe it without becoming both angry and nauseous. Kuffler lashed out at Decadence using words that apparently had a certain power in them, something like the power of suggestion. "You weak, spineless fool," he bellowed, yet he never moved from his pillow of demons, nor did he even glance at Decadence. His mouth moved, and huge bellowing words came out, but his expressions did not at all match his words. Looking at his behavior, I would have expected to hear the voice of a woman, a soft voice, but instead there was the huge male voice. I said that he was more like a woman. Don't get me wrong, I'm not being demeaning in the slightest to the fairer sex. What I am trying to say is that all of his movements and expressions were feminine to an exaggerated degree, and in a perverted sort of way, that is, all but the voice. As I said, his words affected Decadence like the power of suggestion. When he called Decadence a weak, spineless fool, Decadence sank down as though weak, and his spine apparently gave way because he could no longer hold himself off the slimy floor without the use of his arms. "Where have you failed?" Kuffler demanded, still not looking at Decadence, but instead stroking one of the demons lovingly. "King Nitrone is dead, my lord," Decadence answered weakly, his voice forced, as if he were in a choke hold. "So," boomed Kuffler as he lovingly moved a demon away from his mouth. "People die, we have made sure of that fact. What of his son? He is more useful than his father." Decadence hesitated. "Well," screamed Kuffler with such force that the demons momentarily fled, and for the first time Kuffler actually looked at Decadence, his attention now distracted away from his little playmates, his bloodshot eyes full of hate. "He is dead also," confessed Decadence. "The whole family is dead. There is not an heir remaining and the army is scattered. Enoch has commanded it so, and nothing can change it." Kuffler was now sitting erect, his nakedness even more apparent as the demons withdrew slightly. "How?" he demanded more gently, as though information were more important than harshness. "Enoch has ordered them killed, my lord," Decadence answered, his voice now set free from the invisible choke hold. "Impossible," Kuffler boomed again, but then he seemed to relax and sat back a little in his chair, his voice changing to a soft, sensual sound as he caressed one of the demons. "He can't do that. The king chose me, not him. You must be mistaken." "There is no mistake, my lord. Enoch himself cast me out from the valley, and his angels escorted me to the ridge. I could not resist them." Again Cuffler was on the edge of his chair. "Impossible," he said thoughtfully. "He has no authority there. Did you not challenge him?" he asked, his voice suddenly changing to harsh correction. "Yes, my lord," Decadence whined defensively. "I challenged him and struck at him with my greatest force, but he was not the least bit injured. He has grown much different. You would have to see him to believe the difference. And he hit me like I have never been hit before, not even during the war. And his words, my lord, they are awesome." "What did he say?" Cuffler's voice was nervous now. "What did he say?" "He said that Harbour had chosen him above you, my lord." "Who is Harbour?" Cuffler asked angrily, his mouth full of curses. "He is a sojourner, my lord, a gypsy. He has not been in those parts very long. Actually, he doesn't even live in the valley. He lives in the hills. I hardly know him." "You fool," Cuffler shouted. "It is your job to know who is in your valley. You should know them to the smallest detail. I didn't put you in charge of a whole region so that you could become lazy. You should know their every weakness. Surely his wife is weak in some way, or his children. He can become enticed in some way. They all have some weakness that keeps them from looking to God. We planted weakness in them, remember. You didn't do your job, that's all. You didn't do your job. Now get out of my presence until I can decide your punishment." Decadence was unable to stand. He actually had to drag himself from the room, and it was apparent by the speed with which he slithered that he wanted out badly. Cuffler sat back in his chair, his mouth full of oaths. He took one of the demons lovingly in his hand. "Go and get lustful for me, my pet, and get apathetic also. Yes, that should do it. With them we can change Harbour's heart." The little ball of dimness departed like a dancing light. "He can never win," Cuffler said, squeezing his little darlings up in his arms and kissing them one by one. "Enoch has no hope, the fool. They all love me. Every one of them loves me. He offers them love, but I give them sex." He laughed grotesquely and moved his body disgustingly while he bathed himself in demons. "He teaches them discipline and self-restraint, but I offer them freedom. The stupid fool. He hides himself from them, wanting them to search him out, as though he were something special, telling them there is only one God. But I give them you, my little darlings, and they give you a home." He had lowered his voice to almost a whisper, his lips protruding as in a kiss, and the demons were dancing around as though very excited. "I know his weakness," he continued. "He should have killed me when he had the chance. He is proud, that's his weakness. He accused me of being proud and took away my powers, but he's the proud one. He could make them serve him, but he won't because he's too proud. Now they serve me, the fool. They'll never forsake what I have to offer. He offers them eternal life, but I tell them that they will live forever anyhow. And do you know what's funny? It's the truth." And then he laughed with great delight as the demons danced around him. When the messenger arrived with apathetic, it was readily apparent that he was a ho-hummer in all respects, and lustful was a picture of his name. "How would you like a promotion?" was Cuffler's introduction. They each looked at one another and answered as one voice, "Yes, my lord." "Decadence has failed me," Cuffler said, his voice now filled with both disgust toward Decadence and a warning for the new recruits. "Nitrone and all his house are dead, assuming Decadence has made an accurate analysis, and assuming Harbour does what he has been empowered to do. Enoch has helped a man named Harbour who supposedly has chosen God above ourselves. Go and see if this is true. I will join you shortly. Find out if Harbour truly chooses God, and find out if there is anything left of the old power structure. Perhaps Harbour will not do a thorough job. I want you to go to work on Harbour, seduce his children and seduce his wife. Seduce him if at all possible. Bring the most beautiful women to him and his son. Introduce his wife to the kings of the land and his daughters to their sons. Let them all prosper. They will forget God soon enough." Chapter 9. to church with God. After we left Kufla, the Lord turned to me and asked, "What day is it down on earth?" I had so lost track of time that I could not have told him even what year it was, and besides, after just coming out of the pit of darkness, my mind wasn't functioning too well. "I haven't the slightest idea," I answered. "It's Sunday," he returned. "Let's go to church. I want to see some of them praise God, and Harbor won't be ready for hours yet." Thus began the first of several trips to Earth, and this by far the fastest, for the Lord had just finished speaking when suddenly we were standing on a sidewalk on Earth. How he does it, I haven't the slightest idea. What would take man in his best concept of speed, perhaps hundreds of billions of years, we had done quicker than the blink of an eye. We were standing on that sidewalk all dressed up in casual suits, believe it or not, and Enoch was beardless, his hair cut short like mine. The Lord had hair growing about halfway down over his ears, looking about like a modern young lawyer might dress. I couldn't help laughing at the whole thing. They looked as plain everyday as anyone I had ever seen, and I knew what they were. The building we were standing in front of was a massive cathedral-style church, and people were busily filing inside. We joined the crowd and walked into the foyer. As soon as we entered, a couple of young ushers dressed in grey suits met us. Each gave us a bulletin, and one of them, with a most professional sort of grin, escorted us down the center aisle. He positioned us about halfway down in a long bench next to an old woman. I sat between Enoch and the Lord, and it didn't take long to realize that I was the only one who felt a little awkward. Enoch was busily looking over the bulletin, and the Lord was looking around at the people with a smile on his face. I leaned over and whispered to the Lord, "Where are we?" "Chicago," he answered. The church was beautiful, and everything was arranged with a high degree of dignity. In front of us was a massive choir, all dressed in black robes, and they were singing a beautiful anthem. The music was supported by a massive pipe organ that shook the bench we sat on. Everything was organized to the ultimate, but to my surprise, the Lord didn't seem to be paying any attention to the music. He was looking at the old woman next to him. Her clothes were worn, and her stockings had a large run in them. She had a tissue in her hand, and tears were streaming down her face. The Lord leaned over and whispered to me, "She is praying for her children." Then without another word, he stood up and stepped out into the aisle. Enoch and I followed him, and to my surprise, no one noticed what we were doing. We walked right up the center aisle toward the pulpit. The preacher was already on his feet, getting ready to speak, and we walked right up the steps and stood beside him. The Lord nodded for me to come up higher because I had stopped at the bottom of that huge pulpit. After I got up there, at least 10 feet above everyone, there didn't seem to be enough room for all three of us. But then the preacher couldn't feel us, so I squirmed my way in. He must feel pretty important up here, I thought, always looking down on everyone like this. He was standing in a massive pulpit that looked like a solid carving that must have taken years to complete. While I was looking the situation over, the Lord put his hand over the man's sermon notes and looked at me with a grin. "I have my hand on his God," he said. The man stammered some and toyed with his glasses, but somehow didn't lose his composure. I'm not sure what he saw or didn't see, but he kept on talking with hardly a hesitation. "This man," the Lord said, "doesn't even believe in God. This is simply his occupation. He couldn't lead anyone to God if his life depended on it, and without a doubt it does." "Are you going to kill him?" I asked fearfully, thinking that this might be the moment. "I didn't come to kill, I came to bring them life, to make them live forever. I won't shorten his days one moment. You never know, he might figure out what he preaches about. The judgment against him is great, though, because these people are not being directed toward God. They have the right to be led by someone who believes." He turned and walked back down the steps to the main sanctuary and then over to the woman whom he had previously pointed out. Laying his hand on her shoulder, he said, "I have heard your prayers, old woman. I will help your children find the truth." She flushed, took a deep breath, and sat back in her seat as though she might otherwise fall to the floor. Suddenly we were in another church. The lady beside me handed me an open hymnal and apologized for not noticing me before. The singing was not too bad, but in the presence of God, it sure didn't sound ready for review. The minister got up and preached from Ephesians about God having a plan for the fullness of time, the summing up of all things. He preached about this being an age of summing up, the adding up of all things both in heaven and earth, a time when all things reach their fullness. He used as examples the history of man and his very slow progress as compared with the changes of the 19th and 20th centuries. Our age is an age of ages, he said. The Lord whispered to me, "This young man knows the truth. Listen." I guess I was doing what most people do best in church. I thought I was listening, but after he told me to listen, my mind became more focused. The man gave a brief history of the ages: the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, Age of Reason, and Age of Technology. This age we live in, he said, is a summing up of all the ages just as the scriptures predict. In the 1800s we entered the mechanical age, brought on primarily by the steam engine. Those discoveries followed the Reformation and a widespread interest in God, rather than religion. At the turn of the 20th century, we entered the age of the combustion engine. During the same time, the Spirit of God was making himself known to man as never before since the time of the apostles. Then things began to accelerate. In 1945, we entered the atomic age. In 1947, the transistor started the computer age. In 1951, the age of the nuclear reactor was begun. In 1953, we discovered the structure of genes, which began the biotechnology age. In 1957, Sputnik began the space age, and in 1959, the integrated circuit introduced the micro age. All of that took place while most of you were unaware that you live in a special age. Some say that we have just entered the age of man, but the scriptures reveal that this summing up of ages, this tremendous acceleration of accumulated wisdom, is pointing toward the end of the age. What will happen toward the end of the age? He asked, his voice strong now, as though speaking to a large crowd. The good news about God and his government will be preached to the whole earth. That's what will happen. And by the power of that word, the children of God will be born until God's glory covers the earth, and then the glorious end will come. This young man, the Lord said, is not far from the center of the target, but look around you. He got up and again no one noticed what we were doing. He took me on a walk down the aisles. I always wondered how preachers did what they did, and now I wondered more. A man on the front row had completely lost it. He wasn't fast asleep, but his eyes were shut, and slumber covered him like a fog. Some young people in the back were feigning attention with one eye forward and the other attending to foolishness. One girl had a squirt gun that she kept using. Another had a rubber band, cocked and ready for action. Some were passing pictures back and forth. We went down a center aisle and found a man who was listening intently. The Lord touched both the man and his wife, saying, "These two are the only ones here who care." Then, looking at the preacher, he said, "In the long run, I will give that man an audience." Then we walked out the door toward the street. But before we reached the bottom of the steps, we were gone again. Where we had been, I have no idea, but I did find that this new place was Rio de Janeiro, a beautiful city, and it was there that I began to wonder where God got his patience. He saw it all as it really is. There was nothing hidden from him. We had been to one church where the preacher didn't even believe in God. We had just left a church where few cared, and now we were standing by a prostitute in the street, a beautiful girl about 17 years old. Her dress was short at the top and the bottom, revealing a delightful body, and it seemed that she had found a way of living that, for the time being at least, agreed with her. We all three stood there on the street, watching the girl for several minutes, being invisible. At this point, I need to make a confession. The reader needs to understand that I didn't grow up in a monastery, nor am I telling this story because I went to seminary. My only credentials are that I went to heaven. I grew up outside the church and ended up in heaven almost by accident. Well, anyway, I was a special case. So with that in mind, you might give me a break at what I am going to tell. I had always considered women to be one of God's better works. Every healthy male should be able to agree with that, but I had an excellent collection of magazines back home to prove it. I had always considered my collection of magazines to be photography, not pornography. My motto was, look but don't touch, and I had stuck to it, with an emphasis on the looking part. And as things worked out, Nancy was an understanding woman who bought me the subscription to the best set of magazines I owned. I would have to admit, however, that if the Lord were to visit my house, my magazine collection would not be the first thing that I would have shown him. What I didn't know is that he had already seen them. When we left the young prostitute, the Lord walked into a bookstore not 30 feet away. He picked up a magazine from the rack and leafed through it. The man at the register coldly yelled, "Hey, bud, you have to buy your pleasure around here." The Lord looked sternly into the man's eyes, who immediately and nervously said, "Be my guest." The man then turned his back to us and never looked our way again, though I sensed that he was listening. As the Lord looked through the pages, I found myself amazed that there was as much pornographic literature as there was. I always got my magazines in the mail, and it was the good stuff. But what the Lord was looking at was pure garbage. I would have never considered having it in my home. It reminded me of animals rather than humans, and looking at it in front of the Lord made me squirm more and more. Then he picked up one that I was very familiar with, excellent in quality and done in good taste. He opened right to the centerfold, right there in the store with everyone standing around. "I made her beautiful," the Lord said, "but not for this. This girl is a prostitute like the one in the street. Both are selling themselves, and men like you seduce them with money." Fear came over me like a wave of hot water. The Lord was now holding the magazine closed in front of him. He pointed to the magazine and said, "Those who produce this, and those who purchase it, rob these girls of life." He turned and pointed toward the girl in the street who was now engaged in conversation with a young man. "Those who produce this will pay with their lives, and she will judge them. The judges of the earth also, who now enjoy their power, will be judged by the likes of her, because they misused their judgment. And she will be merciless when she discovers what she failed to gain in the eternal realm." His eyes shifted from the girl to me. He looked directly into my eyes for what seemed like a very long time, and I couldn't look away. My face felt like it was going to explode, and my heart was pounding like a runaway engine. But then suddenly, we were in Buenos Aires, and what a welcome change. I was never so happy to go to church in my entire life. As it turned out, the church we went to in Buenos Aires was not in a church building at all. It looked more like an old gymnasium or perhaps a warehouse. The music was lively. The people danced, clapped their hands, and shouted like they were having a festival of some sort. When we walked in, the people were celebrating, and a more lively bunch I never saw. The Lord took us to the platform where there was more than just one minister. When we arrived on stage, there was this strange silence that came over the place that gave me an eerie feeling. There were hundreds of people there, but the silence was absolute, not a sound. The Lord looked at me and said, "They have sensed my presence." "How do they know?" I inquired. "They have learned to listen to the Spirit." He told them that I am here. Then a man with a booming voice broke the silence. "The Lord is in your midst. Praise him with song and dance. Praise him with shouts and clapping. Praise him, for he is worthy of praise. His glory God has revealed to us, his Son, the firstborn of creation. Praise him." Suddenly the whole place broke into shouting. It was as though their team had scored the winning touchdown in the final 10 seconds. I had never been in a place like that. They shouted, danced, and cheered their God. I looked toward the Lord to see how he was taking the whole thing, but he wasn't there. I looked around for him and found him in the midst of the people, his hands in the air, shouting and dancing like the rest. When the shouting began to die down, there was the clapping of hands. The clapping was like a standing ovation, a request for an encore. When the clapping stopped, there was the silence again, a hush that no crowd would normally have. Then a song broke out in the back corner of the building and spread like a wave across the group. I could not distinguish the words, but the harmony was in many parts and sounded as though the angels were singing. Enoch was next to me with his golden voice, his hands in the air, his glowing face tilted toward heaven. The veins popped out on his neck like his whole being was involved. Then I joined in that atmosphere. Who could help it? I didn't know what we were singing, but it sure felt right. But about the time I got started, the music began to quiet down. It tapered off like the whole choir was being transporting to a distant place, and then that awesome silence again. I was affected inside by that meeting in Buenos Aires. It somehow silenced me. I didn't have any questions to ask. I didn't understand a lot more than before, but for a good while, I didn't want to talk. The reason didn't matter in the afterglow of that meeting. The next stop I remember was in Washington, D.C. It was still Sunday morning, and I realized that we were following the sun around the earth. I had already been to church nearly as many times as in my entire previous existence. If it hadn't been for weddings and funerals, I wouldn't have gone at all. We were walking up the steps of a Presbyterian church, and from experience, I knew that there would be no dancing or shouting there. The Lord looked at me and said, "You feel a little more at home here, don't you?" "Yes," I confessed. The Presbyterians had a wonderful effect on the world during the time of John Calvin and John Knox. Calvin told the world that I was the actual present ruler of earth. It made a difference when people believed I was something more than past or future. John wasn't exactly right, because I will not rule on earth what is not given to me by men. The effect was great, though. When people thought I ruled, they gave me rain, and I showed my strength until they turned away again. It was that strength that made the reformers strong. Soon we were seated in the Presbyterian church. Shortly, a man came out of a door at the side of the platform wearing a long black robe with a wide gold ribbon around his neck that draped way down the front. For a part of the service, he stood in one pulpit, and then when he began to preach, he went to the other. Again, the Lord got up in the middle of the service. We walked down 2 different aisles, touching people in each. In the back row of the church was a young couple. She was holding a child, and her husband had one arm around behind her while they both listened intently. The Lord laid a hand on each of their heads, and they were visibly moved to tears. Outside, we found a yellow car waiting. Previous arrangements must have been made, because the driver took us without any instructions to the front steps of the Supreme Court. As I got out of the car and looked up those many marble steps toward that magnificent old structure, a sense of American pride and patriotism came over me. Earth was a fine place, I realized at that moment, and I was a proud citizen of a great country. We slowly walked up those marble steps, coming toward the massive wooden doors. A man and woman passed us going the other way. "It's locked," the woman informed us. "They don't leave it open on Sundays." But the Lord simply opened the right-hand door, and as we entered, I turned to look at the man and woman. They looked puzzled, and I couldn't hold back a smirk. I wanted to say, "He's God," but the door closed heavily with a thud. We were now standing in the huge, open foyer where the ceiling seemed 100 feet away, supported by giant columns, and all around us stood the majestic images of judicial stateliness. Again, I felt the pride of citizenship, and as we entered the High Court itself, my chest continued to swell in pride. I was actually lagging behind a little, as any proud tourist might. I entered the spectators section, observing the fact that there were 3 parts to the courtroom. I passed from that section and entered the spacious plush area reserved for lawyers and those giving testimony. Before me was the long, foreboding bench of justice, and somehow the Lord had gotten up there behind the bench. "What exactly, Church?" the Lord's voice sounded from above, where he was now seated in the seat of the Chief Justice. "This bench has ruled against me in recent years. One of the few things left in this land is 'In God we trust,' and that's a lie. I have blessed this nation above all others because they considered me when they formed this country, but this court has ruled against me. America has begun to assume that her prosperity came from her own wisdom. She has grown fat and turned from God. 'Who needs God?' they say." His tone had begun in a conversational sort of way and increased in strength as he talked. In fact, I wasn't even looking at him at first. I was looking around at the configuration. As his voice became more intense, I turned to look. Soon his tone had so changed that I became fearful. I continued looking at his face until I saw it begin to transform from human to something altogether greater. His hair became fuzzy and white like an ancient one's, and his face, very ancient, became a brilliant, dazzling golden color, so bright that I hid my eyes, but not before I saw him pick up the gavel and smite the bench, saying, "I rule against those who rule against me. They shall stand with shaking knees before the children they have killed, and those who hide behind their judgments, knowing better, shall be there also. To those who hate me, I will manifest hate. But those who love me shall know my mercy and transforming power." We went from there to other churches around the world. One church in particular comes to memory. It was an old church building in a country foreign to me. I suspected that the pastor and his wife were missionaries. The first thing I remember of the event was coming up the steps of that worn wooden building. On the door was a sign indicating that services were held in the afternoon instead of the morning. The Lord went over to the door and opened it. Inside, everything was clean and neat. He and Enoch strolled around, and then the Lord sat down at the piano. He played a few notes but wasn't satisfied with the sound. "Come into tune," he ordered. He then put his hands to the keys and played the most beautiful music I ever remember hearing. Enoch picked up an old violin and tuned it the same way. Without even testing it, he stood next to the piano and began to play along. Then the Lord began to sing while Enoch hummed harmoniously. "O Lord my God, when I in awesome wonder consider all the worlds thy hands have made, I see the stars, I hear the rolling thunder, thy power throughout the universe displayed." Then I heard another voice. Turning, I saw a man who must have been the pastor. He just blended in. Soon his wife started singing with a beautiful soprano voice. "Then sings my soul, my Saviour God, to thee, how great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Saviour God, to thee, how great thou art, how great thou art." I wanted to sing too, but my voice would have sounded like a frog next to those four. But the Lord looked my way, knowing my thoughts, and nodded for me to join in. I pointed at my mouth, shaking my head, but he nodded again, so I began to sing. It was amazing. My voice had never sounded so good. We sang a few more songs before the Lord stopped. "We must go," he said to the pastor. "Thank you for the use of your instruments. We were just passing through and thought we would come to church. Not finding you here, we thought you wouldn't mind if we worshipped a little." "How did you get in the building, and how did you get that dreadful old piano to sound so good?" he asked. "We were told that it couldn't be tuned." "The Lord fixed it," the Lord answered. The man looked surprised and said, "Well, praise the Lord." But then, as he saw us leaving, he said, "Won't you please stay a little longer?" And his wife, who had never said a word, was nodding her head like it was attached to a spring. "We really have to go, Ted," the Lord answered kindly as he tried to get around the man to open the door. "We have already stayed past our schedule." The man looked puzzled. "How did you know my name? Have we met before?" "I have been to your services before," the Lord answered as he shook Ted's hand. I saw Ted's mind racing for some recollection of a prior meeting, and I wasn't sure how we would get out of that church by the way they clung to us. But the Lord was firm about our schedule, so they gave us room to leave. They followed us down the steps, and I was wondering how we were going to get away. 3 men in that country town couldn't just walk down the street and out into nowhere, and besides, they clung to us like we were angels. But when we rounded the corner of the building, I saw that same bright yellow Buick, and again the same driver standing beside it who had met us in Washington. He had both doors open on our side. "Gentlemen," he said, with a gesture that made it easy for us to disengage from the pastor and his wife. Ted and his wife stood by the side of the car, admiring it. The Lord rolled down the window and said as we began to drive off, "God bless." "The Lord bless you too," I heard Ted say. And then I heard the woman speak as if her voice were in the car with us. Ted, I think they were angels. But I heard no more from that couple. Instead, the Lord looked at the driver with smiling eyes and said, "Again, your timing is perfect, my friend." The driver looked over and simply grinned. But then he was gone, and we were sitting in a driverless car which was still moving rapidly through the turn. Not totally perfect, the Lord chuckled, but before I could do more than gasp, the car was gone, and a fraction of a second later, I was gone too. Where the Lord and Enoch went from there, I never found out. As for me, I ended up on a cloud above the planet gas. Chapter 10, War on Two Planets. I was now standing on the leading edge of the forwardmost cloud, watching a horrendous storm. Since my youth, I had always imagined what it might be like to fly through the clouds, but my imagination was not capable of comprehending all there was to see. The top of the cloud was actually beautiful, but inside was an awesome power. The angels were there making sure of that fact. As I stood there, I wondered if Enoch and the Lord had come back with me. We had not had time to visit a church in each Earth time zone, and this fact left me with the impression that they both stayed behind. Regardless, I suddenly found myself back on the clouds without them, and that felt strange because there was no one around but me and angels. I was glad, though, to be back in time to see the action developing. I walked around watching the storm boil beneath me. Later, I eased over toward the angels and watched them work. It didn't take me long to find out that they liked fooling around with natural things because they did a fair amount of practicing before we got to town. They seemed like children let loose for summer vacation, and playing with fire was not a problem for them. While those clouds were still out, to see they stirred up enough lightning to easily light the whole planet. "You like riding on the clouds," one of them called. "Why don't you try riding a lightning bolt?" I could tell that he wasn't kidding, so I walked over beside him and said, "Okay, how do I do it?" "Just jump on and wrap your arms around the ball of energy," he advised me. Right there before me was a glowing ball of electrical energy, looking something like the vapor that comes off dry ice, but all inside were mysterious shades of moving color, mostly blue and orange. I walked over next to the concentrated force as it seemed to be nervously waiting for me. But just as I gingerly reached for it, it was gone with an ear-splitting crack, and I was left there on my hands and knees, looking about like a dog who had just seen a rabbit disappear into a hole. Another angel called, "Over here." I jumped to my feet and ran toward the angel. Without hesitation, I leaped upon the glowing ball of energy that seemed to be looking for a rider. "Hang on," I heard him shout, and I was gone. Riding on that bolt of electricity was, without a doubt, the most thrilling ride I had ever taken. It was not one of those bolts that comes like a blast to the ground. It was, instead, the type that spreads out across the sky on a hot summer night. How does one ride such a thing? Don't ask me. I don't have the slightest idea how I stayed on, but I did, and it wasn't all that hard either, so I went back for more. I rode one into the sea that left me far below the surface. A whole new world of things to see, I thought. When I was under the sea, I couldn't distinguish up from down, but I was there without panic. In fact, I would have stayed a good bit longer, except that an angel came and escorted me back to the storm. I rode a bolt into the earth, another world of exploration, I thought. If I could have done this as a mortal, just think of all the gold I could have found. Again, I was escorted to the storm, and I suppose all the activities took a good bit of time. Nonetheless, before I realized it, the storm was approaching the village where the games became war. Eager to ride another lightning bolt, I had just returned to the cloud. This time there was a much larger ball of energy that an angel was holding back, and it was increasing in size rapidly. Seeing me coming, he yelled, "Quickly now, try this one." I leaped on and was immediately catapulted out across the sky. This bolt, however, did not just zigzag across the sky. It split into 4 parts and divided me asunder. How it happened, I didn't understand and wouldn't find out until later, but the fact that it happened had all my attention for the moment. I literally saw myself divided, while each part of me was my whole person. I could have talked to myself, as it were. Look down, I heard an angel shout. The lightning had spread me out over the camp of King Nitron, and by the look on the faces below, I could tell that none of them had ever seen the kind of lightning that was now displayed above them. From one of my 4 positions, I could see Harbor coming in from the opposite direction of the storm, while none of the enemy was looking his way. He was in a dead run with a sword in his hand, and he obviously had passed the outer guard post successfully since no alarm had sounded. As I saw the look on his face, it was readily apparent that the very thing that was creating fear in his enemy was provoking energy in him. From a second position I saw, outside the door of the center tent, a man looking up who made Enoch look like a youngster. In his face I saw fear and bewilderment. Around him were several tents with women and children in the doorways of each. Some of the women were holding Barbies. One older woman screamed and pointed in my direction as though she saw me. She then ran to the old man, screaming in a total state of hysteria. My dream was true. My dream was true. See them. They're riding on the lightnings. From a third position, I saw the soldiers who were actually the closest ones to the storm. They had already begun to scatter, and as I focused upon them, a gigantic bolt of lightning struck in their midst, throwing some of them like matchsticks. They needed no further encouragement, but reminded me of agitated ants, running into each other and over one another. None seemed to have the same idea, but a second bolt, every bit as big as the first, convinced them that going was the right plan, no matter which direction. They were unarmed, many of them unclothed, all running wildly as though chased by hornets. From my 4th position, I could see the prisoners still tied like animals. Cassie was looking up and I couldn't be sure at first, but I thought he saw me. I could see his face, full of hope and excitement, and then I heard him shout, "The Lord is here, we are saved." The other prisoners looked at him and then up toward me, but in their eyes I saw no hope, only fear of the storm. The guards, however, seemed to see something, for they left their post running wildly. King Nitron was obviously stricken with fear, but in spite of his fear, he was the only person who maintained some sort of composure. He cursed at his hysterical wife, who now had both hands locked on his garment, but she, having seen the gods, was beyond hearing. He tried to tear her hands loose. "Let go," he screamed, but her grip was like iron. He slapped her, but she still hung on. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught his first glimpse of Harbor. The king shook the woman loose with a violent thrust of his knee. He drew his sword, but before he could get it fully extended, Harbor struck, breaking the king's sword barely 6 inches from his hand. And then I saw that ancient old man move with incredible speed, lunging at Harbor with his broken sword, barely missing. But missing was his last mistake. While the king was slightly off balance, Harbor swung his own blade, bringing instant decapitating death. Up until that moment, the whole scene was like rooting for my favorite football team. But when I saw King Nitron's head topple to the ground, his body remaining momentarily erect and squirting blood high in the air, it was almost as though I woke up from a dream. At that very moment, my 4 parts became one again, and I found myself standing on the ground, the king's dead body falling heavily and convulsively against me, blood squirting in my face, then my chest and legs, while the screams of women and children vibrated my ears. I leaped backward, stumbling over the king's head. Looking down, I saw that face staring up at me, wide-eyed, mouth open, and as gray as ash. I retched in sudden sickness. A warm, drenching rain was pounding on my body, and the ground under my feet flowed red with blood. Harbor was barking orders as he pointed his index finger. You, and you, stay with these prisoners and secure this area. Make sure none escape." He then pointed to 2 powerful young men that looked like twins. "Go find one of the king's officers," he ordered, "and bring him back to this position. I will be back to give them our terms of peace. The rest of you come with me. Quick now," he barked, looking straight into my eyes, and with that command he began running. I responded instinctively to his orders and found myself running beside him and feeling the exhilaration of his command. "We'll get the prisoners loose first," he called over his shoulder. "Then we'll come back and deal with this situation." I ran beside Harbor for about 100 yards before I began to lose ground. He was a powerful runner whose breath came evenly and unlabored. He apparently hadn't noticed that I was falling back, and I began to suspect that he had never seen me because the other men passed as if I didn't exist. I arrived at the prison compound just in time to see Harbour lift Cassie up onto his feet. They warmly embraced, and had it not been for the pounding rain, I might have seen tears. Cassie could not walk, however, and there were a few brief moments when Harbour tried to rub the cramps out of Cassie's legs, but Harbour soon gave up on that task and ordered some of his men to stay behind until Cassie could walk. I didn't follow Harbour as he ran back toward the king's camp. I had seen enough blood already. Instead, I watched as Harbour's men cut loose the other prisoners. Nearly all of them were as bad off as Cassie, some even worse. When they were cut loose, they all seemed more concerned with cleanliness than anything else. They stripped off their clothes and then rolled or scooted along the ground naked until they reached a cleaner area. They bathed their blistered bodies in the warm rain, and some of them washed their clothes, though most left their clothes lying where they had climbed out of them. Harbour's men helped one of the prisoners who couldn't seem to move by his own strength. They dragged him away from the filth and helped him out of his clothing. I stood there watching for quite a while until Cassie and the other young men began to recover much of their bodily functions. But then something happened that I didn't understand. Suddenly, I was removed to a new location, a rather perplexing, awkward sort of move. I had been standing there watching a bunch of naked young men stumble around in a rainstorm when suddenly I found myself alone, standing in bright sunlight and in an unfamiliar place. No one had offered any explanation. In front of me was a stream of water. I turned around, trying to figure out where I was, and saw the pile of sticks where the Lord had once built a fire. Had it not been for that single landmark, I might not have recognized the place at all. Instantly, I realized that I was on the Garden Planet. That is a name that I myself have attached to that place, yet I have come to suspect that it was only a moon and not a planet. My mind flashed back in memory of the Guardians and their swords. I spun around wondering if they might be there. And when I made that turn, my eyes landed, not on 2 angels, but 10, and I was so startled by their presence that I stumbled backward and fell to the ground terrified. "Don't be afraid," said one of them quickly, almost apologetically. "My name is Ligna, and the Lord has suggested that we take you to Earth. Will you come with us?" I looked up at the angel and realized that neither he nor his associates had a sword nor any armor. I was immediately comforted, knowing that they were not the Guardians. I looked more closely at each of them, but as far as I could remember, I had never seen them before, yet they did look, in a general sort of way, like the ones I'd seen on Gath. "We are Earth Angels," said Ligna, "and we are inviting you to go with us to Earth." "Earth?" I asked as I staggered to my feet. "What are we going to Earth for?" "There is a war there also," Ligna informed me. "A man by the name of John Anderson is praying there, and we are being sent to answer his prayer. Will you come?" "Sure, I'll come," I answered, and it was as though my words lifted us off the ground. We rose slowly as Ligna said happily, "The Lord suggested that you might be of some assistance since you are familiar with Miami." A smile filled my face. Ligna couldn't have said anything nicer, and I warmed toward the Lord as I thought of his genius. He had let me see how Harbour's prayers were answered, and now I was going to see how it worked on Earth. What an honor it will be to help John Anderson, I thought. Besides, angels are the most fun-loving personalities I ever met, and if I'm lucky, I might get to see one of the swords work. "Aren't we going to take swords?" I asked. "Our weapons are already there," Ligna answered as all 11 of us ascended in formation, 10 angels and myself. We continued slowly upward until Ligna finished his last remark, and at that instant our speed changed radically in several tremendous bursts of acceleration. And for the first time since coming to heaven, I saw planets and stars streaking past, and still there were additional bursts of acceleration. When Enoch and I had traveled at the speed of light, there was no indication of speed whatever, except when we occasionally came near an object like the sun. Later, when we traveled in the dimension of frames, everything went by so fast that I couldn't see at all, and that wasn't much fun for a tourist like me. But these angels had hit some sort of hyperspace, many multiples the speed of light. Not only was I seeing stars and planets streaking by, I was watching whole galaxies as we approached them in all their beauty, and then we swept through them exceedingly fast, one after another, changing course for nothing. I could set my focus on any object I wanted and somehow watch it explode into full clarity, and if I chose to look at an object in front of us, we would blast right through it, creating no friction or damage whatever. To this day, I have wondered if the angels always travel at that speed, or if the trip was arranged that way just for me. The exhilaration of traveling at those speeds and seeing those worlds caused my whole person to be uplifted for many hours. But after several days, I began to suspect that there was a problem with their mode of travel. It took time, lots of time. And then, after days and weeks, I got to thinking, when you've seen one galaxy, you've seen them all. And then I began to ask questions like the little boy who had just begun a long trip across the United States by covered wagon. Will we be there soon? It will be a while yet, they always answered. I tried to communicate with them, but they were in a sort of trance. To look at them was like looking at someone who had his mind on something else, perhaps navigation, but they never volunteered what they were thinking about. It's not that they wouldn't talk to me, it's just that they were not conversational, and I always felt like I was interrupting their thoughts. They might say yes or no, but that was about it. My guess is that we traveled like that for several months. We never stopped once for a break in pace or anything. I began to feel like the Lord must have wanted to get rid of me for a while. Maybe it had something to do with Gath, I thought. Maybe things didn't go so well with the war. If it was just a matter of letting me see a fight on Earth, then he could have let the angels go on ahead of me. He could have taken me to meet them when they got there, or he could have just sent me like he did before. He could have taken me himself. It would have only taken a moment of his time, or Enoch could have taken me. I know Enoch has his own set of problems, but it would have only taken a few seconds or at the most a few minutes. But this is taking months. Finally, we stopped in a barren, empty wasteland, and it was the first time that I had actually experienced fatigue since going to heaven. If I were on the garden planet, I thought, I would lay my head back on that log and bask in the warm sun with my feet in the stream. I wouldn't even ask questions. But resting didn't seem to be a part of the angels' plan. They left me standing there on an ash-covered rock, after assuring me that they would soon return. I looked around a little and saw nothing of interest, so I sat down. I leaned my back up against a large, porous stone. Letting my head lay further back, I closed my eyes. At least this break in pace is helpful, I thought, but this rock sure isn't comfortable. I wonder what they're doing and why they left me behind. The thought made me open my eyes, and directly overhead I saw a beautiful planet. Now you need to understand, I had seen an innumerable display of planets, so to see one more planet was not anything special. But this one suddenly looked familiar. I jumped to my feet and looked more closely. It was planet Earth. I was sure of it. We were home. Where are we? I asked myself. I looked around at that barren rock and then back at Earth. This must be the moon. Sure it is. What else could it be? I'm on the moon. Now I don't know how anyone else might react, but it struck me in a most impressive way, discovering that I was standing on the moon looking at Earth. Suddenly, I felt a swell of pride in myself. I was going to get a chance to help those people down there. I was no longer mortal. I was immortal, at least for now. And I could stand on the moon in a way that no mortal had ever experienced, able to contemplate how I might help John Anderson. Not only that, but I was with a group of 10 angels, equal probably to thousands of men in strength. I want you to know, I was exhilarated. Where are those angels anyway? I said out loud, as I ran up to the top of a ledge, looking around. Soon the angels did return, and they were wearing armor. Not only that, but one of them brought me some armor and insisted that I put it on. As I reluctantly put on the armor, I particularly noticed that every one of them had his sword, the kind that looked alive, and I began to resent the fact that I was the only exception. I don't exactly know what came over me, but I wanted to know why I couldn't have one of those swords. I mean, why not? If I had to wear all that junk with the rest of them, why shouldn't I get to carry one of the swords too? They looked at each other like they weren't too sure about the idea, but I was persistent until one of them went and got me one. "How do you use it?" I asked. I will say this, while he was gone I took particular note of how they held their swords. It looked to me like they didn't really hold them at all. What I'm trying to say is this: the sword was in their hand, but they didn't have a grip on it. Well, anyway, he handed me the sword and the thing just went nuts. It flew around wildly and angels were ducking and jumping. It hit the rocks with such force that boulders landed all around us, threatening to bury everyone. "The thing nearly killed me," I exclaimed, and sure enough the sword attacked me, putting a huge dent in my helmet, and if it hadn't been for Ligna I would have been in deep trouble. He grabbed the sword and got everything under control. From that point on it was obvious that most of them didn't think it was too good a plan for me to have a sword, and at that point I would have given it up if they would have asked me. But instead, Ligna brought it back to me. "It is controlled by your mind," he said. "Your thoughts are like words, and it obeys your word. For a while you will need to give it your whole attention. Speak out loud to it if that will help your mind to stay on track. If you fear it, it will only do what you fear. It will attack you because it does what you think." I took the sword again, and believe me, I didn't need a lot more encouragement to set my mind on what that sword was supposed to do. My ears were still ringing from getting rapped on the head, and my eyes seemed slightly out of focus. From then on it got all of my attention as I practiced. The fear of it was my biggest problem. I thought of it going out 10 feet, and it did so quick as a thought. I told it to come back, and it scared me again because it moved so fast. Ligna was there that time, however, and saved me another ding on the head. "Tell it to return to you slowly," he advised me. "Think slowly." "Sure," I said. "That sounds smart. That's the answer I needed." So I practiced telling it to go and come slowly while my confidence increased. I thought of it going straight out forcefully toward a rock cliff, only that time my forceful thought caused me to grip the handle. That was when I discovered that you don't hold on. Like a flash I was gone. It and I together hit the cliff as if I were part of the sword. And it's a good thing that I wasn't in a mortal body, because, had I been, that latest thought of mine would have killed me for sure. The angels were now having the time of their lives watching me. My armor was already looking like I had been through the Great War. I think also that some were still apprehensive about me having the sword. It's not that they minded my practice session, they were worried about the trip to Earth. Ligna, though, was patient and let me practice all I wanted, and before long I had that sword under a fair degree of control. Then Ligna showed me how to send the sword with force. "Just think forceful," he said. I thought of the sword cutting off the top of a large mound of rock. It did just as I asked it to do. After that I discovered that long-term mind focus was beginning to be a problem. I couldn't relax for even a moment with that sword in my hand, and I had a habit of drifting off in thought. To remedy the problem, Ligna fixed me up with a sheath so that the sword wouldn't move until I touched it. Once I got the hang of the sword, and it was properly sheathed, we all got underway. It hadn't dawned on me that there might be a reason for being armed, but as we traveled I noticed that the angels didn't seem to be in a big hurry to get to Earth. I could see Florida, like a big thumb sticking out into the ocean. Across the top of Florida was a cloud that extended from the border of Texas, clear across the Gulf Coast, and then upward toward Virginia. The whole Atlantic was a sparkling blue. Over southern Florida, there was not a cloud in the sky, and the coastal waters were a beautiful emerald green where they came up onto the shallows. We came down over Cuba, and it was beautiful to see the Gulf of Mexico from that position, those little islands poking up through that great beautiful sea. Just guessing, I would say that we came within 50,000 feet of Cuba before leveling off and approaching Florida from the south. Our speed became more apparent as we flashed across the Florida Keys. Before long, I could see the city of Miami, its buildings rising high above the flat terrain. But we never got there. Just about the time the city came into view, we met a group of angels much greater in number than ourselves. I thought at first that they were coming to join us. Seeing them approach was spectacular, and more earth angels were exactly what I wanted to see. "All right," I shouted triumphantly, but by the way we pulled up short, and after taking a quick review of facial expressions, I suddenly realized that the other angels must not be on our team. Our leader Ligna stood before us facing their leader. The rest of the enemy surrounded us on all sides, including above and below, and I noticed that they looked strangely familiar. They each had a look of their own, yet all of them had the same look in general. They were glamorous, that's what it was. All of them were glamorous. They were covered with jewels and gold. Their hair and eyes were made up in a gaudy sort of fashion. Some of them had paintings on their bodies in many varied places, and some had their lips painted in bright, strange colors. The general look was the same thing I had seen in Decadence. I positioned myself beside Ligna. Not that the others agreed with my positioning. In fact, some of them tried to stop me, but gave in as I elbowed my way forward. Ligna commanded the other forces, saying, "Stand aside. We come in the name of the Lord and of John Anderson." To hear Ligna speak made my chest stand out extra far, and a swell of pride arose in me as I held my sword ready with the greatest possible care. "Anderson has quit praying," returned a strange-sounding voice, "and Lucifer is god of this world." I must confess that I went a little nuts at his arrogance. I must also confess that I was interested in seeing how the swords worked. I mean, I was on God's side, and everyone knows God never loses, so why not? This angel before us, who was dressed more like a clown than an angel, instantly incensed me. I thought before I thought, you might say, but I thought with force and decisiveness. My sword went out like lightning, and if thoughts were good enough, it would have destroyed half the enemy all by itself. But my thoughts were not enough. The angel in front of us caught my sword effortlessly, and with a terrible oath thrust his own sword back before I could even blink an eye. Ligna saved me. It happened so fast that it is hard to describe accurately. Ligna moved in front of that sword, taking the full impact upon himself. We were outnumbered by at least 10 to 1, and the force of that sword had caused Ligna to be catapulted away from us. They were upon him instantly, and catching him unprotected, they beat him mercilessly with feet, hands, and swords. They sounded like wild boars in a fierce fight. I saw the dichotomy between beauty and ugliness, their beautifully jeweled and painted bodies as compared to their animal-like brutality and vulgarity. I don't know how you kill an angel, but it was obvious that Ligna was in the throes of death. The 9 angels that were with me collected around me and took their stand. They didn't send out their swords, but they stood plenty ready. The whole group of us then moved as one toward Ligna. We forced them off of him by our united stand, and soon he was in the circle with me, disarmed and apparently dead. I took his upper body in my arms, tears streaming down my face and hate seething in my breast. It was the first time I had touched an angel, and to my surprise, he was as light as a feather pillow. I picked him up and held that lifeless form while the others stood their ground around me. I never before saw such hate nor heard such filthy communication as that other group dished out to us, and I never before felt such hate in myself as I did that day. I hated them with a burning anger as they escorted us like a herd of pigs to a dark cavern below the earth's surface and held us prisoner there. The hours passed slowly as I waited for some sort of salvation, but the hours turned to days, and then there were weeks with no change. Ligna remained lifeless, and I became depressed. I realized that I had done something wrong, but I didn't exactly understand what had gone wrong. It was apparent that the angels of darkness had no intention of letting us go, and I was wondering what kind of army we were part of. We just stayed there caged in that stinking dark pit. I began to wonder how you bury an angel, but the others refused to discard Ligna as though he were not dead, and they guarded him continuously. They never rested for even one moment, nor did they appear to lose heart, but I could tell that they felt humiliated and befouled. I'm not sure what would have happened if there had been a total outright war. I am convinced that all of us would have ended up as Ligna, but I suspect that the casualties on the other side would have been great also. That's why they leave us here, I thought. They are not willing to risk dying when they already have the upper hand. Why in the world did we risk dying for that stupid John Anderson? He didn't even know we were coming, and he quit praying. I wonder if they killed him too. I could write a book recounting the depression and humiliation of that pit. It was a miserable place, and the angels that guarded us went out of their way to be disgusting. Each of them had his own characteristic, but they all had one thing in common. They were full of vile cursing and filthy talk while boasting continuously. Even their bodies stank, and I realized that their makeup covered filth. I began to feel unclean myself in that foul place, and the only thing that gave me hope was the encouragement of the 9. They assured me often that we would be rescued. Finally, friendly forces did arrive, and to say the least, it was anticlimactic. The enemy withdrew as if by cue, and I found myself ashamed of God's army. We were a wounded army on the route. Taking turns, we carried Ligna through all those galaxies as though flaunting our loss to the universe. And as if that humiliation wasn't bad enough, I was plagued with haunting, fearful thoughts about what I was going to tell the Lord when we got there. Seldom did those fears depart my mind, and then, when we did get there, our arrival came suddenly, as every arrival in heaven seems to happen. I'm sure it wasn't all that abrupt to the angels, but to me it was completely unexpected and amazingly sudden, particularly since I was carrying Ligna at the time. One moment I was sweeping through the stars, mopping as I went, muttering to myself about the inadequacy of God's army. The next moment I found myself standing before the Lord, Ligna hanging awkwardly from my arms, and the angels standing beside me, mute and frozen in rigid attention. Startled and speechless, I looked down at Ligna, who hung from my arms like a weightless, lifeless rag doll. Quickly, I propped him up in front of me as best I could, trying to hide behind him, and at the same time, trying to properly present him to the Lord. The Lord only glanced at me, his face sober. He reached out with his right hand and touched Ligna, saying gently, "Live." It was that easy. Instantly life returned to Ligna, and so did a weightiness that almost pulled me to the ground. Ligna opened his eyes. He looked into my eyes as I was awkwardly putting him down, and said with a smile, "I guess we lost that one." There was a small amount of laughter at his remark. The Lord then took Ligna's hand. He pulled Ligna to himself with a big, warm hug and thanked him for his courage. "A new sword," he said, as he seemingly pulled one from the air. "You will find this one more powerful than the one you lost." In the presence of the Lord, the angels were completely renewed in spirit, all of them walking away from me while I more or less pouted. It's not that I couldn't have gone with them. I was left with the impression that I could go if I wanted to, but I chose to give them some time alone with the Lord. Besides, my attitude would not have helped the reunion. The angels were immediately refreshed when they saw the Lord and seemingly required no explanation. I was not refreshed at all and felt that there was no explanation good enough. As far as I was concerned, if you lost, and that was the end of it. Don't get me wrong, I was glad that Ligna was alive, but even that was no face-saving alternative. We had lost the war, and losers in a real war get no rewards, even when they come home. Those were not war games we went to. That was a real enemy, on a real planet, planet Earth no less. And to think that there were forces like that in Miami and they could stop the angels of God, that was unthinkable to me. I didn't want to believe it. It couldn't be true, but it was true. I saw Enoch sitting against that old familiar log where I had once watched him sleep. I went over and sat beside him, but I didn't engage in conversation. I was too wrapped up in my own thoughts, such as, why does a God who can stand as big as he wants let his angels get beat by that sort of rabble? I thought he had taken away their powers, but obviously he hasn't. Why did he send more angels? Surely God has more than 10 spare angels, especially for Earth. Gas has multiplied thousands, and there's hardly anybody living there. If humans have the power to become God's children, why does he fight for them with real strength? He ought to bring in the big guns, whatever they are, but to get beat by that scum. Enoch broke into my thoughts, saying, "You don't understand the principle of authority." "Authority," I answered rudely. "I could tell that they had it, and we didn't." "That's precisely the issue," he answered. "God is many things as you have begun to see, but above everything else he is a righteous judge. He made man a free agent, not a robot or a small-minded creature whose inclinations are automatically focused. He will not force his authority on the earth until the end of the age. To do so is to take away the right of something he created free." "Okay, so I'm a free agent. I still don't understand why the superior got whipped by the inferior." Enoch laughed. "You still don't understand authority. You went down to earth to help John Anderson, the free agent. When John asked for help, God sent help. It's that simple. John's request gave God a rightful in, so to speak. He will go to battle over and over again when the children choose him over his enemy. He hates Lucifer. But when the children turn aside after various distractions, they automatically opt for something less. Without knowing it, they slam the door in God's face. God is embarrassed, and the devil is laughing." "What distraction did John Anderson turn to?" I asked. "John Anderson is a pastor who saw that the people in his community were not taking God seriously, so he got his church to start praying about the problem, but while you were traveling, he got distracted. He accepted a pastorate at a different church for a higher salary. As a result, everyone quit praying, especially John. He was so thrilled with his new job that he forgot what he had asked for. It's called the enticement of money." "Well, if that's all that happened, then the whole thing's a hopeless game," I answered. "There's no one on the whole earth who won't take a pay raise when it comes along. No one means to slam the door in God's face, but then we can't see God. We don't know when he is frustrated at trying to help us." "Now look whose side you have taken," Enoch laughed. "Moments ago you were angry because you were beaten by what you considered an inferior force, and now you are defending the man who was responsible for your defeat." "Well, that's true, but it just goes to show that the whole thing makes no sense. Why doesn't God just go down and knock the devil off the scene? Excuse me for choir directing here, but it seems that we ought to get on with the program." "Would they choose God then?" Enoch asked. "Possibly not," I admitted, "but if they knew what was going on up here, they would." "Have they not been told?" "Well, yes, they've been told, but you don't understand, they don't believe it. It's not that they don't want to believe it, it's just that it's unbelievable. It's far out, it's beyond them. It seems like a fantasy world of nursery rhymes and fairy tales. They would believe it if they could." Enoch remained silent after that, and I mused over the problem. From up here in heaven everything is clear, but from down there on earth it's all vague. I can now see how men are choosing the wrong God, but having come from earth I can't see them making any other logical choice. All of their instincts distract them. All they think about is sex, power, money, comfort, and pleasure. They don't have the foggiest notion what's really going on. They have no honor for sex because they don't understand that they are producing children for God. They crave earthly power and lose their chance to rule in the universe. In their pursuit of wealth, they would sell their own soul for 10 acres of property when whole planets or solar systems or even galaxies are prepared for them. God, they don't see. Can't you understand that? The whole problem is that they don't see. They can look up here, but they can't comprehend the distance. They don't know what revolves around their own sun, much less what the sun revolves around or what their galaxy revolves around. It's absolutely impossible unless you bring them all up here like you did me." "Nothing is impossible for God," the Lord answered, having suddenly appeared. "Don't consider one loss the end of the war. There are many in your world who have chosen me above all other things." "Lord," I exclaimed, as I leaped to my feet and grabbed him. "Now I want you to know that I am not an emotion person, so it was unusual for me to grab him the way I did. The trauma of defeat had so overwhelmed me that it just happened. His reaction was to hug me. In 60 years, I had not been hugged by another man, not since my father died. His embrace said a lot of things to me that words could not have said. It didn't make all my questions go away, but it did make me feel as though he had the answers. Something in me broke, and for some reason I was crying. I hadn't cried in 60 years, not really cried. I didn't even like emotional people, but that day I found myself crying without shame. Chapter 11. A blot in HARBER's history. Enoch took me back to Gath following my return from Earth, and for the first time I felt more akin to Harbour than I did to Enoch. I was with Enoch and enjoyed many of the privileges that immortals experience, but somehow the battle on Earth made me realize how vulnerable mortals really are. Actually, I was better able to identify with the general population of Gath. They had not met Enoch while Harbour had. They were more like all the people I knew on Earth. Earth people were under the influence and power of beings like decadence without even knowing it, and that seemed completely unfair. And now, Enoch had me back there on Gath because he wanted to show me what had taken place while I was gone. We looked first at Harbour's camp, and the changes that had taken place were incredible. The first time I'd seen his camp, it had been made up of about 20 tents surrounded by a few head of livestock, but now I was looking at a whole different scene. The whole hillside was dotted with tents like a regular village, and from the top of the ridge, where we stood, I could see how the cattle had been divided into herds and separated by considerable distances. Between the cattle and the village were large cultivated fields. Enoch also told me that Harbour had an army, and with that army he protected and taxed the people of the land so that even kings paid tribute to him. It was clear, as I looked around at the new sights, that Harbour had not approached his new opportunity casually. Enoch then took me down to the stream, close to the first place where I had seen Harbour. A young man and woman were sitting there on the ground facing each other. I recognized the man as being Harbour's son Cassie. This young man, I thought, was the indirect cause of all the problems in this valley region. If the king hadn't been so greedy for women and slaves, he would still have his kingdom, his family, and his own life. If Harbour hadn't asked for help, decadence would still have his grip on the valley, and Cuffler would be resting secure. I looked at Cassie and remembered the last time I'd seen him. He'd been naked on that day and covered with sores. He hadn't even been able to walk when I'd left him, but now he was clean, and the smell of perfume was in the air. Before we even began to listen to them, I sensed again that awkward peeping Tom feeling. They were young lovers, and I would have just as soon not been there. But after listening to them for a few moments, I eased up. They were making marriage plans while holding each other like young lovers will do. Enoch moved into a different position, and I followed him. I sat down on a rock off to the side where I could easily see Cassie and the young woman. They were seated in a seemingly awkward position facing each other. They more or less held each other up by the way they locked their arms together. Anyway, from our previous position, I could not see the girl's face. But now that we were repositioned, they were both more visible. I noticed immediately that she was beautiful, with long braids coming down over each shoulder. "Do you recognize the girl?" Enoch asked. I looked at her more closely. Could it be her? I wondered. Yes, it has to be. It's the girl that cried at the well, the one who prayed for help, not wanting to be just another wife of an old man. This is the girl that the other women wanted to get rid of. Leza is her name, and she's right here in Harbour's camp. "How did Leza get here?" I asked, hardly believing my eyes. "God answered her prayers," Enoch said, smiling. "Yes, I can see that he did, but how did he do it?" "It was really very simple. She went home crying and kept crying until her father had compassion on her. Her father decided to risk leaving that part of the country, and I led him over here by making every other option difficult. They arrived about 3 weeks after Harbour became king. It all took place while you were on your trip to Earth. Had they come earlier while Nitron was king, she would have found herself in a real predicament." "What happened to the young man that she was in love with before?" I asked. "She forgot all about him as soon as she met Cassie. It's the way with the young, don't you remember?" I did remember, and it was now obvious that Leza had found what she was looking for. In time, she would be the wife of a king, but not one several hundred years older than herself. and it was encouraging to discover that Enoch did care about her after all. We left the young couple and stopped in to see how Harbour was getting along. I don't know what Harbour's old tent looked like, but I could tell that the one we entered was new, and it was decorated with lots of beautiful skins. There was a nice sitting area, much like any modern living room. It had chairs, side tables, and a vase with fresh cut flowers. The floor was completely covered with skins, and on the skins lay several nice rugs. Eras was sitting in Harbour's lap, while an oil lamp burned close by, lighting up their faces. They were a picture of contentment. "It's nice to have you back," Eras said, rubbing her cheek against his nose and forehead. "I haven't been gone, my love," he answered, squeezing her tightly. "You have been much too busy to notice me," she said, kissing his nose and rubbing his chest. "Everyone has been bitten by love around here," I said to Enoch, as we observed the older couple smuggling more and more warmly in each other's arms. "Kufla will offer them sex, but God offers them love," Enoch answered. "There is no sexual pleasure greater than that where true love dwells. Kufla will send them temptations, but their love will prevail. And as long as they continue in their love for God, He will continue to renew their love for each other." "You sit right here a moment," Harbour told Eras. "I have a little gift for you. I wasn't going to show you until later, but, well, just wait. I'll be right back." Harbour got up quickly and went out through the flap of the tent. In just a moment, he returned with a pretty girl about 15 years old. He stood beside the girl proudly, facing Eras. "She is yours, my sweet, your very own private maidservant. I have given her a tent next to ours, and she will do whatever you want. You can treat her as a daughter or a slave. It's entirely up to you. She is your servant." Eras looked puzzled, and it was obvious that she was not as thrilled with the human gift as Harbour had hoped. But further insight was denied me because Enoch and I left that setting in what seemed a rather jerky manner. We appeared at the top of the mountain where I had first looked over the valley. The dry grass and butterflies of late summer were noticeably absent. Reminding me of the place of dry grass was the dark green pasture of early summer. Indeed, things had changed so much that I had to look the situation over to be sure that we were in the same place. The same stunted trees were there, however, their short trunks reminding me of fat little men, their scrubby branches reaching straight out and then downward like arms, and their tops stubbed off flat like they had run into a barrier. After I got my bearings, I looked at Enoch, wanting to ask questions about the slave girl, but he had seated himself in the grass, almost looking lonely, and his thoughts seemed far away. I sensed that he had taken us away from Harbour's situation with abruptness, and I needed to wait until Enoch chose to explain. So I left Enoch to his thoughts and walked over to a nearby stand of soft grass. Sitting down, I rested there and remembered the last discussion Enoch and I had had on that very hillside. On that day, I had lain in the tall, dry grass soaking up the sunshine and somehow convinced myself that I was a god. So much had happened since then. I didn't doubt any more that Enoch had made the people of Gath. I couldn't fathom how he'd done it, but I was convinced that he had told the truth. And I had seen both the good and the evil angels since that day, and they altered my understanding considerably. And then my experience on earth had quite convinced me that man was miserably mortal and that I was not a god. But what am I still wondered. Am I just a nobody? The last time we were here, Enoch said that humans were dead gods, but he was talking about humans on earth. So what does that make me since I'm not on earth? I guess that makes me double dead or almost double dead. And if I can make any sense out of being double dead, I guess that makes me neither a god nor a human, since humans are mortal and gods don't die. But Enoch also said that man has the power to become a son of God, and if that has happened, then I must be a son, whatever they are. But he implied that it hadn't happened, and he said that it had to happen while I was still a man. What a riddle. There must be some logic to the whole thing. The Son of Man becomes a man, that's logical enough. There are no cats or dogs in that arrangement. But if that's true, then a son of God must be something more than human. How can all men be gods and yet die? Enoch called them dead gods. How can a god be dead? Oh yes, separation, that's what he said. For humans, death doesn't mean non-existence, it means separation. Hey, that's the same thing that Plato taught. How interesting. The teachings of separation is nothing new. Before Christ was born, Plato taught that the soul of man is immortal, that the soul in separation is nothing new. Before Christ was born, Plato taught that the soul of man is immortal, that the soul then migrates to the realm of the pure forms and exists there without a body, contemplating other bodily forms. That must be where that guy is that I couldn't wake up. Fred, thinking that he was in a morgue, but he must be in what Plato called a pure form. Fred wasn't in any hurry, that's for sure, and his condition was completely peaceful. He was a little weird in that he kept cleaning his fingernails like they weren't already clean, but that was a habit. It didn't appear that he was worried about being unclean. No, he wasn't worried about anything. Fred must be in a pure form just like Plato said. And if that's true, then he will, one of these days, contemplate the other bodily forms, and then if he wishes he can experience reincarnation. I think I'm getting it. Fred is dead only in the sense that he is separate from his body, but he doesn't always have to be separate from a body. Fred can go back and become whatever he wants. Interesting. But how do God and heaven figure into Plato's concept? I looked over at Enoch, hoping for more understanding, but instead I found him looking at me like I was one of the most stupid creatures that ever lived. Well, I said, I can see by your look that I don't have it all figured out, but I'm close, aren't I? The only part I can't fit into Plato's philosophy is the part about God and heaven. That's because neither you nor Plato belong to God or heaven, he answered matter-of-factly. The only thing that Plato had right was the fact that the soul is immortal, and the only thing you had right is the fact that you are twice dead, that is, if you die. Fortunately for you, Nancy hasn't let you die yet, but I assure you Plato is twice dead, and all his contemplating is getting him nowhere. There is no such thing as reincarnation. Only the sons of God will receive a new body, and they will be forever with the Lord. The others will exist forever without a body and apart from the Lord, in a place described as outer darkness. How do humans get to be sons of God then? I asked. How did humans get to be sons of man? He returned. The sperm of the man fertilizes the egg of the woman, I answered. That's how the children of God are born, too, Enoch answered, as he got up and picked a seed cone from one of the stunted trees. He brought me a single seed from one of the many cones and asked, "What is in this seed?" "Another tree," I answered. "Potentially," he said, "only potentially. This seed will only become a tree if it germinates. Until then it is as good as dead. You are the same way. You and Fred and Plato are little more than the hundreds of eggs that your wife lost in her monthly cycles. And what did you consider them? You who consider yourself a god and the procreator of gods, you considered those lost eggs as less than nothing. Your focus has been upon the 4 children who came to life. To you those children are important, yet they are nothing more than seed. All of your living human children are as dead as this seed in my hand. They have never been fertilized by God himself, and you are the same. Only the power of the word can make humans into the children of God, Matt. The word comes to them, and they are fertilized by that word if they believe. That's the condition of fertilization. You must believe the word. Do you see this planet? He continued, gesturing toward the valley below. There are more of these kinds of places than there is sand on the seashores of planet Earth. Even your own astronomers suspect that much. There are billions upon billions of galaxies and hundreds of billions of stars in many of them. Around most stars is a solar system, and in each solar system is the potential for other Earth-type environments. Even God can't enjoy all that by himself. You must understand, Matt, planet Earth is as the womb of God, and all of heaven waits for the birth of her children. There is not a human child conceived that God doesn't observe carefully, hoping that the child will believe and become his offspring. You humans, however, fail to take God seriously. He paused for a moment, looking like he was wanting to say something else. You were wondering earlier about Harbor and the slave girl, he finally said. They are a good example of the problem. The girl will be a snare to Harbor, and Harbor is the only living seed on this whole planet. A snare, as in a trap? I asked, wondering why he seemed to change the subject. She is a daughter of King Nitron. When Harbor went to destroy the king's family, he couldn't bring himself to kill the girl. She was too pretty and innocent in appearance, but she is exactly what Kuffler hoped for. In the history of the generations to come, that young woman will be recorded as a great mistake. Her children will never forget what Harbor did to her father. Many wicked kings will come from her, and they will seduce the children of Harbor away from God, leading them away from eternal life. Come and visit me upon your return to heaven. You will see for yourself. I couldn't have killed her either, I answered emphatically. And you wouldn't have made a good king, he snapped. But then he softened as if to apologize. When you return to Earth, Matt, you will be judged according to your responsibilities and your obedience. Harbor will be the father of nations. His mistakes will be compounded by centuries, so will his obedience. Don't ever underestimate your responsibilities, Matt. Only history can disclose the true power of obedience. Your words can be as pollen blown upon the wind, and when the word is scattered among the children, it can fertilize and bring to life that which is dead. Chapter 12. How they can fight. Enoch and I returned to the garden planet, and immediately the Lord appeared with 10 angels, all of them smiling at me like I was a long-lost friend. Ligna's smile eased a tension inside me because we had not talked since he'd saved my life. I looked at the others and realized that I recognized all of them. The whole team was there. They all came over greeting me like old friends, and I was embarrassed because I couldn't remember their names. I hugged Ligna. I wasn't into hugging exactly, but then hugging seemed to be appropriate up there when greeting someone whom you hadn't seen for a while, and besides it felt good. There was a warmth to it that a handshake didn't accomplish. I kind of liked it. Actually, I was beginning to love it, and I had 3 sons back on Earth whom I planned to teach how to hug. While I was in the mood, I hugged the Lord too. He squeezed me warmly and smiled broadly. How would you like to go to Earth once more? He asked. I'll do whatever you want, I said, but inside, I dreaded another long journey with the angels. There is another request that I feel we should respond to, the Lord said. This one is in Seattle. You know your way around Seattle, don't you? Not around the caverns, I answered carefully but honestly. I can't assure you success, the Lord continued, but we do need to respond to serious requests. How would Harbor have fared if we had not answered him? By now I could tell that the Lord was making a serious offer for me to go with the angels, and I was already thinking, who knows, I might see a familiar face. Sure, I said, I'd be glad to go along. When we left the Lord, we traveled the same as before, except this time the angels seemed more willing to communicate, making the whole atmosphere more relaxed and at times even jolly. I didn't know if they anticipated success, or perhaps it was because I knew them better. I had finally learned their names. I didn't ask. I listened while they talked to each other and soon learned all their names. And then it dawned on me that I had been treating them like angels instead of individuals, yet they were each so different once I got to know them. One of them, by the name of Art, was a comic. He was always full of puns. Another, named Jib, was bigger than the rest. He was not so much taller, he was just bigger. Jib was broader of shoulder and broader of just about everything, and sort of quiet but real friendly. I got the feeling, after watching him a while, that he should be my bodyguard. He definitely looked like he could do the job. Ligna was their leader, but for what exact reason I could not tell. He didn't distinguish himself above the rest in any outstanding way, yet it was readily apparent that he was the leader. They were quick to do exactly as he said. No questions, not one. The trip was like a vacation in many ways. I don't know why I got in such a hurry the first time. On this trip, I didn't grow weary, and the myriads of galaxies did not bore me as before. They were all different, just as the angels were all different. Different centers, different diameters, different densities, and different configurations. But again, with all the variety, the most striking thing was the vast quantity of them. They apparently never stopped. And when I pondered the fact that we were only traveling in one direction, my mind would stagger. There were an infinite number of directions that we could have gone from any given point, and the same would have been true. They would just keep showing up, myriads upon myriads of galaxies. I enjoyed that trip so much that we arrived on the moon sooner than I anticipated. Again, the angels left me alone while they went somewhere to get their armaments. That's a treasure hunt for you moon walkers to search out. Somewhere up there, they store the swords that would make any mortal great. That is, if the sword doesn't kill you first. Well, anyway, we came towards Seattle from the north, crossing over Canada. The sun was shining, and in the northwest part of America, when the sun shines, it is especially beautiful. We descended rapidly over the Strait of Georgia, crossing low over the San Juan Islands. I could see the Strait of Juan de Fuca off to my right, and the Olympic Mountains standing like proud giants at the gate to the Pacific. The Cascade Mountains were on our left, and in front of us was Mount Rainier, positioned like a mammoth, 14,000-foot ice cream cone behind the city of Seattle. Seattle was now taking shape rapidly, and I could see all of Puget Sound, the ships in port, and the Space Needle. Suddenly, from the direction of the Space Needle, there came a swarm of figures resembling bats, dodging and darting as if from a cave. When I saw their faces, they reminded me of a mod squad, cocky and arrogant, yet they were a rougher and more determined-looking bunch than the ones we had encountered in Florida. The Florida Angels had looked almost like they might be on their way to play in the surf, but these angels looked more like commandos, mountain-trained and weather-toughened. Like the Florida Angels, these also had painted faces and weird hair arrangements of all colors and sorts, but somehow they looked more rugged. They were not as beautiful. That was one thing different about them. They were more into heavy bracelets and wide belts, wearing leather, mostly black. In place of jewelry, they wore instruments of pain, things like brass knuckles, bracelets with sharp spikes, and rings designed to tear a face open. Some of their teeth were sharpened to points like they had actually filed them down, and they showed them off with snarling lips. The paintings on their faces, arms, and chest were bizarre, rather than faddish. Snakes, dragons, and animals all wrapped up with each other like sexual playmates. Possibly the Florida Angels looked just as bad as the Seattle Angels, and I had never noticed. There is no question that I was grasping more as I learned to see things with an angelic swiftness. Regardless, when I saw what those angels looked like, I concerned myself with only one thing, my own personal safety. I hunkered up next to Jib as close as I could get, and if I could have crawled between his legs, as a child might do, I would have done so. On this trip, I had not insisted on having a sword. In fact, when they offered me one, I declined. This time I want to watch, I argued, as they pressed me to take the sword. Next time, perhaps after I get the hang of it, you know, the authority thing and all that sort of stuff. I haven't quite figured out when it's acceptable to fight, and besides, if we go back losers again, I didn't want to be responsible for any dead angels. Even as I stood there beside Jib, I had no faith in our success, and I was beginning to wonder if I should have accepted the sword. Ligna had already walked up to a very large, ugly-looking creature who had bright red, broken hearts painted on his cheeks. I was standing too far back to hear what Ligna said, but I did hear the defiant, confident answer. Lucifer is Lord here, and we have no evidence that Nancy has defected. That's my wife's name, I thought, but there was no time for thinking. Instead, I actually saw Ligna trick them into a fight. He gave a sudden little move, just as a football quarterback might do when trying to pull his opponent off sides. At that instant, the enemy moved toward us with curses and flying swords, but Ligna somehow disarmed his huge opponent. Jib stepped in front of me with two swords, one of which he apparently snatched from the air, and to watch him spring into action was absolutely amazing. He was a mixture of swords, hands, and feet, a rhythm machine, his swords seeming to be a part of his very personality. That slow, gentle angel now moved like a gymnast in a smooth, rhythmic dance of terror. A juggler catches several objects, but Jib was not only catching and throwing several swords. While the swords were gone, his great fist was like a battle axe. His feet, too, were pounding everything before him. Now I know they all fought well, but when everything is moving that fast, there is no way to focus on more than just one angel. I would give a lot to see that moment again on videotape, but I don't need a tape to remember gentle Jib. I watch him often in my mind's eye. The whole fight didn't last long. Angels were lying all around while Jib had several swords in his right hand, and to say the least, he was keyed up. It was obvious that the fight was over, but Jib still pranced as if he didn't know it, and looking into his eyes, I saw something wild and terrifying. I'm not exactly sure that I should describe it that way, because how do I know what goes on in the head of an angel, but I can easily say that it was a fearful thing to see. I had watched him fight from behind, but it must have been paralyzing to see him coming with those eyes. "It's okay, Jib," Ligna assured him, but Jib apparently didn't hear. Ligna then took hold of Jib's shoulder and said more forcefully, "Jib, it's over." I saw him begin to unwind. Like a great spring cocked for action, he slowly relaxed. The gentleness came back over him. His feet that could not stand still stopped prancing. His eyes began to mellow, and his fist unclenched, making that huge bulging arm soften. It was hard to take my attention off Jib, but Ligna was now addressing the leader of the enemy band, who was flat down on his face before us. He was the one with the broken hearts painted on his face. Ligna commanded him to stand, and it was then that I saw his name. His belt was platinum and his buckle black. Written in platinum on that black buckle were the words "heart disease." "You have no authority here," Ligna said. "Take this rabble and depart." The rest of the enemy stood up, and it was only then that I realized that 3 of them were dead. Jib had done whatever was required to make them lifeless. Like snarling dogs, the live ones gathered up their dead and departed. About that time, I began to wonder what came next. This was not the age of primitive man where you anointed someone like Harbor to kill someone else. Things were too complicated in Seattle. This was a modern society that was manipulated with politics and various forms of education. The likes of Harbor would be no different than terrorism in a modern society. Surely the Lord didn't use those tactics, I reasoned. "Well, Matt, are you satisfied that angels can fight?" the Lord asked, as he suddenly appeared beside me. When he asked the question, my mind excitedly flashed back to the scene. "Fight," I said. "There was no fight. Ligna and Jib took on the whole lot by themselves. They were marvelous. They made it look easy. I had no idea that such a thing was possible. The rest of the angels didn't have to do anything. We were outnumbered at least 10 to 1, but it made no difference at all." "The others were protecting you," he said, correcting me. I felt embarrassed. In my excitement, I had not given proper credit to the whole group, and thinking about it, I realized that we had been under attack from all sides. "Thanks," I said, looking at all of them. "I didn't mean to imply that you didn't fight." That was the most friendly bunch of angels once I got to know them. They were understanding, warm, smart, incredibly fast, powerful, and faithful. I could go on and on giving their good qualities, and they didn't have any bad qualities. In fact, I often wondered why God even bothered with humans. But he did bother with humans, and when all the greetings were complete, the Lord asked, "Would you like to see where the losers went?" "Sure," I said, with a little inward apprehension, since I wasn't all that excited about going down through another slimy pit. But we didn't go through a slimy pit. In fact, it was as if we didn't go anywhere. The Lord and I just appeared by ourselves in a dark, dank hole, another cavern, and as before there were demons all around. Immediately I heard an irate voice in the next room, and I was sure that it was Cuffler. But when we entered the room, to my surprise, there was another figure altogether. I looked at the Lord, wondering. "Lucifer," he said. "Well, sure," I thought, "that makes sense. This is Earth, not Gath. Lucifer, Satan, so that's what he looks like." He had a human face that looked like a snake. That's the best way to describe him. He is a snake. His tongue darted in and out like a snake. He had no nose to speak of, nor a chin, or should I say he was all nose? Yes, that would be more accurate, He had a human sort of face that was all nose. He was either all nose or all mouth, whichever way you want to look at it, and after I heard him speak, I began to think of him as all mouth. His eyes were large. They actually bugged out of his head with no brows or lashes. He had no hair at all, and he was completely naked like Cuffler. Unlike Cuffler, this one looked like a snake with a chopped-off tail. He did have legs and arms, human-looking legs and arms, but they hung useless from the trunk of his huge, long body. When we arrived, they were somewhere in the midst of a conversation, except that Lucifer was doing all the talking. "It was your responsibility to know that she had defected," he said, blasting heart disease. "We can't afford to go to war with them in situations like this. Now look, we've lost 3 of our warriors." I looked over beside the door and saw the limp bodies of the dead warriors lying awkwardly as if someone had tried to prop them up. And then, sure enough, just as I thought, Lucifer crawled down from his couch, his useless arms and legs trailing heavily across the floor, while his main trunk slithered as a snake. He slithered over to the dead angels and wound himself all around them like a long, fat, stunted python, his nearly worthless arms fondling them perverted-looking. Soon he raised his head high above them and said commandingly, "Live," but nothing happened. There was not even a sigh. "Live," he screamed more forcefully than before, but still nothing happened. "I could do it once," he whined with curses, and from that point onward he became very foul in his expressions of hate toward God. He threw a fit of rage, with obscenities rolling from his tongue like torrents. With his body all entwined around those dead warriors, he spoke things that cannot be written. I wasn't too sure that the Lord had ever heard those words before. I mean, I thought that he would have closed his ears or something. I looked at him feeling uneasy, but he just smiled and said, "It's true, he hates God, but he hates humans even worse." After a while, Lucifer returned to his couch. It was then that he invited his little friends to be with him again. Apparently, he had frightened them away at some earlier point. After he had fondled them and kissed them, he turned and spoke to the warriors in a fatherly sort of way, almost tenderly. "I fear that none of you understand the seriousness of this kind of failure. It's not that we don't have strength. In fact, we're winning in this country, but overall we've been losing. We've had major losses in China, Korea, parts of South America, Africa, and even Eastern Europe. I'm getting spread out too thin. He's whittling us down, and some of the humans are starting to figure things out." When Lucifer spoke of humans, he choked, almost like he couldn't say the word. His stumpy tail began to twitch. Soon he was writhing in a terrible rage, like a snake tormented in a bed of ants. His tail was smashing the furniture around his throne, and sweat rolled off his body like drops of crude oil. Finally, he gained enough composure to speak again. His voice was broken. "We must face reality. If the heirs figure out who they are, they will only become more powerful." Suddenly, his blood pressure was up again, his face looking like it might explode from some sort of inner failure. "He had no right to make them heirs," he screamed. "I should have been the heir, and you, but not them. Damn them, damn th." He stopped as though speech were impossible, and it looked like he was having a stroke. He kept moving his huge mouth like he was trying to swallow, but instead he looked like he might be choking or gagging on his own tongue. He tried to speak several more times, but finally dismissed the warriors with a wave of his hand. Yet as they turned, he managed to say weakly, "See if you can make the woman change her mind." The warriors turned and walked the full length of the long room. "Wait," Lucifer screamed again. He rose up high and majestic on his throne with his head bent sharply forward, like a python exuding wisdom. "That's it. She can sue those doctors for millions if he dies. Entice her, get Lawrence Peabody, the stupid bitch. When she is enticed with money, lots of money, she'll let them pull the plug on that damn fool husband of hers. Now get out, and don't screw it up this time." Chapter 13. God and I Strike a Bargain. I had been standing in Lucifer's den listening to devilish strategy concerning a woman named Nancy, and as I listened, a feeling swept over me that someone was bound to die. I turned to ask the Lord who the woman was, but instead of seeing him, I found myself gone and seated beside Enoch, who seemed as surprised to see me as I was to see him. He had been minding his own business out there in heaven, sitting on that golden asteroid, silently observing Somsok and thinking about who knows what. "Who's the woman?" were the first words out of my mouth. "What woman?" he asked, looking at me like I was an intruder. "And hello to you too." "I'm sorry," I said. "I didn't mean to butt in, and it's good to see you, but can you tell me about the woman in Seattle who's being tempted to pull the plug on her husband? It's my wife, isn't it?" "I know nothing about your trip to Earth," he answered, turning his face away from me. And then he leaned back on his hand like he was bored with my presence and said, "I didn't expect you back." "She had the same name as my wife," I confided, "and that was bad enough, even if you consider that there are thousands of women by the name of Nancy. But then we met this big, ugly, angelic prince whose name was Heart Disease. He's the one trying to make her kill her husband." "Now that's an interesting coincidence," Enoch said in a non-encouraging manner, "and it does reduce the odds, doesn't it?" He then slouched down even farther like he might be getting ready for a nap. He spoke slowly and thoughtfully. "A Nancy who has a husband who has heart disease and he's on a life support system, that certainly does reduce the odds." "But my Nancy wouldn't pull the plug on me," I said. "Besides, I'm going back." "I'm sure you're right," Enoch answered with a yawn, "but then she might need the money. You do have life insurance, I assume." "Enoch," I said angrily, "do you know who the woman is?" He laughed and sat up, looking at me warmly. "No, Matt, I honestly can't help you. The Lord didn't tell me anything. But I can tell you one sure thing. If it's her, she hasn't done it yet, because you're still here." I didn't want to ask what my being there had to do with what Nancy might be doing, nor did I want to ask where I would go if she killed me. Besides, I told myself, it's all purely speculative thought, and speculation rarely produces reality. And Nancy has plenty of money in the bank. Our whole retirement is in the bank, and I have health insurance, so she wouldn't be interested in getting her hands on the life insurance money. I looked around at the surroundings, trying to force my mind away from Nancy. In the distance, I could easily distinguish Somsok, brilliantly glistening above the larger Egava, and all around us, above, below, behind, in front, to the left, and to the right, were other galaxies, all hanging there in blackness as if nothing moved or happened in all the universe. Stars, like buckets of glistening sand, cast into darkness, swirling, orderly configurations of magnanimous proportions. Lights, great burning lights, gigantic furnaces of fervent perpetual heat. "How does he do it?" I asked. "Do what?" he said. "Come on, Enoch, you know what I'm thinking." "How does he turn on the lights? Is that what you're thinking?" "You know exactly what I was thinking, and I'll bet you know who the woman is, too." "No, I don't know who the woman is, but I do know how he turns on the lights. And just to help you get your mind off Nancy, I'll show you." Suddenly we were in the slide machine, so to speak, only this time it was taking longer than usual to get to our destination. It took about half an hour, as compared to our first trip, which took less than 5 minutes. "We must be going a very great distance," I remarked after standing there a few minutes. "We are going to the outer frontier," he answered, and then he tried to describe the distance, speaking in mathematical terms that were altogether unfamiliar to me, so unfamiliar indeed that I am left with nothing to tell except what I saw when we got there. When we arrived at wherever the frontier is, I found it to be total darkness. It's not that I couldn't see, because Enoch was visible to me, it's just that there didn't appear to be anything else out there. Enoch pointed to our left, and after searching carefully, I saw one small speck of light, like a very distant star. We headed in the direction of that light, apparently going fast, because the brightness increased rapidly. Within a few minutes, the light was very bright and exceedingly large, like the sun itself. When we stopped, Enoch asked, "What do you see?" "A great light," I responded. "A star." Look more closely, he told me, and you will see the Lord working. But I just left him on earth, I said to myself. He is in both places, Enoch returned, answering my thoughts. Just look over there and you will see him. I looked as close as I could but saw only the blinding light. Perhaps we should go a little closer so I can see what you're talking about. I can't see him because the light is blinding me. We are plenty close enough, he said, with a warning in his voice. And having said that, he put his hands on my head with his thumbs pressed firmly over my eyes. See, he shouted, with words strong enough to startle me, and the touch of his hands and the power of his words left my head tingling. He slowly removed his hands, and when he did I could see what he was talking about. Directly in front of us was a more awesome figure than I had ever conceived in my wildest imagination, so frightening in appearance that I was now convinced that we were much closer than we should have been, for we were well within the Lord's reach, standing, as it were, almost on his shoulder. The extremely bright light was not a star at all. It was him, and yet not all of him, for we were looking at his head and his face only, glowing like the sun in all its brilliance. The height and size of him I cannot describe, except to say that he was standing upon an entire world, and beneath his gigantic stature that world looked small. Apparently he had not noticed us, or he was ignoring us, for his attention was focused on the massive sea that he stood upon. His clothing was similar to that of a Roman nobleman, a one-piece cream-colored linen garment, out from which his head, arms, and legs appeared, the waistline held in tight against his body with a wide golden belt. There were no other trimmings. The crown of his head was covered with pure white curly hair. Then suddenly he spoke, and the sound came out of his mouth with such force that I could actually see it going toward the liquid mass, like a huge pointed object. He spoke 4 words only, "Let there be light." And when the words hit the mass below, the already turbulent substance began to react even more violently, as though it were going to disintegrate. Then its liquid-looking form became almost transparent and calm, so that I could see the inside portions glowing pink, then red, then orange, and finally white. That is the start of what you on Earth call a thermonuclear reaction, Enoch said. You are witnessing the lighting of a new star. It will heat the surrounding planets, and on some of them the Lord will bring about life. When? I asked. When this star has warmed things up enough. He is never in a hurry, and he is always at work with something. He loves work, but he may not return to this place for millions of years. When he does, it will be to spend another day speaking to some other phase of the life-giving process. Perhaps he will speak to a nearby planet or moon, bringing it into proper orbit. Perhaps he will change the path of this star. Whichever, there is nothing that can stop a process once he sets it in motion. The Spirit always accomplishes his word. Suddenly, even while Enoch was talking, the Lord showed up. He was again looking like a man, yet dressed like a Roman nobleman. I looked over to where he had been, and to my surprise, he was still there. The look on my face made them both laugh. It was the first time that I had seen the Lord in 2 places at once, and no matter how real my own experience with the lightning, I was taken aback. I was seeing him in 2 places and in 2 completely different bodies. I'm glad you showed up, I said, after getting my mind around the scene, because what I saw is impossible to describe. When we were on the garden planet, you said that you wanted me to report what I saw, but no one will ever believe this, and I will feel like a fool telling it, because it sounds totally absurd. Why, he said, smiling, they know that stars are still being born. They have seen it with their telescopes. Yes, but they didn't see a million-story God who looks like the sun itself, standing on a whole world. They will think I am nuts. In fact, I'm beginning to have my own doubts. Maybe this is one big crazy dream. They know that I am called the Word. John told them that. They have been told I create things. Moses wasn't afraid to tell them, so why should you be afraid to tell what you saw? You have just seen me do it. They haven't. Actually, they see me working all the time, but they don't know what they're seeing. Explain, I said, and my attitude was one of refusal. I just couldn't imagine myself telling people about what I had seen. "Have you ever heard of Isaiah?" he asked. "Isaiah the prophet, sure, everyone has heard of him." "Well, Isaiah was a curious man like you. He wanted to know how I did things, so I showed him on one condition, that he become my spokesman. Now I'll make you the same condition. If I show you what Isaiah is doing today, will you tell them what you saw?" Now you have to understand how bad I wanted to see someone like Isaiah before you can realize what I felt at that moment. He had presented a proposition that I simply could not refuse, but he tricked me, that's what he did. When I said, "It's a deal," he didn't show me Isaiah at all. Instead, he showed me what Isaiah is doing, which is what he said, but. "Okay," he said, "this is how the word works, even when spoken by the mouth of a man like Isaiah." Speaking for me, Isaiah said, "A voice is calling, clear the way for the Lord in the wilderness, make smooth in the desert a highway for our God. Let every valley be lifted up, and every mountain and hill be made low, and let the rough ground become a plain, and the rugged terrain a broad valley." "Do you understand what Isaiah was saying?" the Lord asked. "Not a clue," I answered honestly. "Modern men don't," the Lord explained, "but in Isaiah's day, kings ruled the whole known world. They would give the same kind of order that Isaiah gave, and their herald would go from city to city declaring what the king wanted. Namely, that the king was coming for a visit, and that the people needed to prepare a road for him. For such a king, they would build the best highways known to man. They would actually tear down mountains and fill in valleys. Isaiah was giving the same kind of order for me, but it was spoken into the eternal realm. It was my word to the whole earth, and Isaiah was my herald. The first contemporary man to respond to that word was John the Baptist. He was a gnarly young man who lived in the desert, and being himself a prophet, he knew an eternal word when he heard it. He became very popular, and when the people came to him asking who he was, he would say, "I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness, make ready the way of the Lord, make his paths straight." "Do you recognize the words of John?" the Lord asked. "Yes," I answered proudly, "they are a condensed form of Isaiah's words." "That's correct. I was the king and John was my herald, or crier, as they used the term in his day. But the point I am making is this. Isaiah's words are still echoing through the eternal realm, and contemporary man is still responding to those words. My word never stops working until it has finished the job." I was doing my best to follow him, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out what this had to do with me telling people that I saw God standing on a vast mass of liquid turning it into a sun. And besides, John the Baptist may be contemporary to him, but I never met the man, and a couple of 1,000 years was more than just a bit of time to humans. A lot of humans didn't even know who John the Baptist was. He knew my thoughts and gave me a whole new look at history. "I will give you some modern examples," he said. Now none of these people knew what they were doing, but they responded to the word that was rattling around in the heavens above them, my word, spoken through Isaiah, my herald, an eternal word that makes things happen. A word, in short, that says, "Fill in the valleys and level out the mountains, because God your King is coming." He was sitting in a large, overstuffed chair covered with some kind of fur. He seemed to delight in his nakedness, and though the room was cool, he was sweating. All around him were demons, moving and touching his body as though they were beings of sensuality. He, likewise, moved as though they pleased him greatly, and when they got in his way, he gently moved them as though they might break. The whole scene was grotesque, perverted to the ultimate, and to this day I cannot describe it without becoming both angry and nauseous. Alexander Graham Bell, is he contemporary enough for you? I could have said that he was a little before my time too, but at least I did feel a modern affiliation with him. "Sure," I answered, "I can relate to him better." Alex heard Isaiah's word and responded to it. He didn't know what he was hearing, but what compelled him was my word. His telephone prepared highways like none ever built before. They were so much faster and better than any ancient king had ever imagined. Isaiah himself would never have imagined it. The Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur, they responded to Isaiah's word too. Mr. Bell let you send a message without getting on your horse. The Wright brothers made it possible to send even your horse if you wanted. They made a lot of mountains low and a lot of valleys high. In fact, they leveled off most of the world, just as I commanded through my prophet Isaiah. I could give you 100 examples where Isaiah's word is at work today. Man is still responding to an eternal word that a prophet spoke for me thousands of years earlier. To satisfy that word, they build highways, radios, televisions, computers, automobiles, airplanes, rockets, and satellites. Eisenhower, for instance, you voted for him. When he came back from the war, he saw that America had no escape routes to speak of, so he had the interstate highway system built. Now you give him credit for that and call it progress. But he also was responding to Isaiah. I give Isaiah the credit, but the real credit belongs to my word and the Spirit, who never lets my words die. Kennedy the Catholic, you voted for him too. He's a Johnny-come-lately. With your vote, you are helping accomplish my word. Not that Jack could tell you much about Isaiah, but he was under the influence of Isaiah's words, and by that influence, he felt compelled to join the race for space, and that race is mysteriously preparing the way of the Lord. And how about your words, Matt? What have they done to fulfill my purpose? Do you remember what you were doing on the day you fell sick? Yes, I answered, as my mind flashed back to that warm summer day. I had just tilled my garden and had walked into the cherry orchard next to Nancy. I was picking cherries in my orchard, I answered. On the day you fell dying under your cherry tree, the Lord said, you were asking Nancy why it took 10 years for your trees to produce their first crop of cherries. Now I will tell you why it took 10 years. It took 10 years because I gave your words a little power, not much power, but a little power. You don't remember, but on the day you planted those trees, you damned them with your words because the ground was so full of cedar roots. Enoch and I both know, for we were standing there. We were there again 2 years later when you grafted those same trees. On that day, the bark wouldn't slip just right when you tried to insert the buds. You said, "God damn," so many times that day that I had to help the trees, or they would not have grown at all. If I had given your words the power they should have, your trees would have never survived the day of planting. In fact, nothing would have survived around you, including your wife and children. You have been cursing your surroundings ever since you learned to talk, just as your father and his father did. You have cursed my friend Enoch, who has taken the time to show you his inheritance. You have damned just about everything throughout your entire mortal life, yet I damn little and bless much. Do you think you could change your conversation since I have asked you to be my spokesman? Chapter 14, Nancy GTS Me Back. When Enoch and I returned from the frontier, we appeared on Gath, and it was night. We walked together through Harbor's camp, where a few smoldering fires still glowed red under the cool, crisp sky. We entered Harbor's tent and stood there at his feet, Era's cuddled up close beside him with one leg thrown over his midsection and her head resting gently on his large, naked arm. In spite of their primitive surroundings, I said, they seem to live an uncomplicated life. You will see things differently soon, he answered. What do you mean? I asked. I have shown you many things, but things in the eternal realm are often different than they appear. I don't understand, Enoch. He didn't answer me. Instead, he turned and walked through the wall of the tent, and I followed him up the steep trail to the top of the cliff. Up there, on the edge of that cliff, we lay side by side in the grass, looking into the starry expanse of Somsok. Did you ever finish charting the whole galaxy? I asked. We had a good start before Kuffler began his rebellion, but no, we never did finish. What made him turn against you? Jealousy. While I was busily trying to chart the galaxy, Kuffler somehow figured out that God wasn't really interested in what our charts said. God already knew, did he? I blurted out proudly. Yes, he knew because he made every part of it, and as I said, you are starting to see. but you know primarily because Moses told you. Kufla, however, figured it out by himself while it remained a mystery to me. But how could Kufla start a rebellion without you knowing something was up? Because during much of that time, there was trouble on planet Earth. The Lord was troubled and distracted from the events up here. Both of us spent a lot of time walking throughout the Earth in those days, and Somsok became as nothing for many Earth years. In my absence, Kufla simply declared himself God of Somsok. He was the archangel, and many of the angels followed him without question. As for me, I was naive. I never even suspected what the Lord's full intentions were. I hadn't been trying to do anything more than please God, and besides, what was I going to do with a whole galaxy? A whole galaxy? Are you telling me that he was going to give you the whole galaxy? Yes, Enoch answered me. It was a fact that I didn't understand myself. He had given me a whole galaxy, and I didn't even know it. But what will you do with the whole thing? I asked. You said yourself that you couldn't see all the planets and moons in millions of years, even if you looked at one each day. All that is true, Enoch answered. It is even more vast than you suspect, but I am not destined to rule it by myself. But there are not enough angels either, are there? You don't give the stars, planets, and moons to angels, he answered, sitting upright in the grass. The inheritance belongs to the children, not angels. God never called any of the angels his son, nor specified a day concerning their birthright. Only to the humans did he give that incredible right and power. It happens every day among humans, and when it happens they share the inheritance. It is their destiny. As for angels, they were created to help the children, but the heavens don't belong to angels. Kufla mistakenly reached for what belonged to the children. So Kufla was jealous of the humans. No, there were no humans here then, remember. Kufla was jealous of me because God had made me an heir. Kufla existed long before me, yet he was never destined to become a son. Okay, so what were the problems on Earth? During the time that Kufla rebelled, God became sorry that he had ever made man. We talked a lot in those days. It's not that he was asking my advice, you understand. We were just friends and we talked. God came very close to destroying the whole human race during that period of time. In fact, he came so close that he started all over again up here on Gath. If it had not been for a man named Noah, you would not be here, Matt. God can call children up from the rocks if he so desires, and he will have the children he desires. So what was the big problem on Earth? Enoch looked at me with penetrating eyes and asked, how would you feel, Matt, if you were God and you had made a creature called man? You had made him so that he looked like you and had given him the power to become your own child. But instead of choosing to become like you, this creation of yours decided that you didn't exist. How would you feel? And to compound the problem, what does your creation do? This human, this darling, your favorite work of art, this one that you made with more potential than any other of your works, this one that you called your own offspring, what does he do? He chooses your worst enemy as his God. Now if you were God, Matt, what would you do with such an ungrateful lot? Wouldn't you pick another planet like Gath and start over again? Enoch and I were both sitting now in the darkness, facing each other, and I could plainly see his penetrating eyes. Imagine that you are God, he said. You are walking about on a planet that you made with the power of your own word. But as you observe the humans, the work of your hands, they say nothing to you. The birds get up every morning and sing to you, but the sons of God, your potential children, they have forgotten that you exist. They have become worse than the beast who has no soul. Now you tell me, Matt, if you could, by the word of your mouth, cause any form of life to come into existence from angels to bugs, wouldn't you tend to delight in your handiwork? And if, in addition to that, you had formed with your own hands a being like yourself and called him your earthly representative, wouldn't you be upset if that very creature began to worship the bugs and animals that were little more than food for his belly? And then these darlings that you so lovingly made with a spirit like your own, they began to kill each other, raping and stealing women. And to top it off, they began to offer their Barbies to demons, calling the demons their gods and slashing the throats of their children on demonic altars. What would you do, Matt? Would you go down and walk and talk with them? Would you show them the secrets of power and success? Or would you do what God wanted to do? Kill them all to the very last one and start over. Had it not been for Noah, you would not have been here, Matt. Not a living soul would have been left on planet Earth, not even a memory. But then there is another side of God. He has feelings. No sooner had he killed them than he began to grieve. He was sorry that he made them, and then he was sorry that he killed them. Do you know who they cried out to when they were dying, Matt? Do you think they cried out to their golden bugs that they carved and called God? Or do you think they cried out to their deities of fertility that they worshipped, or their demons that they sacrificed their children to? No, not one of them. Suddenly they all knew God. They cried out to him while their idols were being washed away in torrents of gushing water. Rain fell relentlessly, and rain was something that they had never seen before except in a mist. The underground rivers suddenly gushed up from the ground at the Lord's command, as if God were inside, blowing the earth full of air. On that day, they all turned their faces to the God they had ignored and made jealous. Do you know that the Lord has deep feelings, Matt? Would you have enjoyed being here with him when he cried on that day? What would you say to a broken-hearted God? Enoch was now looking at me like I was the representative of the whole human race, as if I were the one that made him stand there on that disastrous day. And at that moment, I saw Gath as it really is, and I saw what Enoch really looks like. To my right flashed such a spectrum of light and sound that I jerked my head around toward Harbor's camp, but the camp wasn't there. Instead, as far as my eye could see, I saw a modern city, a city more modern than any on Earth. I looked beneath me, feeling a peculiar hardness, only to discover that we were sitting on pavement. We were no longer on grass. We were on a sidewalk that adjoined a roadway that was smooth like glass. A radio blasted to my left. I turned and saw a car driving next to us, moving slowly, with neither wheels or engine sound. Yet inside were young people listening to loud music. And while I looked at those sights around me, Enoch spoke these words: "I have shown you what was, and now you see what is. Earth and Gath have progressed together since the days of Noah, and both are ripe for harvest." In astonishment, I snapped my head back toward Enoch, only to see him transfigured before my very eyes. His age fell away as a clock sweeping backward through time. His baldness was replaced with a fine blonde hair, even the hair of a child. His beard disappeared, and his face became like that of a strong young lad. And then his eyes began to blaze like fire as his stature grew to twice my size. And if I could have endured his presence, I probably would be telling more. But his eyes were very awesome, and I cried in fear, "Don't look at me like that." I turned in terror and tried to flee, but just that quick I was gone, and I regret to say that I have never seen Enoch again. My departure from Enoch was disturbing and sudden, combined with a hollow sensation that comes when something of utmost value is lost. When I was there watching him change into something different, I was frightened and wanted to get away. But when I was gone, I didn't like the sense of being removed, nor did I like the place where I appeared. I was now standing beside a man whose name I remembered as Fred, and Fred was still traveling in the tunnel that was nothing short of heaven's morgue. Fred still looked peaceful enough, but his peaceful condition didn't rub off on me. I was much too aware of the fact that Fred was dumb. He was worse than dumb. He was blind, deaf, and dumb. He didn't know where he was, he knew nothing about heaven, and he couldn't see what condition he was in. I looked him over, trying to determine if there had been any changes. I noticed that his mustache was still neatly trimmed, and he was still cleaning his fingernails with his little pocket knife, and there was an aggravating, perpetual half-grin on his face, as if he knew a secret that the rest of mankind had missed out on. The stupid jerk, I thought. If anyone on Earth has been duped, it's this poor soul, and he doesn't even suspect. I watched Fred for quite a while, and the longer I was there, the more disturbed I became. Part of my concern was simply insecurity, since I was accustomed to traveling with Enoch, or the angels, or the Lord. But a deeper part of my concern had to do with the fact that I didn't want any association with Fred. As I understood things, Fred was just hanging around out there in space until the final day, the day when God woke everyone up. And what's worse, I had the distinct impression that Fred wasn't going to survive the event. In fact, I had the feeling that Fred's tunnel was running out of light. I looked around hurriedly and realized that the light that had been in front of Fred was now behind him. "So why am I here?" I yelled. I looked around nervously for the other bodies. They were all there, thousands of them, as far as the eye could see. "This is disgusting," I mumbled. "It's hard to believe that there are this many people dying on Earth. Yucksville, that's what this place should be called. And what makes it more disgusting is the knowledge that all of these humans died on the same day that I did. It's repulsive." "No," I told myself, still talking out loud. "You can't think that way. You didn't die like all these people. You're going back, and you have proved that you can see and hear. And you believe, God, you know I believe." But all the while I was talking to myself, other thoughts were rushing through my mind, and a deep-down fear emerged that I might have really died. And the more I tried to convince myself that I hadn't died, the more the thoughts and fears came. What if I wasn't supposed to see Enoch change like that? He sure was something other than human. What if they won't let me go back because I saw more than I was supposed to see? I fought off the thoughts and looked at Fred more closely. As I walked around him looking, I wondered if perchance he could hear me. "Fred," I said, "can you hear me?" No answer. "This is ridiculous, Fred," I scolded him. "After all this time out here, you still can't hear or see a thing. Wake up, man. This tunnel's not going where you think it is. I don't know where it's going, but it sure ain't going to heaven. Wake up." At that point, I was so frustrated with Fred's plight that I started to reach out and slap him as I had done once before. But just before reaching out, I noticed something strangely different about him. He seemed to be enclosed in something transparent. I looked very closely and saw an envelope about him that looked something like soft, thick plastic. And then, as I continued looking, the strange, transparent container became as visible as Fred himself, who was locked inside. Fred suddenly looked like someone inside an old, rather dirty, thick plastic bag, and he was naked. The whole display seemed as though I had been looking at a trick painting. After I saw the container surrounding Fred, I wondered how I had not seen it before. In fact, from that point onward, the material surrounding Fred seemed more real than Fred himself. "What's going on?" I wondered in amazement. I reached out to touch the plastic-looking material, but my hand passed through it as if nothing were there. But when I saw my hand out there in front of me, fear crept over me in a wave of nausea, for I saw for the very first time what I really looked like. I also was inside a similar container. I looked down at my form and saw that I was completely naked. For a moment, if I looked real hard, I could see the clothing that I had worn on my trip to heaven, but seeing it was only momentary, as though I saw nothing but an imagination. Suddenly, I was seeing a naked old man, and what's worse, I became sensitive to the cold liquid gel that surrounded me like a prison. My first reaction was one of terror. I fought at the liquid gel and screamed as one demented, and for a moment I actually thought I was drowning. But after I gained control of myself, I could do nothing but observe with horrified eyes. True revelation was sweeping through my understanding. What I was now seeing was what Enoch had seen all along. For all that time in heaven, he had been looking at a naked old man wrapped up like so much garbage in a thick plastic bag. But Fred and I were not garbage, or at least we had not been garbage. We had been the most uniquely created substance in all the universe. Immediately, I knew what I was really seeing. Fred and I were like a yolk inside a membrane. Fred was an egg, I was an egg, but we were both infertile. Neither of us had responded to the word. We had not met the conditions of fertility. We had never believed. I looked around at that endless tunnel and was appalled at what I saw. It was bad enough when I envisioned humans floating in a morgue, But now I was seeing them for what they really were. They were all infertile eggs. They were as worthless and nearer to nothing than the eggs of a chicken who had never known a rooster. Though they lived, they would never come to life. I cannot fully describe the hopelessness that I felt as I stood there naked, encumbered in that sack. I knew, however, that I was seeing things correctly for the very first time, and with that revelation came the knowledge that I had not seen Enoch or the Lord as they really were. Glimpses and reflections, yes, but I had not seen them as they really were. They were beyond and above what I had seen. Enoch wasn't an old man at all. He hadn't been old since he lived on planet Earth. He was more like what I almost saw when I was jerked away. He was hardly yet a boy with a body too wonderful for mortal comprehension. He had long since been born into the eternal realm. Enoch was not human. Enoch was a son of God who already had a new body, and that new body might not reach maturity for millions of years. "What a fool I've been," I said, crying. "On the first day I saw Enoch, he insisted that I tell him what he looked like. I should have known then that he was something different, and from that moment until this, he and the angels have always seen me as I really am. How disgusting. Matthew, you have acted out the part of a stupid, arrogant fool." In hopeless embarrassment, I continued on beside Fred, wondering where we were going, and in all my wondering I marveled at my blindness. I remembered when I'd first come to heaven, how Enoch had compared us to horses and worms, but now I realized that his analogy had been gracious. We were hardly comparable to worms, since real worms are the result of fertility, while Fred and I were nothing. We were less than a miscarriage. The hollowness of being a living nothing filled my being with sorrow, and I sat beside Fred and wept. I don't know how long I sat there crying. It was a good while, I do know that much. I was so caught up with the hopelessness of what I had seen that I didn't even know when I changed positions. The first thing I remember of anything different was when I heard the quiet sounds of humans breathing. I lifted up my head that had been buried in my arms and dried my tears. I found myself sitting on the floor in an executive-style room, and I knew that there were living mortals present. Excitedly, I stood to my feet and saw Nancy seated in a plush chair pulled up against a business sort of table. Her head was down, and she was pondering legal papers that were spread on the table before her. She looked older than I remembered, and tired, even haggard, but she looked good. After being in that morgue, any living human would have looked good, especially if it meant that I could come back to life and get rid of my terrible condition. Across from Nancy was a nice-looking middle-aged man dressed in a business suit. He was clean-shaven, and his hair was perfectly smoothed in place. His fingernails were manicured to perfection, and his face was a picture of confidence and intelligence. Nancy hadn't looked up from the papers yet, but I heard her thoughts. "God," she said, "I feel trapped by this man. He's really nice, and I know he's trying to help me, but I still feel trapped." "Do you understand the papers, Nancy?" the man said, interrupting her thoughts. "Yes, they're quite clear," she answered. "I know it's difficult," he said in a rather fatherly sort of way. "This is one of those times when I hate my job. I wish I could just take care of the problem for you, but the judge really leaves us no alternative. If you don't sign the papers, he will just drag you into court for hearings. Either way, they are going to take Matthew off the machine, and you know in your heart that he would be better off in heaven. Every time I see him move like he does, I'm sure he's experiencing pain. And all this suffering is not fair to you either. You have endured more than any woman should." It was immediately after that I heard his thoughts. "Come on, you stupid old hag, sign the damn papers." "You miserable shyster," I screamed as I rushed at him. I threw my arm around his neck and jerked so hard that I fell back onto the floor aghast. Not only had I come up with nothing but air, but in the process, I saw his name written across the top of his stationery, Lawrence Peabody and Associates. This was the lawyer sent straight from Lucifer. And then, while I still sat on the floor, Nancy answered, "I need to think about it some more, Mr. Peabody." "Good girl," I exclaimed. "Take all the time you want, Nancy," said Peabody. "I wouldn't let the judge push me into a quick decision either, But please, for your own sake, don't wait until they drag you into court. Trust me, Nancy, these kind of things are cut and dry, and there's nothing we can do to stop the process. Call me night or day. I want to be a help and comfort to you in your time of need." Nancy stood up to leave, and Peabody hurried to help with the door. He was pouring it on so thick that I thought for a minute that he might kiss her hand, and I found myself wondering how she could swallow such a fraudulent presentation. They both left the room going in different directions. 2 nurses were in the hall, and I began to suspect that I was in a hospital. I stopped to listen while Peabody muttered to himself, "Lawrence, you stupid ninny, this one's worth a fortune if you handle it right, and you haven't even gotten to first base. That woman's got some real resolve, but she's wearing down. I wish her husband would just die, then maybe I could talk some sense into her. I don't know what she wants anyway. She knows the facts, and he looks worse than a dead man. Maybe I could figure a way." Peabody's voice faded out as I turned toward Nancy. Suddenly, I realized that she was getting away, and I didn't know where she was going. Panic came over me as an elevator door closed between us. I pushed the button, but my hand went through the wall. I stepped through the elevator doors, but the elevator itself had already gone, and I found myself suspended in the shaft, feeling discarded and lonely. I looked at myself in self-pity and growing depression. There I was, a miserable, naked old man wrapped up in a disgusting disposable sack. I didn't know where I was. I didn't understand why the Lord and Enoch had abandoned me, and I was fearful that I might not be able to return to life. "Well, at least you got enough life to think," I finally told myself. "You're better off than Fred. Most dead eggs don't even know they have been discarded. Stop the pity party and go find your body." So I left that elevator feeling very strange and vulnerable. I was in a hospital of sorts, and yet I didn't know where my own room was. I wasn't even sure that I was in the right hospital. "I've got to get back before I die," I thought, as I hurried down the hall searching for the receptionist. I finally found her, but had to wait quite a while until she turned the page to where my name was recorded. There it was, Matthew Johnson, room 1007. I ran down the hall until I found the staircase. I climbed 10 floors and found the room. But when I walked into room 1007, all I found was an elderly man who must have been at least 90 years old, and he was wheezing away as though he were breathing through a wet sponge. I wheeled back around and checked the name plate on the door, Earl Rogers/Matthew Johnson. A double room, I thought with mixed emotions. I was glad to find the room, but I was immediately disgusted that I wasn't being treated a little more special. "Why am I in a double room?" I asked, as if someone were listening. "I saved up a small fortune, and then Nancy goes and sticks me in a double room with a dying old man. What's wrong with her anyway?" I huffed back into the room, voicing my concerns. I walked through the drawn curtain that separated my body from the dying old man. Over against the window sat Nancy, and I noticed immediately that she looked bad. How could she have changed so much since seeing Peabody? I wondered. She looked bad enough when she was with him, but now she really looks bad. She was sitting there in a drab vinyl chair, her eyes containing a blank stare as she apparently observed nothing. I couldn't believe how different she looked. She was just putting up a strong front, I thought. That's all it was. She was putting on an act for that Peabody jerk. But I hadn't been watching Nancy for more than a few seconds when, to my shock, a spirit appeared and lingered by her ear. The spirit looked just like the ones that I had seen in Lucifer's cavern. It was one of those bodiless spirits, and I was dumbfounded to discover that one might actually be right up next to my wife. Almost immediately, the demon began to speak, which seemed strange enough, but the strangest thing was not that it spoke, but that I had heard them before. I had been hearing demons all my life without knowing what I heard, for as I discovered that moment, the spirit was speaking as though it were a rational part of Nancy's own thoughts. It spoke in her own voice, interjecting thoughts that she confused with her own. "He's going to die, he's going to die, he's going to die," it kept saying. The words were spoken like a chant, as though Nancy had a thought that she could not get rid of. And then I saw how easily they are frightened away. No, Nancy said, I won't think that way. Nancy had spoken, but not out loud. Nevertheless, she had spoken, and the spirit fled as though chased by a fly swatter. I watched Nancy's face, looking for outward signs of an inward struggle, but her face did not reflect the mental war that she was fighting, except for the fact that she looked old and haggard. But in hardly a moment, another spirit came with a different chant, and it also spoke with the sound of Nancy's voice, as though it too were a rational part of her own mind. You're broke, you're broke, you're broke, you're broke, it kept saying over and over again. It's true I'm broke, her own thoughts answered back, and just as soon as she answered, the original spirit returned and joined the second. See, the second spirit said to the first in his own scratchy voice, that's her weak spot. All I've got to do is work on the money problem until I get her weakened down, and then we'll both have her. And then both spirits began speaking in Nancy's voice. He's going to die, you're broke. He's going to die, you're broke. He's going to die, you're broke. He's not going to die, I will not think that way. Her own thoughts answered firmly again, and the spirits fled. But they returned shortly, and the second spirit was speaking to the first, and his own scratchy voice was full of cursing and irritation. Get out of here, will you? You're screwing the whole thing up. She's not ready to accept his death. Wait until I've softened her up some more. The original spirit left again, but the remaining spirit began again immediately. Your money's gone, your money's gone, your money's gone. It's true, she answered. It's all gone. What am I going to do? How could it be gone? I wondered. I had health insurance and a large sum of savings. It can't be gone. But then a third spirit showed up speaking in Nancy's voice, just as the others had. I'm mad at God, he wouldn't help. I'm mad at God, he wouldn't help. Nancy shook her head visibly and spoke loudly in the silence of her own mind. No, God, I'm sorry. That's not really how I feel. I don't know why I thought that way. I'm not mad at you, but I would like your help. I continued listening to Nancy as she talked to the Lord. I found it amazing how the spirits deferred to her inward strength, and just as amazing how they worked on her without her knowledge of what they were doing. I've got to help her, I reasoned, and I've got to get back to life, but how am I going to get back into that body? I walked over toward the bed, but as I did, the body that was lying on the bed moved in an awkward sort of way. When the body moved that way, I stopped, fearful that I might disturb what little life it had. I noticed that the bed was tucked up against the curtain, which hardly reduced the sounds of the dying old man on the other side. As for my body, it had an artificial trachea protruding from the windpipe, and a machine was thus hooked up helping me breathe, which made me sound about like the invention of some scientific bungler. Even aside from the mechanical sounds, I hardly recognized myself. My color was a mixture of yellow and chalk, and I looked like a very old man. The stubble on my face was several days old, and my hair was longer than I had ever seen it. For some reason, I had not expected my hair and beard to grow while I was gone. But now it was obvious to me that someone had had to cut my hair and shave me regularly. I was old. I was only 70 years old, but I was the oldest 70-year-old man I had ever seen, and my age was accentuated by long, grey, oily hair. And then I looked at my body, which was scantily wrapped in a gown of the most humiliating design. Out from that gown came withered-up arms and legs, the hands and feet contorted and drawn from the many months of atrophy. Only an understanding of my true condition made me consider entering that body again. Around it was an atmosphere of death and many stark reminders of mortality. Compared to what I had seen and known, that body was revolting. But I have to get back in there, I reasoned. If that body quits, no matter how disgusting it is, I'm gone forever. Courageously, I moved again toward the body, but again it moved awkwardly in the bed as if I might kill it. I stopped. Something was the matter. Hey, I called to Nancy, but she was still staring out the window, and if I hadn't seen the spirits, I would have thought that she were arguing with herself. But on the bed, something serious was wrong. My whole chest rose up from the bed as my body arched in a spastic, wrenching way. It made a gagging, retching cough, ejecting phlegm up into the tubing. Nancy came quickly when she heard the cough, but the phlegm had gone back down into my lungs, and I apparently was dying on the spot. "Do something," I screamed at Nancy. "Can't you see I'm going to die? Do something, I'm nothing but a stinking egg." Again, Nancy couldn't hear my voice, and what's worse, she was just casually standing there letting me die. She hadn't screamed for help or pushed the buzzer or anything. She didn't even look all that concerned. She was just calmly standing there with a tissue in her hand while I passed into nothingness. "Nancy," I screamed again, "please, don't let me die." My body thrashed back and forth fitfully, and there was no breathing taking place. "Just relax," Nancy said softly. "It's okay, baby, just relax." But I didn't relax. My body arched again until it seemed to be supported by my heels and shoulders alone. A second cough finally came with a disgusting sound. Nancy casually cleaned the passage as if she had done it just that way thousands of times. I stood there shocked to see that I had survived the ordeal. Apparently, I did that sort of thing all the time because she was acting as if nothing unusual had happened. My body lay back upon the bed, all flushed and sweaty. My mouth opened and closed like I was thirsty, and I saw under my lips a buildup of something chalky and unnatural. Nancy took a cloth and tenderly cleaned my mouth. She wiped the sweat off my face and chest. My chest had broken out in hives during my choking ordeal, and she rubbed an ointment on the red splotches as she spoke out loud. "You've got to wake up, Matthew." She then leaned down close to my ear in a most gentle sort of way, saying, "You've got to wake up real soon, baby. Can you hear me, sweetheart? You've got to wake up real soon." She then kissed me on that miserable, dead-looking face, and the next thing I remember, I was feeling the warmth and tenderness of those lips.